I'm alive. Lin Yun touched his chest as he opened his eyes, amazed he was still breathing. The last thing he could remember was a sword piercing his chest as he reached the summit of Mount Tai. The strike happened so quickly, he hadn't had a chance to respond before losing consciousness. Ugh! Lin Yun suddenly grabbed his head, his face contorted with pain. His head throbbed as his memories came flooding back. Time slowed to a crawl. The few seconds it took felt like hours. When he opened his eyes, he began to regain his composure. Turns out that he hadn't died but transmigrated instead. He had arrived in this world, profound amber, possessing the body of a 16-year-old sword slave from the frontier of the Aquasky nation. In a weird twist of fate, this sword slave was also named Lin Yun. After their memories had merged, he found out that this sword slave had failed to become an official disciple of the sect due to lack of talent. As a result, he was only permitted to do menial labor in the inner sect, with his main responsibility being maintaining the swords of inner disciples and elders. Fortunately, not everyone in the Azure Sky sect focuses on swords. Hence, he was allowed some free time to cultivate. In this world, only strength was respected. Thus, it was rare that he still had an opportunity to cultivate as a sword slave. In the Azure Sky sect, the rules stated that sword slaves could be promoted as an official disciple as long as they could obtain some achievement in their cultivation. This was Lin Yun's primary motivation, his sole reason for staying in the Azure Sky sect as a slave. Unfortunately, hard work does not always equate to talent. Over his 3 years of cultivation, he had only reached the second stage of the martial path, unable to reach the third stage. In the Azure Sky sect, he had to reach the third stage of the martial path in order to become an official disciple. Despite being one step away, it seemed miles from his reach. As a sword slave, there was a limit to the time and resources that he could dedicate to cultivation. Still, for the previous owner of this body to be unable to achieve the third stage of the martial path after 3 years, Lin Yun could tell there was no hope for him. Since I have come back to life once more, I will live my life well. In this world, I can make my name resound throughout the 4 seas. Lin Yun surprised himself with how quickly he had managed to adapt and set a goal for himself after traversing to another world. Perhaps it was thanks to all the time he spent in his world's legal system. In his previous life, he was a talented lawyer, familiar with the law to the point of having a retentive memory. Hence, he was able to maintain his composure. He had not lost a single case in his entire career. Regardless of the environment, he would be able to keep his composure. Let's see how well this body can move, Lin Yun said as he pushed open the door that led to a clearing in front of the house. Going into the pose of the ferocious tiger fist, Lin Yun started to perform. Although the ferocious tiger fist sounded formidable, it was mediocre among all the foundation techniques. Within the Azure Sky sect, there were many techniques more powerful than the ferocious tiger fist. But as a sword slave, this was the best that he could do. As long as he was not an official disciple, he would not receive any resources from the Azure Sky sect. Then again, what was a foundation technique? In the 10 stages of the martial path, the first 3 stages strengthen the skin, bones, and meridians, while the next 3 stages strengthen the blood and 5 viscera. The following 3 stages channel the muscles, transform the bones, and change the marrow before reaching the ultimate 10th stage of the martial path. A foundation technique was to strengthen the body, laying down a foundation for future cultivation. As his fists swished through the air, blowing the fallen leaves on the ground, Lin Yun felt an incredible inner peace as he fell into a rhythm. For some reason, practicing the ferocious tiger fist today was much easier than it had been in the past. He hadn't been able to comprehend this technique when he had practiced it in the past, so he could only go with the forms. Essentially, he only had the form and not the intent in the past. But when he practiced it today, something just clicked. Every punch he threw was followed by a heat flowing through his body, instantly allowing him to comprehend this technique. The ferocious tiger fist had a total of 18 forms. The first 15 were meant to strengthen the body, while the last 3 were intended for battle. It was a technique that required a certain level of comprehension. The names of the last 3 techniques were Tiger Roaring in the Forest, Ferocious Tiger Descending the Mountains, and 100 Beast Wave. The essence of the ferocious tiger fist lies in the last 3 forms. Unfortunately, Lin Yun hadn't been able to perform it in the past. Even for the first 15 forms, he could only be considered an amateur, so how could he possibly focus on the last 3 forms? In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun had finished performing the first 15 forms, and he felt a warm current channeling throughout his body. Lin Yun's eyes became solemn as he embraced the heat that now enveloped him. The ferocious tiger fist technique flashed across his mind, and he let out a roar as he performed the 16th form, tiger roaring in the forest. Roar! Throwing his fist out, a wave of heat surged through his body and focused into his fist. It seemed as if the image of a ferocious tiger had appeared behind him, unleashing a wild howl. The bones in his entire body crackled, echoing out like the roar of a tiger. In a violent gale, the fallen leaves on the ground were swept into the air and torn into 1,000 pieces. The heat continued to flow throughout his body, making Lin Yun feel at peace. Internal energy, crackling bones and this heat. I'm breaking through the second stage of the martial path into the third. Withdrawing his fist, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. He never expected that he would actually reach the third stage of the martial path while practicing the ferocious tiger fist. At the same time, he was confused. Why was he suddenly able to comprehend this form so much better than he had before? He had been accumulating himself on the second stage of the martial path for more than a year, so it could make sense he managed to reach the third. In the end, he could only conclude that it was because of his soul. He was, after all, a genius in the previous life, a talented lawyer with a retentive memory. After having merged with the soul of another Lin Yun, his comprehension was on another level. It looks like this world is where my wisdom and intelligence can come into play. The third stage of the martial path. I am now qualified to become an outer disciple of the Azure Sky sect. My life as a sword slave is over after today. Lin Yun's eyes grew wide as he muttered to himself, suddenly remembering something. He rushed back into the house and started searching. At a corner of the wooden house, Lin Yun saw a treasured sword soaking in the icy water. That's it. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun reached for the sword, his entire right hand turning pale from the frigid metal. In the reflection of the water, Lin Yun saw a purple rhombus mark on his forehead. Looking at this mark, Lin Yun grimaced. An eternal mark left behind as long as you'd been a slave for a day. Putting it out of his mind, Lin Yun took the sword and swiftly headed for the sword cleaning chamber. The sword did not belong to him, but he was tasked to maintain it by an inner disciple in the Azure Sky sect, as all swords require maintenance. Maintenance was required to increase its lifespan, and a treasured sword was no exception. As a sword slave, he was only allowed to have his own home because of his exceptional skills at sword maintenance. However, it had gotten late. He should have delivered the sword 2 hours ago, but he had completely lost track of time while practicing the ferocious tiger fist. Lin Yun was vexed. The Azure Sky sect had a strict hierarchy. Someone in his position could not afford to offend someone. In severe cases, he might even lose his life. Here he is, Senior Sister Su. There were 3 people gathered in the corner of the sword cleaning chamber. When they saw Lin Yun enter, a man with a skinny frame spoke out. Opposite him stood a boy and girl. The 2 of them looked extraordinary, their refined posture a sharp contrast to that of the skinny man. The girl was especially stunning. She wore an azure robe that outlined her graceful figure, looking so ethereal that one was compelled to avert their gaze. When he first laid eyes on her, Lin Yun was left breathless. According to his memory, the original Lin Yun had a crush on this inner disciple, Su Xiao. Hey, sword slave, why are you so late? Senior Sister Su waited 15 minutes for you. The skinny-framed man cursed when he saw Lin Yun walking over. However, Su Xiao's face was blank as she spoke out. The sword, hand it over. Lin Yun obeyed, letting out a sigh of relief that she did not pursue the blame. When Su Xiao took the sword, she took out her handkerchief and wiped it down. But when Lin Yun saw this action, he furrowed his brow as his favorable impression of her vanished in an instant. Drawing the sword out half an inch, a cold gleam poured from the blade before she swiftly sheathed it again. Her action so quick all anyone could see was a flash of blue light. Not bad. Holding her sword contentedly, Su Xiao threw a jade bottle to Lin Yu's feet. What does that mean? Is she treating me like a beggar? Fury blazed within Lin Yun's heart. At this moment, the boy sneered, Junior Sister Su, how kind you are to reward him despite his tardiness. Turning to Lin Yun, the boy gave an indignant glare as he gestured toward the bottle. Why aren't you picking it up and thanking her? The previous owner of this body would have picked it up without question. But he was gone. Was that the right move? Would his first interaction in this world be one of subservience? Lin Yun had to decide. While Lin Yun hesitated, Su Xiao took her sword and left without a second glance. The boy followed shortly after, giving Lin Yun one last look of disgust as he left the room. Damn, he's fortunate Senior Sister Su even still rewards him. There must be 3 body-nourishing pellets in that bottle. Lucky bastard. God only knows how many pellets Senior Sister Su has given that boy over the last 2 years. If I were in him, I would have easily reached the 3rd stage of the martial path by now. What a waste. Haha. Don't be jealous. Not being able to reach the 3rd stage of the martial path despite having so many pellets, he's probably vomited blood from the depression. That's right. Once a slave, always a slave. He'll be a slave until the day that he dies. All the odd job workers working in the yard of the sword cleaning chamber started mocking Lin Yun out of jealousy. As odd job workers, they could stay in the Azure Sky sect for 2 years. If they could not reach the 3rd stage of the martial path within this period of time, they would be required to leave the sect. However, there was a way for them to stay by becoming a slave. In this world, there weren't many people as stubborn as Lin Yun. Becoming a slave willingly was unheard of, let alone betting his entire future on it. To the odd job workers, Lin Yun was beneath them, hence the mockery. However, Lin Yun was unfazed as he looked at the jade bottle thoroughly. He had lived for 2 lifetimes, he wasn't about to let their jeers bother him. Hey, what's wrong with you? You don't want the reward from Senior Sister Su? In that case, I'll take it. The skinny man standing beside Lin Yun smirked as he bent down to grab the bottle. Just as he touched the bottle, his hand was kicked away, sending the bottle upwards. In an instant, Lin Yun returned his leg to his side and caught the bottle as it rose into the air. The skinny man barely maintained his balance. When he stood back up, he roared as he pointed at Lin Yun. You little bastard, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you want to die? His name was Zhou Ping, an outer disciple in the 4th stage of the martial path. Truthfully, he was not particularly gifted and had only been assigned as manager of the sword cleaning chamber because his father happened to be an outer elder. While the sword cleaning chamber wasn't comparable to places like the alchemy chamber, administration hall, or treasure palace, it had an advantage in that it did not have any competitors. Zhou Ping had been bullying Lin Yun for some time, always taking the reward Su Xiao had given Lin Yun for himself. Forget it. I'll not lower myself to your level. Old rules, hand over 2 of the 3 pellets in the bottle, and I'll let you off the hook. Zhou Ping said as he swept the dust off his body. Because Su Xiao had given Lin Yun this reward personally, Zhou Ping did not want to take things too far. However, he couldn't let Lin Yun get away with this insult. In the past, Zhou Ping's actions had irked him, especially since Lin Yun knew there was nothing he could do. But times had changed. He was no longer the Lin Yun of the past. He had already reached the 3rd stage of the martial path. He had no one to fear. Looking at the jade bottle in his palm, Lin Yun tightened his grip and turned to walk out of the sword cleaning chamber. Seeing Lin Yun ignore him sent Zhou Ping into a rage. Stop right there. There were too many odd job workers around. Zhou Ping needed to save face. He could see Lin Yun had no intention of stopping as he continued to walk out of the sword cleaning chamber. It's your funeral. Zhou Ping leaped into the sky with his palms spread apart. He was akin to a ferocious eagle, diving in Lin Yun's direction. At the same time, his bones crackled, creating turbulence in the air around him. The blood within his body exploded with a thundering roar as his aura surged once more. Being able to control the internal energy in his blood at will was the mark of someone in the 4th stage of the martial path. This technique belonged to the eagle palm art, a technique above the ferocious tiger fist. At a higher level, one could turn his palms into claws and rip a tiger in two. Haha, that brat's in for it now. He must have a screw loose today to offend Senior Brother Zhou. Senior Brother Zhou is in the 4th stage of the martial path. A single palm of his is nearly 500 kilograms, not to mention that he's achieved a lesser mastery in the eagle palm art. If his palm connects, Lin Yun will be bedridden for at least half a month. Lin Yun must not have learned his lesson in obedience from last year. Back then, he lost his temper and had to be beaten into submission. The odd-job workers had stopped what they were doing and had begun to congregate in anticipation for what they thought was Lin Yun's inevitable beating. Lin Yun sensed the incoming gale, and in an instant the ferocious tiger fist flashed across his mind, and he turned around, sending out a jab of his own. Along with it, there was a vague image of a tiger behind Lin Yun, unleashing a wild howl. The whole sequence was a single fluid motion. But when Lin Yun turned, he saw Zhou Ping soaring through the air like an eagle in the sky. His eyes were frighteningly sharp. Lin Yun originally wanted to crackle his bones to increase his aura, but that split second of hesitation was enough to cause his aura to drop instead. He failed to unleash the might of the ferocious tiger fist. Boom! Lin Yun's fist connected with Zhou Ping's palm in an explosion, forcing Lin Yun to take 3 steps back as he struggled to maintain control of his body. What's going on? Lin Yun actually managed to block that. All the odd-job workers were shocked. They expected that Lin Yun would be lying face down after such a strike, but he had only taken 3 steps back. Even Zhou Ping looked surprised as he spoke out in a solemn voice. No wonder you're so fearless. You've made some improvements. Lin Yun reflected on the previous exchange. Logically speaking, he should be able to block it completely. However, he had just reached the 3rd stage of the martial path, and had yet to formally start cultivating internal energy, not to mention that he had no experience in fighting. Admittedly, he had been a little nervous. Despite being forced to take 3 steps back, his confidence surged. Zhou Ping was nothing to fear. If you think you can dance in front of me with that strength, you're naive. Zhou Ping roared as he dove at Lin Yun once more. His arms spread like an eagle. His aura was oppressive. Lin Yun was forced to take another step back. But Lin Yun was calm as he shifted backwards. The previous exchange assured him he had nothing to fear from Zhou Ping. Flaws in one's form can leave you exposed, and Zhou Ping had many. Things didn't go as Zhou Ping had expected. Except for the few palms in the beginning that caught Lin Yun by surprise, he had brushed Zhou Ping's strikes aside with ease while sending out a few of his own. What's going on? Why is Lin Yun suddenly so strong? He doesn't even seem to be trying. Zhou Ping was shocked as he increased his speed. He had to take Lin Yun down swiftly, or he wouldn't be able to throw his tyranny around in the sword cleaning chamber anymore. There! Zhou Ping was distracted for only a moment, but Lin Yun was ready for him. His eyes narrowed and his bones crackled. At the same time, his aura surged violently. His bones roared incessantly as he executed the ferocious tiger fist. Tiger roaring in the forest. Bone crackling. This brat made a breakthrough. Zhou Ping could not hide his surprise. He never expected that a worthless sword slave would actually reach the 3rd stage of the martial path. However, Lin Yun did not care about his shock, instead taking advantage of Zhou Ping's brief distraction. The sound of his jab connecting with Zhou Ping's chest was like that of a great drum. The explosive force sent Zhou Ping flying away, kicking up dust as he landed on the ground. Rolling. He groaned in pain as he clutched his newly broken ribs. The odd-job workers stared in awed silence for what seemed like an eternity, before one regained his composure. 3rd stage of the martial path. Lin Yun reached the 3rd stage of the martial path. Lying on the ground, Zhou Ping couldn't believe what had just happened. How can you, a sword slave, possibly reach the 3rd stage of the martial path? He was not alone in his bewilderment, as the odd-job workers looked on in disbelief. Once you reached the 3rd stage of the martial path, you would be able to become an outer disciple of the Azure Sky sect. All of the sudden, this sword slave stood above them. Lin Yun gave one last glance at Zhou Ping as he turned and headed for the door. He wouldn't dignify him with a response. Zhou Ping wanted to chase after him, but a sharp pain from his ribs kept him down. All he could do was punch the ground in frustration. The sword cleaning chamber was an independent loft, and at the same time it was forbidden ground. Outer disciples and odd job workers were forbidden to enter, as this was a place meant for the maintenance of swords for inner disciples. All the swords found in this inner chamber were at least exquisite, or higher-ranked profound artifacts. The level of mastery needed to care for such fine relics was well outside that of ordinary odd job workers. Out of everyone, only Lin Yun was qualified to enter. Not even Zhou Ping dared to enter the sword cleaning chamber. "Senior brother Zhou, are you all right?" "Senior brother Zhou, after that showing I don't think there's any stopping Lin Yun." "Shut up. All of you." That bastard relied on senior sister Sue's pellets to reach the third stage of the martial path. But he wants to become an outer disciple? Fat chance. Zhou Ping's humiliation was palpable. "There's no way Lin Yun could do this to me. I must have been careless." If he couldn't save face, no one in the sword cleaning chamber would obey him in the future. Casting a cold glance at the sword cleaning chamber, Zhou Ping limped away. Lin Yun is doomed. Zhou Ping's father is an elder in the outer sect, and even his brother is an expert among all the outer disciples. He's doomed to suffer in the future. Well, what can we say about that sword slave? He's been suffering for a long time, but he got a little stronger and let it go to his head. Then again, he messed senior brother Zhou up. How long has he bullied us? In a way, Lin Yun got revenge for us. After some back and forth, the odd job workers returned to their work and started performing maintenance for the outer disciples' swords. In the sword cleaning chamber, the moment Lin Yun pushed open the door, he felt an icy aura blowing in his direction. The cold aura all came from the same source, the icy pool. The surface of the icy pool was covered with a cold mist as pieces of ice danced on its surface. Within the pool, 10 odd swords rested. Despite merging the memories of the previous owner of this body with his own, the icy pool was still a mystery to Lin Yun. The ice flow on the pool is even colder than the 1,000-year ice from Aquasky Nation's Moon Lake. This was a well-kept secret, even within the sect. Across the icy pool from where Lin Yun stood, there was an old man sharpening a sword. Besides the sword sharpening stone were at least 10 different colors of spiritual liquids. The skill of the old man was transparent, as he would occasionally use the spiritual liquids individually or merge them before pouring them onto the sword sharpening stone. Lin Yun did not speak as he watched the old man sharpen the sword. When he was finished, Lin Yun cupped his hands together. "Senior Hong, I have reached the third stage of the martial path, and I will be leaving the sword cleaning chamber soon." Senior Hong was the true master of the sword cleaning chamber, but he didn't like to get involved in the management, which resulted in Zhou Ping's tyranny. Lin Yun had learned everything he knew from this old man. It was because of him Lin Yun was allowed to enter the sword cleaning chamber, thus allowing him to perform maintenance for some inner disciples. Shock briefly flashed across the old man's face before regaining his composure. With a sigh, he said, "That's not surprising. Your natural talent may be lacking, but you've received so many pellets from Su Ziao it had to happen eventually. But be careful. In the journey of the martial path, reaching Xiantian is only the beginning. With your skill, it will be a tough journey. In the end, it's still a dead end. You're fated with swords, and you can connect with profound artifacts. If we were outside, I could introduce you to a profound master. When you become skilled enough, you will come in contact with some incredibly powerful people." Senior Hong's words confused Lin Yun. What's a profound master? Why is Xiantian considered the beginning of the martial way? However, he could tell Senior Hong was worried. And, judging from Senior Hong's first sentence, it seemed he owed a great deal to Su Ziao. "Senior Hong, thank you for your concern. I have already determined my path, and regardless of the difficulties that await me on the martial way, I will continue down it. I don't need my name to resound. I just want to be free from regrets." He had lived twice and escaped death. He had been through many hardships. Lin Yun's sincerity caught Senior Hong by surprise. He smiled, "Free from regrets." Lin Yun's words were meaningful. There was not much Senior Hong could add. Going from a sword slave to someone in the third stage of the martial path can be considered a step into the heavens. I have to give you my congratulations and gratitude that you still remember an old man like me. I don't have anything else to give you except for this painting. It has been with me for years. I want you to have it. Senior Hong spoke as he handed Lin Yun a scroll. Lin Yun was speechless. This painting was Elder Hong's prized possession. Lin Yun had found him staring at it longingly many times when he thought he was alone. Senior Hong had given him so much already. How could he possibly take his treasure? He couldn't. Not something so important. When I was young, I became a cripple because of this painting. But even so, I did not manage to find out anything profound with it. Now that I have one foot in the grave, why do I still need it? So that it can be buried with me? If I remember correctly, you're trained in the ferocious tiger fist. This painting might be useful to you. Senior Hong would not take no for an answer. He shoved the painting into Lin Yun's hand and waved him away. Go on. You don't have to come here anymore. Once you're out there, don't let others lead you astray. You, Lin Yun, are no longer Azure Sky Sect's sword slave. Senior Hong spoke the last sentence with a heavy tone, shaking Lin Yun to his core. That's right, no matter how others look at him from now on, he can hold his head high. Holding the painting close, Lin Yun gave a bow before he left. As he watched Lin Yun leave, Senior Hong let out a concerned sigh. When Lin Yun came out of the sword cleaning chamber, all the odd job workers looked at him differently. They looked at him with a mix of jealousy and concern. Everyone knew that Lin Yun would never come back to this place. With Zhou Ping gone, Lin Yun was surprised to see no one was blocking his path. After taking one last look, he left, heading back to his own residence. It was an inconspicuous house, located remotely in the Azure Sky Peak. In his room, Lin Yun started writing in his book. 100 body nourishing pellets, 20 blood energy pellets. All amounted to 300 taels of gold. He was making a recording of all the pellets that Su Xiao had given him over the last 2 years. His talent had allowed him the opportunity to maintain Su Xiao's sword. Over the 2 years, his work for her had added up to quite the sum. As everyone had said, without all these rewards, it was impossible for the previous owner of this body to reach the third stage of the martial path. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough. This was clearly important to the previous owner of this body. His memory was not nearly as good as Lin Yun's, and yet he remembered every detail of his interactions with Su Xiao, from the rewards he was given, to the reasons she came for repairs. He even remembered what the weather was like on the days she would stop by. With even the slightest of effort, he would be able to remember anything involving Su Xiao. The previous owner of this body wasn't stupid, and he was incredibly strong-willed. Lin Yun couldn't figure out why he was such a fool when it came to Su Xiao. Her rewards were only out of etiquette, couldn't even be considered manners. It was clear she didn't care about what she was giving away. Love was truly inexplicable. Thinking about how Su Xiao wiped her sword today and the expression she let slip, Lin Yun shook his head as he continued writing. After he finished his writing, he gently blew on the brush for it to dry. When he recalled Su Xiao's indifferent gaze and the infatuation that the previous owner of this body had for her, Lin Yun shook his head. Even now, the feelings from the previous owner of this body still affected him. Don't worry about it. When I join the outer sect and find some success for myself, I will repay her tenfold on your behalf. Lin Yun leaned back, tucking the paper away as he muttered. For some reason, speaking those words brought peace to those feelings. Surprisingly, they were replaced with gratitude. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. If there was an afterlife, don't be a fool for love. Setting those thoughts aside, Lin Yun took out the painting that Senior Hong had given him. In the past, he had often seen Senior Hong looking at the painting carefully but had never been able to get a good look at it himself. Embody the tiger, smell the rose? The words were written in a powerful, ancient dialect. When he unfurled the scroll, there released from within a ferocious howl as an astral tiger leapt forth from the parchment. Wura! Lin Yun dropped the scroll in a panic, raising his arms to defend himself. His heart was in his throat as he struggled to regain his composure. I swear I was attacked by a tiger, but there's nothing here. What's going on? His eyes flashed back to the scroll laying in the dirt. His body resisted, but he knew he must retrieve it. With a second look, Lin Yun could now see the painting was of a pouncing tiger. The simple act of viewing the painting brought an intense pressure crashing down on him. Time stood still as the tiger came alive once again. Is this actually just painting? The beast's ferocious visage left Lin Yun unable to breathe. He quickly bound the scroll as he no longer dared to look at it. He grasped his hands in an attempt to stop them from shaking. It was terrifying, and now he finally knew why Senior Hong was so careful. The overbearing pressure the painting exuded and the king of beasts' murderous intent were nothing like anything Lin Yun had ever experienced. This painting was undoubtedly a treasure. But how was he supposed to use something he could barely stand to hold? Wait! Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he recalled Senior Hong's words. If I remember correctly, you're trained in the ferocious tiger fist. Regardless of anything, this painting might be useful to you. Suddenly, he realized Senior Hong had not meant for him to solve how this mysterious painting worked, but rather for Lin Yun to use it to bring his ferocious tiger first to the next level. The mastery of all techniques is separated into 4 different realms: initial, lesser, greater, and complete. The ferocious tiger fist was the foundation of all foundation techniques. You needed minimal comprehension to achieve initial mystery, and, if you worked hard enough, one could quite easily reach lesser mastery. Reaching greater mastery was a different story, though. If you didn't have enough comprehension, it was futile no matter how much time you put in. As for complete mastery, that was simply a dream. Any foundation technique could be made lethal if you were to reach a complete mastery in it. Complete mastery was so powerful that you might even be able to break through the initial gate of the technique itself and achieve greater lethality. It had taken Lin Yun 2 years to achieve lesser mastery. This meant he could only unleash 30% of the ferocious tiger fist's full might, and it was complete luck that he had defeated Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was mostly to blame for his loss. If he had taken the fight seriously, there was not much Lin Yun could have done in his current state. The fact that Lin Yun had reached the 3rd stage of the martial path had caught Zhou Ping off guard. He had underestimated Lin Yun, and his carelessness was his undoing. Lin Yun was in no condition to join the outer sect. At least not as he was now. I should stabilize my current cultivation and attain a greater mastery of the ferocious tiger fist before I move on. Lin Yun had always been a cautious man. He much preferred careful planning, preventing as many mistakes as possible along the way. This world belonged to those who had the strength to take it. Being rash could easily result in his death. Satisfied with his decision, Lin Yun immediately got to work. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Lin Yun unrolled the scroll once more. As he did, the now familiar pressure came down on him once more. It took everything he had to keep his gaze locked on the tiger. He managed only 2 seconds before he was forced to wind the scroll. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun allowed the ferocious tiger in the painting to linger in his mind. His eyes sparked with electricity as he began performing the ferocious tiger fist in the center of his home. With each action, his fists left behind gales that flowed as smooth as a gentle river. The tiger's image dancing across his mind slowly began to dissolve as he performed the ferocious tiger fist. By the time he completed the first round, an intense sense of peace enveloped his entire being. Thoughts started gushing out of his mind in a flash of synthesis, all related to the ferocious tiger fist. He had never experienced anything quite like this. Senior Hong was right. Lin Yun could barely contain himself as he unfurled the scroll once more. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. This time he managed to look at the scroll for 4 seconds, twice as long as before. The tiger in the painting began taking shape in his heart. In his small wooden hut, Lin Yun felt as if he had opened a window to his soul as he practiced the ferocious tiger fist. Again and again, the foundation technique that everyone else took for granted. Sweat cascaded down his body as Lin Yun persisted despite the exhaustion tormenting his every muscle. But no matter how many times he viewed the scroll, the fear never faded. Each time, It was as if experiencing a new trauma. But he persevered. Ferocious tiger descending the mountains. Repeating this sequence 10 times, Lin Yun roared as he executed the second offensive move of the ferocious tiger fist. In this moment, he felt as though he had transformed into the tiger from the painting, leaping from the ground, nearly coming in contact with the roof of the wooden shack. Upon landing, his bones crackled with a resounding roar, for torrents of wind blew forth, ravaging the house's interior. Tiger roaring in the forest, ferocious tiger descending the mountains, and 100-beast wave. These 3 forms could be used for attacking, while the previous 15 forms were meant to strengthen the body. Now that he had conquered the first 2 offensive moves, all that remained was the 100-beast wave. Lin Yun's eyes shimmered. The scroll was truly a treasure. In half a day, he had cultivated what previously would have taken him half a year. With the help of this scroll, I will reach greater mastery in no time. 3 days later, as the sun rose on the horizon, an intense gale emanated from Lin Yun's silhouette as he let loose punch after punch. He was still the sword slave, Lin Yun, having yet to become an official disciple in the outer sect. Planting his feet firmly into the earth, Lin Yun's eyes glowed intensely as he brought his onslaught to a halt. He focused his attention on the flowing current within his body. This was the internal energy that anyone can obtain after achieving the 3rd stage of the martial path. He would only be able to obtain the technique to cultivate internal energy after becoming an outer disciple. Only then would he truly be considered a true martial practitioner. Despite not receiving any formal training, his punches already contained both intent and internal energy. In an instant, Lin Yun's eyes shot open, burning with an intensity from deep within his soul. Felt as if they were on fire. Tiger roaring in the forest. Boom! His bone crackled like the howl of a wild tiger as he threw a jab forth. An explosion rang out in the air before him as a violent gale tore through his surroundings. Ferocious tiger descending the mountains. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Yun launched himself high into the air, transforming into a wild tiger before landing with an explosive force. Cracks spread out from where his fist connected with the ground, a sign he had achieved greater mastery in the ferocious tiger fist. Lin Yun had barely broken a sweat. Compared to how drenched he was after his first execution of the move, this was a drastic improvement. In just 3 days, he had achieved greater mastery in the ferocious tiger fist, all while stabilizing his cultivation in the 3rd stage of the martial path. Phew! Lin Yun pulled his fist back and stood upright. Under the sunlight, Lin Yun's soft face was full of vigor as he gently exhaled. His gaze softened as he spoke. Now that I have stabilized my cultivation and achieved greater mastery of the ferocious tiger fist, I feel much more confident. Lin Yun returned to his house to take a bath. His mind drifted when he saw the slave marking on his forehead in his reflection. It was simply too striking. Even if it didn't bother him, people would notice. Lin Yun retrieved a strip of cloth as he prepared to leave, pulling it taut around his head as he crossed the threshold. Half an incense's time later, Lin Yun arrived at the administration hall. This was where the sect distributed techniques and weapons. By the time Lin Yun arrived, there were already many disciples gathered. Lin Yun spoke as he took out his identity plaque and handed it to the administrator. Sir, my name is Lin Yun. I have reached the 3rd stage of the martial path and would like to apply to become an outer disciple. The administrator was an old man from the Yang family. While there was nothing striking about his appearance, his cultivation was in the 6th stage of the martial path. Standing before him, Lin Yun could feel an immense pressure. Sword slave Lin Yun? The administrator asked, raising an eyebrow. He did not bother verifying Lin Yun's identity and smiled. I've heard of you. You have quite the talent when it comes to sword maintenance. The old man's voice wasn't particularly loud, but it still garnered attention from those nearby. Sword slave Lin Yun. Oh hey, he's fixed my sword before. He managed to reach the 3rd stage of the martial path? Impressive. Don't get too excited. You're forgetting how many pellets senior sister Su gave him. You'd have to be an idiot to take this long with those kinds of resources. The murmur in the administration hall turned into an uproar the moment the administrator mentioned Lin Yun's name. Despite their jeers, Lin Yun continued unfazed. "Senior, you're being too courteous. May I become an outer disciple?" According to the rules established long ago, anyone who reaches the third stage of the martial path, regardless of their status, can become an outer disciple. So normally, yes. But you're the exception. The administrator smirked as he watched Lin Yun's growing disappointment. "Wait, what? Why am I the exception? Why don't you tell us where your cultivation came from?" Administrator Yang asked mockingly. "I'll save you the breath. Everyone knows Su Xiao has given you tons of pellets. Without them you would have gotten nowhere. Your cultivation is superficial, boy. What good are you to the sect?" The old man couldn't help but laugh as he continued. "I'll make things easy for you. See all these outer disciples? Pick one. If you can survive 10 moves, I'll approve of you as an outer disciple. Otherwise—" Yang paused briefly, looking Lin Yun over disappointedly, before he barked. "Otherwise you'll return to your hovel and continue on being a good little sword slave. You're nothing more than a waste of sect resources." The exchange had brought a solemn atmosphere to the administration hall. Most pitied him. No one wanted to see 2 years of hard work go to waste in what was bound to be a humiliating display. Others agreed with the administrator. If it had taken him this long with the use of pellets, he had little hope. However, asking him to survive 10 moves from an outer disciple was cruel. How could someone in the third stage of the martial path possibly last 10 moves against someone who had cultivated for years? Lin Yun stared blankly at the old man. He couldn't figure out why the administrator would make things difficult for him on purpose. "Take it easy, brat. Your senior brother Zhou will take good care of you. If you manage to take 5 moves from me, I'll let you have the remaining 5 for free." A familiar voice came from the crowd. Lin Yun turned to see none other than Zhou Ping pushing his way past a group of outer disciples. A shit-eating grin spread across his homely face. "I should have known. Hey, what's with the headband? You think hiding the mark means you're not a slave?" Zhou Ping sneered as he shoved another outer disciple out of the way. Everyone understood what was happening as soon as Zhou Ping showed himself. He was here for revenge and must have used his status to get help from the administrator. Lin Yun was on his own. No one would want to risk getting into trouble for an insignificant sword slave. Ignoring Zhou Ping's mockery, he turned around to look at the old man and asked, "Was that a promise, Administrator Yang? Once I survive 10 moves from senior brother Zhou, you'll allow me to be an outer disciple?" The old man was caught off guard by Lin Yun's confidence. "You have my word. If you can prove that your cultivation is not superficial, what reason would I have to stop you?" Although he sounded sincere, the old man was laughing inside. To face Zhou Ping, someone in the 4th stage of the martial path, Lin Yun was truly impudent. A low murmur swept over the administration hall. Everyone thought Lin Yun would back down after being given such an unfair assignment. It was clearly a trap. No one with the right mind would accept it and risk being humiliated. Zhou Ping was easily the favorite. He was in the 4th stage of the martial path, one whole stage above his pellet-reliant opponent. "Senior brother Zhou, please." Lin Yun stretched out his hand after moving to an empty space in the administration hall. "Heh, as your boss, I'll go easy on you. Like I said, you only need to survive 5 moves from me." Zhou Ping was on the move, palms spread apart, before he even finished speaking. A gale propelled him forward as he darted around the impromptu arena. Lowered torso, arms spread. This is the eagle palm art. Hunting eagle. Momentum is the key. Judging from his form, Zhou Ping is quite familiar with this technique. The moment he leaps off the ground, it will be even more incredible. And here I thought he was being generous, telling Lin Yun he only needed to survive 5 moves. He's not far from greater mastery of the eagle palm art. Everyone here was a cultivator and thus able to see the finer points of Zhou Ping's attack. They were nothing like the odd-job workers from the sword cleaning chamber. Outer disciples could easily tell how powerful Zhou Ping's attack was. As a torrent of wind rushed through his hair, Lin Yun locked eyes with Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping seemed like a different person from the man Lin Yun fought 3 days ago. He was taking this seriously. If it weren't for his training over the last few days, Lin Yun would be doomed. However, Lin Yun remained calm, remembering his encounters with the tiger from the painting. While Zhou Ping built his momentum, Lin Yun was shoring up his power. Look, the sword slave must be terrified. He's just standing there. Does he have a death wish? The eagle palm art is absolutely overwhelming. Unless you have extraordinary footwork, it's impossible to gain an advantage on it. How would a sword slave know about that? Once Zhou Ping goes airborne, this fight's over. There it is. He jumped. When he had finally gained enough momentum, Zhou Ping launched himself into the air with a violent stomp. He was like an arrow loosed from a bow flying higher and higher into the sky. As he reached the apex, a sinister smile spread across his face. Leaving the humiliation from 3 days ago aside, Lin Yun was Zhou Ping's cash cow. There was no way he would allow Lin Yun to become an outer disciple. He needed those pellets. Here I come. Zhou Ping screeched as he breached the apex, focusing his momentum directly at Lin Yun. His fingers formed into vicious talons as he dove for Lin Yun's head. How ruthless! The administration hall went silent as they anticipated the strike. Lin Yun was trapped. Zhou Ping had covered all options. None of the outer disciples could see a way for him to escape. He was going straight for his head. If somehow the move didn't kill him, he'd wish it had. 5 moves? Zhou Ping only needed 1 to finish off Lin Yun. He had no intention of letting him pass. Hush! With the impact imminent, Lin Yun barely managed to keep his eyes open through the violent gale, his hair dancing in the wind. Shifting his right foot back, Lin Yun lowered his body. No one could understand why he would do something so foolish. Was he going to dodge the attack? There's no way he'll be able to dodge in time, right? Wait. The administrator's right eye began to twitch as he realized what was happening. Lin Yun was locked in. Embody the tiger. Smell the rose. The ferocious tiger fist. Tiger roaring in the forest. The shift back was not an attempt to escape, as everyone had thought. On the contrary, he was using his lowered stance as a platform to launch an attack of his own. For a split second, it seemed as if an image had unfolded behind him. His bone crackled. The roar of a tiger rang out incessantly as Lin Yun threw his jab, causing an explosion in the air before him followed by a violent burst of wind. This punch is for myself. You shouldn't have obstructed my path. Greater mastery of the ferocious tiger fist. Only a few outer disciples had eyes keen enough to see what happened. Lin Yun's ferocious tiger fist had already reached the heights of greater mastery. Boom! As the fist and palm connected, Zhou Ping's eagle palm art crumpled under the force. Zhou Ping's palm was torn apart. It felt as if every bone in his arm had been ground to dust as he was sent flying across the hall. As he flew, Zhou Ping awoke to a new understanding of fear. How is this possible? How did Lin Yun manage to achieve greater mastery in just 3 days? The ferocious tiger fist might be a foundation technique, but it was still not easy to reach greater mastery. He had intended to finish off Lin Yun in a single strike, but his plan had backfired. Such a strong attack had left him vulnerable. But how was he to know Lin Yun would be able to capitalize on that? Lin Yun's cold gaze was still locked on his opponent as he took 2 steps forward and launched himself into the air. Although he did not reach the same heights as Zhou Ping, his ferocity perfectly resembled that of a tiger. Ferocious tiger descending the mountains. Zhou Ping was still helplessly flying through the air, his right arm in shambles. He could only watch as Lin Yun's fist connected with his chest, driving him into the ground. Crack! Several of Zhou Ping's ribs shattered as his breath evacuated his body. This second punch is for this body's previous owner. You shouldn't have used your strength to bully him over the last 2 years. With that, Lin Yun withdrew his fist back and stood upright, moving his fingers to calm the torrent of internal energy within his body. Everyone expected Zhou Ping to end the fight in a single move. No one expected Zhou Ping to be defeated in just 2. The hall was silent. The administrator flickered. A rush of wind blew past Lin Yun as he appeared beside Zhou Ping, checking on the latter's injuries. After seeing the damage, he turned to Lin Yun in disgust. How dare a sword slave like yourself be so ruthless? Lin Yun, for the act of injuring your peer, I hereby banish you from this sect. Lin Yun was taken aback by his fervor, but he had seen this coming. The ferocious tiger fist is weak against the eagle palm art. If I had not brought out my full strength, I would have been the one on the ground. Blasphemy! How dare you talk back to me? The administrator screamed furiously. How would he explain this to Zhou Ping's father? This sword slave was truly courting death by talking back. In an instant, the atmosphere within the administration hall had changed. Tensions rose as the administrator turned his wrath towards Lin Yun. Just as the administrator was about to move, a hoarse voice came bellowing from the upper floors. Halt! Halt! A hoarse voice bellowed from the upper floors, stopping the administrator in his tracks. Hall Master Wang. On the top floor stood a man clothed in all black. A suppressive pressure rained down as he assessed the scene before him. Greetings, Lord Hall Master. Every outer disciple in the hall dropped to their knees as they recognized who they now stood before them. This old man was the administration hall's hall master, and one of the few people who had reached the 9th stage of the martial path. In the 10 stages of the martial path, every third stage represented a valley, requiring the body to reach new heights before making a breakthrough. In the entire Azure Sky sect, only a handful of people, one of whom was the sect master, had reached the 9th stage of the martial path. While the hall master spent most of his time in the administration hall, he was rarely involved in hall matters directly. Administrator Yang, I understand your displeasure. While your feelings are justified, he has passed your test, has he not? There is no need for you to continue making things difficult for this young man. As per his reward, please retrieve an outer sect uniform, cultivation technique, and weapon for him. Personally. Why yes, Lord Hall Master. It will be done immediately, Lord Hall Master. The old man nodded. Briefly, he paused to look at Lin Yun before turning to leave. The administrator let out a tense sigh, knowing he was lucky the Lord Hall Master had not formally punished him. The humiliation that he, a hall administrator, had to fetch items for a sword slave was punishment enough. Follow me, he grunted as he led Lin Yun to the 2nd floor. As they watched Lin Yun disappear up the stairs, all the disciples of the Azure Sky sect praised Lin Yun for his luck. If it wasn't for the hall masters making his appearance, Lin Yun would not have walked out of there in one piece. Zhou Ping cursed silently as he waited for someone to help him. In all of the excitement, the outer disciples had completely forgotten he still lay crumpled in the corner. The 2nd floor of the administration hall was forbidden ground in the sect. Every technique in the Azure Sky sect was stored here. New disciples were only allowed up here once and were only allowed 1 cultivation technique and 1 martial technique each. In the future, they would have to earn the right to come here again. Administrator Yang pointed at the shelf before them. Go on. Anyone in the 3rd stage of the martial path can choose from the martial techniques here, and over there is where all the cultivation techniques are stored. Lin Yun was unfazed by Administrator Yang's cold attitude. His eyes darted excitedly over the contents of the shelf before him. Azure Sky Art, Thunder Gale Art, Aqua Jade Art. Seeing how quickly Lin Yun flipped through the books, Administrator Yang sneered. Once a sword slave, always a sword slave. He probably has no idea what he's looking at. After all, anyone with talent would have asked him for advice. Administrator Yang, I'll take this one. Pure Yang art. It took everything he had not to laugh as he read the cover. While it was true those who cultivate the pure Yang art would have robust internal energy, the cultivation technique progressed too slowly. Most of the people in the sect who picked it had ultimately dropped it. Are you certain? I am. Administrator Yang smiled. You have keen eyes. This cultivation technique is pretty good, and it suits you well. Lin Yun was not fooled by Administrator Yang's disingenuous approval, but it did not matter. He had already memorized all the cultivation techniques on the shelf. A picture of it all burned into his mind. After a brief analysis, he was confident in his choice. The 10 stages of the martial path were meant to lay the foundation for the body, and the dense internal energy provided by the pure Yang art was undoubtedly the most suitable for long-term progression. The martial techniques were displayed similarly to the cultivation techniques, but were separated into 3 ranks: Foundation, Intermediate, and Advanced. After some thought, Lin Yun picked an intermediate sword technique, the Flowing Wind Sword. This technique was widely known for its lethality and agility. This flowing wind sword requires a high level of comprehension, and even many inner disciples have a hard time learning it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Administrator Yang almost felt bad after seeing Lin Yun making another wrong choice. The hall master had given him this job personally. The last thing he wanted was for Lin Yun's poor choices to come back on him. I think I'll be fine, but thanks. Impudent. Administrator Yang scowled as he turned away. If the sword slave wanted to make poor decisions, so be it. Next was the weapons chamber. Lin Yun had barely begun looking before the administrator forced a weapon into his hands. Pulling the sword out of the sheath, Lin Yun began examining it. Surprisingly, it wasn't bad. The sword was forged with azure steel, the standard for disciples of the Azure Sky sect. He had seen his fair share of these during his time as a sword slave. Based on its markings, it was one of the highest quality azure steel swords one could find. But as he was finishing up his inspection, the end of the blade shattered, its shards falling to the ground. The sword was only left with half of its body. What's wrong? Administrator Yang took the sword and looked it over carefully. In the end, he couldn't figure out what was wrong with it and cursed. Grab another one. It seems the person responsible for buying swords must have bought a shoddy one. Crack, crack, crack. 3 swords in a row broke as soon as Lin Yun unsheathed them. Administrator Yang glared at Lin Yun. Sword slave? Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Yun was known in the sect for his skills in sword maintenance. He couldn't be this clumsy even if he wanted to play a joke on the administrator. Lin Yun was confused himself. I wish I was strong enough to do that on purpose. I have no idea what's happening. Mind if I pick one? Dream on. Wait here. Administrator Yang sifted through the swords in the chamber, periodically looking back to glare at Lin Yun. When he saw one in the corner, his eyes lit up. It was an old, rusted blade, perfect for an impudent sword slave. Administrator Yang stopped him before he could unsheathe the sword. Try it when you get home. That's the last sword you'll get. If it breaks, you're out of luck. Lin Yun couldn't blame him. He felt bad for breaking all those swords. He decided it was best to move on. Before he left, Administrator Yang asked once more, Are you sure you don't want to swap the flowing wind sword for another technique? It's fine. Hey, you've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. But this technique relies on comprehension. It's not something that a sword slave like you can handle. This is your last chance. Don't come crying to me when it doesn't work out. Okay. Goodbye. Administrator Yang smirked as he watched Lin Yun leave. He couldn't wait for this stubborn, insolent sword slave to come groveling back when he realized what a terrible choice he'd made. For hours later, Lin Yun had returned to his wooden shack and had changed into his new uniform. It was a stark white robe with an azure overshirt, quite the refreshing look compared to the rags he normally wore. Standing in the clearing outside his wooden shack, Lin Yun unsheathed his sword and began to perform. If only Administrator Yang could see him. An ordinary person could only dream of being proficient with the flowing wind sword in half a month's time. But Lin Yun had done it almost immediately. This doesn't seem that hard. It took Lin Yun only 4 hours to achieve initial mastery, gaining full comprehension of this technique's foundation. Aside from the foundation techniques, the flowing wind sword had 3 ultimate moves: wind assembling, reflective shadow, and traceless blow. Judging from his progress, it would not take long for him to achieve lesser mastery. Lin Yun's mind wandered as he looked over the rusted blade in his hands. The sword was 2 fingers wide and 1.1 meters long. The body of the blade was teal in color, too corroded and chipped to reflect anything. When he rapped it with his knuckle, the sword replied with a dull thunk. Lin Yun was certain that this sword must be made of metallic wood. Aside from metals, swords could also be forged with animal bones, stone, and even metallic wood. However, those cases were rare. Metallic wood wasn't meant to be a literal description, but rather a category of flora that were comparable to metal in strength. There are many flora in the world that could be forged into swords, with ancient construct wood being the most famous. When Senior Hong imparted his sword maintenance skills to Lin Yun, Senior Hong gave him a sword compendium, with all the named swords recorded in it. Within the compendium, there were many treasured swords made from flora. Despite knowing all this, Lin Yun couldn't tell the origin of this sword. Judging from its dull luster and lack of aura, the sword was most likely useless even if it had been forged with precious metals. The value of metallic wood swords relied heavily on appearance and aura. Without any maintenance, the sword would eventually become worthless. However, Lin Yun was still happy. At the very least, the sword did not break when he held it. As long as he took good care of it, he would be able to get some use out of it. Sheathing the sword, Lin Yun excitedly took out the pure yang art. It's time to practice the cultivation technique. It was impossible for him to have a future without the cultivation of internal energy, and only someone in the third stage of the martial path could be considered a martial practitioner. Hence, Lin Yun folded his legs together and closed his eyes. Focusing his attention inward, Lin Yun carefully tried to circulate the internal energy within his body in accordance with the pure yang art. This was not an easy task. His early attempts caused the internal energy in his body to go into turmoil. By the time he started to grasp at it, the sky had turned dark. As stars started flickering in the sky, Lin Yun could barely contain his joy. He finally managed to cultivate the pure yang art. Calming himself, Lin Yun entered into a profound state. Along with the internal energy circulating within his body, he managed to see his 5 viscera and 6 organs. The sensation was magical. Internal vision. A martial practitioner was required to reach the third stage of the martial path and must have performed internal vision before they could officially start the martial way. Lin Yun was so focused on his cultivation, he failed to notice an old, broken blade lying within his dantian. On it were 9 shackles that extended into the darkness. As he circulated the pure yang art, tiny sparks of spiritual energy landed on the broken blade, causing ripples to resonate across its surface. As the spiritual energy rained down, the end of the shackles started to tremble from within the darkness. The pure yang art was separated into 5 stages, just as Lin Yun had expected. Compared to the flowing wind sword, his progress in the pure yang art had been much slower. After 3 days, he was still stuck on the first stage. In cultivation, the fundamentals lie in one's aptitude. In this instance, aptitude specifically referred to a person's constitution. Unfortunately, Lin Yun's inherent constitution left much to be desired and his foundation was below average as a result. The only way to make up for a lack of aptitude was to rely on external help. Generally speaking, external help came mostly in the form of pellets, but one could also be aided by their environment. In places with an abundance of spiritual energy, cultivation efficiency could be boosted dramatically. However, such places in the Azure Sky sect had already been claimed by inner disciples and elders. Hence, without superb aptitude, a special location or pellets, it was natural for Lin Yun's progress in the pure yang art to be slow. Thankfully, the 3 days weren't entirely wasted as he had become proficient in the flowing wind sword. He also had not forgotten to practice the ferocious tiger fist. It seemed techniques that required comprehension were his strong suit. Sword techniques were meant to kill, cultivation techniques were meant to cultivate his internal energy, and the ferocious tiger fist was meant to strengthen his body. Proper training required the practice of all 3. Outside his wooden shack, Lin Yun spread his palms as he came in contact with the hilt of his sword. The sword let out a gentle hum as it began vibrating rapidly under his palm. It appeared to be trying to spin, but was being held back by the scabbard lodged in the ground. "Not yet," Lin Yun said, closing his eyes as he focused all his senses on the vibrating blade. He began to slowly pour his spirit energy into the sword. Whoosh! A gentle wisp of wind rose, tousling his hair. Wind assembling. Lin Yun's eyes shot open and began to spark as he grabbed the hilt. So heavy. An intense downward force came from the sword as all the accumulated power pulled him toward the earth. It was only due to the foundation laid by the ferocious tiger fist that Lin Yun managed to stabilize himself as he lifted the sword. Swish! The instant he lifted the sword, his body was dragged forward. The sword had traveled 2 feet and lodged itself in a rock, bringing Lin Yun with it. A spiderweb of fractures branched out from the inch-deep incision the sword had created. After only one attempt of this move, Lin Yun felt as if his entire body had been drained of its energy. Wiping the sweat on his forehead as Lin Yun looked at the sword that had pierced the stone. That was wind assembling. It was one of the 3 offensive moves of the flowing wind sword, drawing the wind into the sword before unleashing it in a torrent. No wonder this technique was so difficult to learn. So this is what it means to assemble the wind and unleash its power, Lin Yun reflected. He had executed this move without pulling his sword out of the scabbard. If he had, the power would definitely be on a whole new different level. However, executing this move was impractically difficult. If he was in a battle with an enemy, his enemy would definitely not wait for him to accumulate his strength. He needed more practice. Someday he would be able to use this move at will, but only then would it see battle. Unfortunately, this is probably as far as I can go on my own. If I want to take the next step, I will have to visit the sect's mechanism hall and battle puppets or leave the sect to find something to fight. I'll need the experience if I want to improve my swordsmanship, Lin Yun gently muttered. He was displeased that he had yet to obtain lesser mastery in the sword technique. After a brief moment, Lin Yun made up his mind. He would find something to fight. The mechanism hall was effective, but it required money. Money he didn't have. By going out, he would be able to train himself hunting beasts, which could then be sold for both money and pellets. After all, he needed pellets to increase his efficiency in pure yang art. Without them, his cultivation would begin to stagnate. Even if he made a vast improvement in his sword technique, it was nothing without the cultivation to back it up. Cloud Horizon Mountain resided behind the Azure Sky sect. It was part of a vast mountain range that spread through numerous nations. Even the Aquasky Nation only occupied a small portion of it. However, this small portion was enough to cover a third of the Aquasky Nation's land. The Aquasky Nation had 3 other great factions aside from the Azure Sky sect, namely the Mad Blade sect, Profound Sun sect, and the Violet Ember sect. A commonality between the 4 sects was that many of their disciples liked to adventure up Cloud Horizon Mountain. In the past, Lin Yun had been prohibited from doing so because of his status as a sword slave. Hence, he did not have many opportunities to train himself. However, he no longer had such concerns. After putting a few things together, he left his wooden shack. Cloud Horizon Mountain wasn't far from the Azure Sky sect, located only an hour's journey behind the sect. Many ferocious beasts reside on Cloud Horizon Mountain, and demonic beasts could be found if one dared venture too far. Compared to wild beasts, demonic beasts were mutated from absorbing spiritual energy, demonizing little by little. They were a terrifying sight to behold. Even the weakest one was comparable in strength to someone on the 5th stage of the martial path. If Lin Yun encountered a demonic beast in his current state, he would make it out alive. But he had no intention of trying his luck with the demonic beasts, so he traveled carefully as he hunted for more suitable prey. A beast's fur, claws, and meat were all worth some money and, compared to how much he currently had, they would be a considerable source of income for Lin Yun. However, for some reason, he only encountered them in groups. Being alone, he was forced to give up on them. Splash, splash, splash. Water! The sound led Lin Yun to a stream that fed into a lake. The noise was coming from the water as it crashed against the rocks. Convergent streams, flowing wind, the flowing wind sword. Like water and the wind. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as it dawned on him. Could it be that the flowing wind sword did not mean the flowing of wind, but wind like the flowing water? No wonder no one succeeded in the flowing wind sword. Perhaps this was the problem. Closing his eyes, Lin Yun began concentrating on the image of the flowing wind sword in his mind. A moment later, he drew his sword and leapt down into the water. Splash! When he jumped into the stream, he was carried away by the torrent, soaking his body to its core. When Lin Yun made it back to shore, He got back on his feet quickly, completely unfazed. Wiping the water off his face, he jumped in once more, repeating the cycle unafraid. He lost track of how many times he failed. 100 times? Maybe 1,000? His body was covered in bruises from the repeated impact of the current, but he had long since gone numb. I got it! His perseverance paid off as Lin Yun finally managed to gain a footing on a rock. No matter how torrential the current was, it could not drag him away. Overcome with joy, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile as he started executing the flowing wind sword. Convergent streams, flowing wind. Within the raging torrent, Lin Yun's sword danced as he focused his senses on the wisps of wind created by the current. When he sprung from the water, his swordplay became one with the wind and stream. Whoosh! Swish! Swish! Lin Yun brandished his sword along with the flow as he leapt from rock to rock, losing himself in his cultivation of the flowing wind sword. He was like the wind as he merged with the torrent, following the current to the stream's mouth. The moment he was about to fall into the lake, the sword in his hand started rotating violently. Just as he was about to touch the lake, he roared and lunged his sword forward. Wind assembling. The momentum from the sword pulled him upwards, soaring like a bird just above the surface of the lake. Wherever the sword went, the lake beneath him was split in two. The lake was nearly 100 meters across, but he had traveled across it with ease. As Lin Yun looked back, he saw the walls of water the sword had created converge in a torrential spray before settling back into the lake. Traveling 100 meters with the sword, he had finally achieved a lesser mastery in the flowing wind sword. The flowing wind sword seems to be stronger than the records show. It looks like the Azure Skysec's flowing wind sword might not be complete. At the very least, there are still some parts missing, Lin Yun whispered to himself. For him to comprehend the flowing wind sword today, the time he spent here had not been wasted. Roar! 3 howling roars echoed across the lake, snapping Lin Yun from his moment of bliss. When he turned his head to the source, he locked eyes with 3 brown iron-clawed wolves. They seemed to be searching for prey and had been drawn by the commotion. The iron-clawed wolves were formidable beasts, with claws tougher and sharper than steel. They could easily tear out organs with nothing more than a gentle swipe. They also always traveled in packs, so Lin Yun had done his best to avoid them up until now. But that was before Lin Yun had achieved a lesser mastery in the flowing wind sword. Now he had a new technique he was eager to try. His smile faded and his brow sank. Lin Yun did not dare be careless. Clenching his sword, his body trembled slightly, not from the fear, but excitement. The 3 iron-clawed wolves were cautious. They could sense something was unusual about their prey. They leered at Lin Yun as they howled, unleashing their bloodlust. An ordinary man would lose himself in the face of such unfettered savagery. No one moved. To the untrained, it appeared as if both parties had reached a stalemate, but in actuality they were sounding each other out. Lin Yun knew he only had one chance. If he failed to get rid of the 3 wolves in a single strike, he would be ripped to shreds. He needed to bide his time and wait for an opening. Sweeping his gaze, he could see one of the wolves was growing impatient. Taking a step forward, he made his move. The moment they saw his muscles tense, the 3 iron-clawed wolves lunged at Lin Yun in perfect unison. Remaining calm, Lin Yun burst forth like a torrent, wind following along with his sword. In the next instance, a spray of blood washed over the surrounding grass. Lin Yun stumbled as he regained his footing. 3 deep claw marks had been left on his left arm. There was a serious thump behind him as the 3 iron-clawed wolves dropped to the ground. Turning his head, he saw the 3 wolves were bleeding profusely from the underside of their necks. They had already taken their last breaths. Walking over to the corpses, Lin Yun muttered, "I underestimated their speed. If I had been more accurate, I wouldn't have been injured." Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun took out a dagger and started harvesting their claws. Their fur and meat weren't worth the trouble it would take to bring them back, so he ultimately decided to leave them behind. Wind flowing like water. This proves I'm on the right path. Defeating 3 iron-clawed wolves while on only the 3rd stage of the martial path was no small feat. Lin Yun enjoyed a well-deserved boost in confidence as he set for home. The claws of the 3 iron-clawed wolves were worth a significant sum of money. Not to mention that Lin Yun didn't owe anyone else a portion. The last battle had given a huge boost to Lin Yun's confidence and an ample harvest. Hence, Lin Yun resumed hunting for the next few days. The experience of lingering between life and death constantly strengthened his will as he managed to fully unleash the essence of the flowing wind sword in the battle. The sword displayed great lethality, and it wasn't like other intermediate sword techniques. In just 3 days he made a surprisingly large harvest, filling his bag to the brim. Claws from the 3 iron-clawed wolves, a spotted tiger's fur, a shaped bull's horn. His bag was filled with all sorts of materials that he had harvested from beasts. I have to find somewhere to hide them. It wasn't convenient for him to walk around with so much stuff on him. Hence, Lin Yun found a secret location in the woods where he hid the bag on a tree. He covered it in leaves and branches before he returned to the ground. Raising his head to look at the bag, the leaf covering perfectly concealed it from the naked eye. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt a dense spiritual aura blowing in his direction. Spiritual hotspots? Lin Yun was quite surprised. He knew that there were many places in the world with an abundance of spiritual aura, known as spiritual spots, but, in the Azure Sky sect, such locations were all monopolized by inner disciples and elders. Somehow, he had managed to discover one while trying to find somewhere to hide his harvest. It goes without saying, he wanted to take a look. Following the spiritual aura, Lin Yun swiftly journeyed forth before he felt something unusual about the environment. As he took in his surroundings, he noticed the woods had suddenly become quieter. In the woods, you could usually hear even the slightest wisp of wind, but Lin Yun couldn't even hear the buzzing of insects or the calls of beasts. Eyes sharp, Lin Yun clenched his jaw as he mustered his courage to journey forth. If it really was a spiritual spot, he could use it to advance his pure yang art. Thus, he did not want to give up this opportunity. Half an incense's time later, Lin Yun arrived at the source of the spiritual aura. It's really a spiritual spot. The spiritual aura here is several-fold more dense compared to other places, maybe even higher. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Yun looked around. Aside from some wild plants and grasses, he couldn't see anything else unusual about this place. Whatever. Let's just bring my pure yang art to the 2nd stage and leave this place quickly. After Lin Yun made up his mind, he sat down under a tree and closed his eyes. As he circulated the pure yang art within his body, the spiritual aura in his surroundings began pouring into his body. The dense spiritual aura was constantly strengthening his body, nourishing his skin, muscles, bones, and meridians. In the 10 stages of the martial path, the first 3 stages strengthen the skin, bones, and meridians, while the next 3 stages strengthen the blood and 5 viscera. The following 3 stages channel the muscles, transform the bones, and change the marrow before reaching the ultimate 10th stage of the martial path. Every 3 stages was a threshold, but being in this spiritual spot caused Lin Yun to feel something unusual. He was making much more progress with the pure yang art than he normally would. Under the massive surge of internal energy flowing through his body, his clogged meridians began clearing up. At the same time, he was also making swift progress in his cultivation. However, Lin Yun remained calm. He had to be cautious at all times when journeying on the path of the martial way. After all, he could easily injure himself if he wasn't careful with his internal energy. In light cases, his meridians would be injured. In severe cases, his entire cultivation would be crippled. Hell and heaven were only a foot away. When he completed an entire circulation of the pure yang energy, his internal energy flowed inward and formed a strand of yellow aura within his dantian. He had reached the 2nd stage of the pure yang art. But Lin Yun knew now was not the time to celebrate. He had to utilize his time in this spiritual spot to its fullest. He centered himself and resumed his cultivation. He had to admit that there was a drastic difference between the 1st and 2nd stages of the pure yang art. He was absorbing the surrounding spiritual aura at twice the previous rate. Boom! Lin Yun's eyes shot open, glistening with joy. To his surprise, 4 hours had passed. He had managed to clear his meridians, which meant he had reached the 4th stage of the martial path. He could easily tell the internal energy within his body was significantly more condensed than before. Furthermore, controlling it also felt much easier. I don't believe there is any spiritual spot comparable to this in the Azure Sky sect. I hit the jackpot. With both his cultivation and cultivating technique making breakthroughs at the same time, Lin Yun couldn't mask his happiness. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the spiritual aura in this location started to rotate. The spiritual aura in this place was getting so condensed he could see flickers with his naked eyes. What's happening? Shock spread across Lin Yun's face as he saw an unremarkable fruit lying in the grass up ahead, absorbing all of the spiritual aura. All of the sudden, he had figured out the reason why spiritual aura was so dense here. A treasure was being born here, and judging from the situation, the fruit appeared to be advancing. Swish! But just when the spiritual aura was about to be absorbed by the wild fruit, a silhouette flashed past, devouring the fruit. When Lin Yun got a clear look at the silhouette, he saw it was a saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger was a beast with the strength in the 4th stage of the martial path, a whole level above the iron-clawed wolves. Up until this point, Lin Yun had made sure to avoid all the saber-toothed tiger he came across. There was a drastic difference between their strength, and going up against one was the akin to courting death. Roar! After the saber-toothed tiger devoured the fruit, it raised its head to look at Lin Yun, bloodlust flickering in its eyes. A cold aura blew in his direction. As it passed through his body, Lin Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Demonic aura! Lin Yun felt as though he had stumbled into hell. This saber-toothed tiger would soon evolve into a demonic beast. An unprecedented panic swept through his heart. He shouldn't have gotten greedy after seeing the fruit. He should have been satisfied with his breakthrough and left immediately. But right now he couldn't move. Panic set in when he realized that he couldn't even move his legs. All it had taken was one look from the saber-toothed tiger. He recognized that this was his primal instincts responding to the threat before him. With a deep growl, the saber-toothed tiger began slowly approaching Lin Yun. As fear consumed him, beads of sweat started rolling down his forehead. He had never felt so close to death. At the same time, despair started rising in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was basking in the joy of making a breakthrough. But in the blink of an eye, he was filled with despair. No, I can't afford to die here. He couldn't accept dying like a coward. Even if he was doomed to die, he still wanted to rip off a piece of flesh from the saber-toothed tiger. He did not want to hand his fate over to someone else. Gnashing his teeth, Lin Yun roared in his heart. He wanted to draw his sword, but his limbs wouldn't listen. At this moment, the approaching predator roared as it pounced at him, covering Lin Yun in its massive shadow. When facing his impending death, Lin Yun was surprised that his fear had stopped growing. On the contrary, he had calmed down. Suddenly, he could move his limbs again. Embody the tiger. Smell the rose. Picturing the tiger from the painting as those words popped into his mind, Lin Yun drew his sword. He didn't have time to think as he charged the saber-toothed tiger. However, the sword imbued with his internal energy was smacked away, showing the difference between their strength. But the sword had managed to stop the saber-toothed tiger for a brief moment, pulling Lin Yun back from the gates of hell. Without hesitation, Lin Yun rolled to the side, dodging the lethal swipe from the saber-toothed tiger. Boom! A tree so large it would take 2 people to encircle it broke under the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun narrowed his focus. Looking around, he could see there was no way out. The saber-toothed tiger became enraged after missing his attack. He quickly turned around and pounced at Lin Yun once more. Seeing that his sword had become lodged in a tree, Lin Yun knew that he couldn't rely on it anymore. With only a second to decide, Lin Yun chose to face the demonized saber-toothed tiger with his greater mastery of the ferocious tiger fist. Bang! When the claw and fist came into contact, Lin Yun was thrown 10 meters. After he landed, he could feel the turmoil in his body as he stumbled back 3 paces. Surprisingly, though, Lin Yun was smiling. With the internal energy from the pure yang art fueling the ferocious tiger fist, Lin Yun discovered he had a chance with the saber-toothed tiger and his expected defeat would not come to pass. Then again, the pure yang art was known for the density of internal energy. Paired with the ferocious tiger fist, how could it be weak? Most importantly, he had reached the fourth stage of the martial path. Hence, he began his ferocious battle with the saber-toothed tiger. The pressure of having to fight for his survival forced Lin Yun to perform beyond his normal standards. He brought the ferocious tiger fist to its limits as the tiger from the painting lingered in his mind, allowing him to resist the demonic aura permeating from the saber-toothed tiger. Bang! Bang! Boom! Lin Yun could vaguely sense his ferocious tiger fist making progress during the fight, showing signs of making a breakthrough to complete mastery. He had been on defense from the start of the fight, but the flow of the battle slowly started to shift in his favor as his fist was answered by painful growls from the saber-toothed tiger. Like a king among tigers, the aura emitting from Lin Yun gradually suppressed the saber-toothed tiger. His form now perfected, Lin Yun saw his chance to unleash the first offensive move of the ferocious tiger fist. Taking a step back and lowering his body, Lin Yun unleashed the tiger roaring in the forest. Within the roar, the joints in Lin Yun's fingers crackled as he threw a jab forth. Boom! The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying. This was the first time Lin Yun had obtained an advantage during this battle. Ferocious tiger descending the mountains, not letting the saber-toothed tiger recover. Lin Yun transformed into a tiger as he leapt into the air. With a violent gale following his fist, Lin Yun threw another jab at the saber-toothed tiger, who was struggling to get back up. As he threw his punch, Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling throughout his body. It felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest waiting to be unleashed. 100 Beast Wave. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the strongest move in the ferocious tiger fist. The saber-toothed tiger, who was still struggling to stand, had terror in its eyes when it saw Lin Yun charging over. To the tiger, Lin Yun was like a tool of destruction rather than a wild beast. Lin Yun's fist was akin to a sword of unparalleled sharpness. Roaring among the winds, the 100 Beast Wave. Accompanied by a roaring wind, Lin Yun's fist went clean through the saber-toothed tiger. After it took its last breath, the tiger looked almost as if it were bowing to Lin Yun as it collapsed. Lin Yun stared at the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger in a daze, a mix of shock and joy welling up in his heart. He'd practiced the 100 Beast Wave before, but never once did it produce a result like this. He was bewildered. Why had a fist technique transformed his punch into a sword attack? Fist? Sword? Could this be the work of that painting? How mysterious, Lin Yun muttered. My ferocious tiger fist transformed. I'll need to look into this more when I return. Lin Yun would normally stand no chance against a demonized saber-toothed tiger. If not for the image in his mind, which allowed him to resist the baleful aura, he would have likely been torn to shreds. At this moment, a faint flicker happened to catch Lin Yun's eye. It was coming from the chest of the saber-toothed tiger. A beast core? Lucky me. Not every demonic beast has one. As long as a demonic beast managed to form a core, they would be able to advance in their cultivation like cultivators. For example, the strength of an ordinary saber-toothed tiger was at the pinnacle of the fourth stage of the martial path, approaching the fifth at best. But the moment it formed a core, it could break through into the sixth, seventh, or even the 10th stage of the martial path. If I didn't kill it today, a beast king might have been born on Cloud Horizon Mountain, Lin Feng remarked, a tinge of fear in his eyes. It must have formed a core after consuming that fruit. Even the core of a quasi-demonic beast was worth a significant sum. Compared to this beast core, his harvest for the past 3 days wasn't much. Lin Yun didn't give it a second thought. He took out his dagger and started cutting open the saber-toothed tiger's chest. After extracting the core, the faint glow around it disappeared, making it look like nothing more than ordinary rock. But he could still clearly sense a powerful spiritual aura as he grasped it in his hand. Lin Yun carefully stowed away the core in his bag. He was in no rush to harvest the rest of the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. He walked over to the tree to collect his sword, a hint of shame on his face. A swordsman losing their sword was a disgrace. Rustle, rustle. Just when he returned his sword to the sheath, Lin Yun heard footsteps approaching in his direction. Judging from the sound, it was a group of people. He knitted his brows. It would be terrible if he were discovered. But before he could do anything, a group of disciples in Azure Sky sect uniforms entered his vision. Lin Yun swept his eyes over the group. He recognized their leader, Chun Xiao, an outer disciple. He'd carried out sword maintenance for this fellow in the past. It's really a demonic beast. Hey, look, his chest was cut open. It must have had a beast core, Chun Xiao remarked after analyzing the corpse. Surprisingly, no one in the group paid any attention to Lin Yun apart from a casual glance. It looks like whoever fought it must have been heavily injured and immediately left after retrieving the beast core. Why else would the corpse be abandoned? Chun Xiao said, gazing around at the surroundings. Senior brother Chun, are we going to chase after him? One of the group members asked. He's probably long gone by now. Let's ask any possible witnesses. Chun Xiao then turned to Lin Yun, as if finally taking notice of his presence. You arrived here earlier than us? Did you see anyone else pass by? Lin Yun immediately understood. The thought of him being the one who killed the saber-toothed tiger didn't even cross Chun Zhao's mind. Then again, that made perfect sense. In Chun Zhao's eyes, he was only a sword slave. How could he possibly defeat a demonic beast? Even Lin Yun himself didn't believe he could kill the saber-toothed tiger in the beginning. No one. Lin Yun replied calmly, not a trace of panic on his face. Humph. Useless trash. Then get out of my sight. Chun Xiao barked, the contempt in his eyes as clear as day. This was exactly what Lin Yun wanted. Chun Xiao was in the 5th stage of the martial path, and the rest were all at the 4th stage. It was impossible for him to go against so many people alone. Wait up, Chun Xiao called out. He tossed his sword over in Lin Yun's direction. It stabbed into the ground between his feet. It's good that you're here. Perform maintenance on my sword, saving me a trip back to the sword cleaning chamber. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer a sword slave, Senior Brother Chun. Lin Yun refused. Ho? Fine. I won't let you work for free. You can have a small share of this demonic beast as well. Lin Yun's expression flickered with rage. The saber-toothed tiger was killed by him, so the corpse belonged to him to begin with. Chun Xiao was crossing the line. Haha. This sword slave seems to have some attitude. Senior brother, why don't we give him a bashing? One of the lackeys said. Heh. I bet that if it was Su Xiao's sword, this sword slave would definitely go crawling to her, begging to perform maintenance for her, said another. Ha ha ha. The group laughed. It was no secret that the previous Lin Yun was in love with Su Xiao. The whole affair was a huge joke in the sect. Lin Yun, be obedient. I don't have a habit of bullying. After all, giving you a beating won't do any good for my reputation. Perform maintenance for my sword, and I'll speak a few words for you to Senior Sister Su. Chun Xiao teased. Ha ha ha. The rest of the group erupted into another round of laughter. Lin Feng stared coldly at their jeering faces when a thought crossed his mind. He walked up and picked up Chun Zhao's sword from the ground. Buzz! Buzz! The body of the sword vibrated as a bloody aura permeated into the air. The sword was 2 fingers wide with a wavy cloud pattern running down the blade. An amateur could tell that it was a superb sword at a glance. The edge was stained with blood from the past few days of slaughter, but it couldn't hide the sharpness of the sword. What an excellent sword! This sword was several grades above those distributed in the sect. Although it was not a profound artifact, it wasn't far from being one. Careful. My sword is expensive. It cost me nearly half a year of my savings. And Chun Xiao remarked with smug pride. Crack. Before Chun Xiao could finish speaking, Lin Yun crushed the sword into pieces. The smile on Chun Xiao's face froze. He felt as if his heart had been ripped out. All the other outer disciples stared at Lin Yun dumbfounded. So it wasn't a coincidence that all those swords broke in the weapons chamber. Senior brother, It looks like you bought a fake one with your savings. Lin Yun said sincerely, holding out the empty hilt. My cloud-line sword. Chen Xiao roared. His eyes turned crimson red, looking as if he wanted to devour Lin Yun alive. This sword was his treasure, and he'd only gotten it half a month ago. All that money, gone. It was easy to imagine how much mental anguish he was in after seeing it shatter in Lin Yun's hand. Why you? You're dead, Chen Xiao raged. He charged at Lin Yun, unleashing his fifth stage aura completely. Lin Yun was mildly shocked. Based on the pressure, Chen Xiao was at the pinnacle of the fifth stage, only a step away from breaking through. That said, it was only to this extent. He calmly greeted the attack without a trace of fear on his face. GRRWOR. Just as Chen Xiao was about to reach Lin Yun, a deep roar rang out from the distance as a powerful demonic aura swept over the surroundings. Demonic beast! Chen Xiao and the other outer disciples went pale when they felt the thick demonic aura. Damn it! The saber-toothed tiger's corpse had attracted the attention of another demonic beast. It was a wonderful nourishment for other demonic beasts. It was the sword slave's fault that they did not have any time to harvest the corpse. Sword slave. Count yourself lucky that I'm letting you off the hook today. Chen Xiao left these words behind before swiftly departing. After all, he did not dare to risk his life fighting a demonic beast. Senior brother, your sword. Lin Yun shouted as he tossed the sword back. Chen Xiao caught it out of habit. But then after seeing only the empty hit, he flew into rage and almost tripped over himself. Despite fuming inside, he resisted the urge to turn around and continued fleeing. What a pity! Lin Yun was a bit disappointed to see Chen Xiao still chose to leave despite his rage. If Chen Xiao had lost his cool and attacked him, he could have used the approaching demonic beast to deal with him. Looking around, Lin Yun could see the demonic aura wafting over with his naked eyes. The corpse of the saber-toothed tiger had evidently attracted an unknown demonic beast. Lin Yun decided it was his time to leave as well, stopping only to grab the bag of materials he had hidden earlier. 3 days later, Lin Yun arrived at a shop located just south of the Azure Sky sect in a town known as Azure Sky Town. This town's main source of revenue was from serving disciples from various different sections. The shop was quite busy when Lin Yun arrived. A seemingly endless stream of people were going in and out of the shop. Based on the clothes that they were wearing, they were either disciples of the various sects or wandering cultivators. Lin Yun walked over to the counter and placed his bag in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was an older man, and Lin Yun could tell he had been in the business for a long time. The shopkeeper had a hard time hiding his surprise as he went through the bag, occasionally shooting a glance at Lin Yun before quickly returning to his work. It was surprising for one man to bring in so many materials, especially the claws of iron-clawed wolves. It was never easy to hunt beasts that travel in packs. 3,000 taels of silver for the claws. The pelt of the spotted tiger is mostly intact. I can pay you 2,000 taels of silver for it. As for the sharp bull's horn, I'm afraid that I can only give you 900 taels of silver. It's just an average one. As for the rest, I can do 1,500 taels of silver. How does that sound? The shopkeeper's offer reflected his keen eye. I'll take 500 taels of silver and use the rest to buy pellets, Lin Yun said as he nodded in approval. All right, the shopkeeper smiled. It was a profitable transaction for him. What pellets do you want? Our pellets may not be as good as those refined in your sect. I can guarantee that you will still be satisfied with them. Every month, the Azure Sky sect would give out silvers and pellets to their disciples. However, it wasn't enough for cultivating. Only an inner disciple or someone ranked among the top among the outer disciples could receive more resources from the sect. Do you have a list for me to look at? Lin Yun asked. The shopkeeper handed him a sheet that contained a list of the pellets available and a brief description of each one. The prices were terrifying. Lin Yun shook his head as he went over them. Turns out 7,000 taels of silver wasn't as much as he had imagined. Many pellets cost several thousand taels of silver apiece. Lin Yun could only imagine how valuable sect pellets must be if these were the prices for an inferior product. I'll have 2 body-nourishing pellets, 2 spirit-nourishing pellets, and a bottle of body-refining liquid, Lin Yun decided. For nearly 7,000 taels of silver, he had only managed to get himself 4 pellets and a budget medicinal liquid. Body-refining pellets cost 10,000 taels of silver for one. He would have to settle for the second-best alternative, the body-refining liquid. One could never have enough body-nourishing pellets. They were helpful in every stage on the martial path, but had diminishing returns as higher levels of cultivation were obtained. Their counterpart was spirit-nourishing pellets, which were used to refine the internal energy within the body. Lin Yun finally understood why there was so much gossip about him and Su Xiao going around the sect. With prices like that, most of them were probably jealous. "I'll have to pay her back," Lin Yun muttered as he returned to the Azure Sky sect. When he returned to his wooden shack, he began his secluded cultivation. His trip to Cloud Horizon Mountain had allowed him to make a breakthrough in both his cultivation and martial techniques. Now, he had to focus on consolidating his cultivation so his breakthrough would not go to waste. He swallowed a pellet and began. While Lin Yun was in secluded cultivation, Zhou Ping rushed home as quickly as his broken ribs would allow. "Big brother, I need your help. If I don't do something, I'll be too ashamed to stay in the Azure Sky sect," Zhou Ping cried out. When his ribs were broken by Lin Yun in the administration hall, he felt like the dirt he was laying in. Since he had become a joke among the outer disciples, he lost to a sword slave and no one was letting him live it down. "Get lost," Zhou Yun scoffed. Zhou Yun had reached the 7th stage of the martial path and out of the thousands of outer disciples was ranked among the top 10. The mid-year test would take place in 2 months, and he was determined to become an inner disciple. He didn't have the time to deal with his brother. Besides, it would look bad for him to stoop to bullying a sword slave. "Big brother, please, help me just this once. No one in the sword cleaning chamber is listening to my orders anymore. If this goes on, I might even be fired." Zhou Ping sobbed as he prostrated himself before Zhou Yun. Despite the disdain in his eyes, Zhou Yun didn't like seeing his little brother like this. He sighed reluctantly. "Fine, but this is the only time I will help you." "Thank you, brother." Zhou Ping's sobbing stopped abruptly as he smiled. Evidently, his time in the sword cleaning chamber wasn't as miserable as he had just described. Zhou Yun looked at his useless brother begrudgingly. Family was family, after all. Zhou Ping was his little brother whether he liked it or not. It did not take long before he had come up with an idea. He couldn't make an appearance personally, but he could pay someone to do it on his behalf. After all, he had a test to train for. He wasn't about to pass up his chance to become an inner disciple. It had been 2 days since Lin Yun had returned to his wooden shack at the foot of the mountain. He was already down to 1 body-nourishing pellet and spirit-nourishing pellet each, but had yet to touch the body-refining liquid. With the aid of the pellets, he managed to consolidate his foundation in the 4th stage of the martial path. The effects of the pellets were outstanding, especially the spirit-nourishing pellet. His internal energy had become so refined that he thought he might even have an advantage over someone in the 5th stage of the martial path. Cultivating the pure yang art might be slow, but it was more powerful than other cultivation techniques. Standing before a half-meter tub, Lin Yun took out the body-refining liquid and poured out a third of the bottle. Sizzle! Lin Yun stripped while he watched steam rise from the reaction of the 2 liquids mixing. His skin burned as he lowered himself into the water. The medicine began to take effect quickly. Euphoria came over him in waves as it permeated his entire body before being absorbed by his muscles. His skin broke out in goosebumps and he became intensely aware of his 5 senses. It was as though every single one of his cells had been revitalized. However, the sensation was short-lived, completely wearing off after only 5 minutes. It is only the body-refining liquid, after all. If I had a body-refining pellet instead, I would probably make much more progress. Lin Yun sighed. His gaze traveled past the steam and fell onto the painting beside his desk. Embody the tiger. Smell the rose. Lin Yun began to concentrate. He had to figure out where this painting came from. It had changed the core of his ferocious tiger fist, somehow granting him a fusion between fist and sword for the 100 beast wave. Lin Yun went over to the scroll and, after a brief hesitation, unrolled it. Kaboom! Just as before, the split second the painting was open, a ferocious tiger leapt out from the painting. Its roar echoed inside Lin Yun's ears. He was hit by a fierce wind before being enveloped by an intimidating pressure. But Lin Yun had faced death since he last opened the scroll. He was no longer the same person. He fought to control the trembling in his hands as he forced himself to watch as the tiger pounced in his direction. Time slowed to a crawl, each second feeling like its own eternity. 57, 58, 59. He was finally able to hold the scroll open for an entire minute. However, the intimidation from the tiger was too great. He was on the verge of collapsing. Vaguely, he could see the flash of a sword in the painting. A glimpse was all he got before he reached his limit. He barely managed to fold the scroll before falling to the floor, heart pounding as he lay in a pool of his own sweat. He only saw the metallic sheen for a fraction of a second, but that was more than enough to leave him trembling in fear. Despite his exhaustion, Lin Yu knew he needed to get a better look. He allowed himself some time to recoup before opening the scroll once more. This time, though, the flash was nowhere to be seen. He could only see the tiger and its intimidating presence. This painting is quite the mystery. Maybe it's because I'm still weak from the last viewing. I will definitely figure this out soon, he said as he placed the painting down on the desk. Lin Yun quickly hopped back in the tub. There was no feeling of euphoria this time as his body had absorbed all the body-refining liquid, but he was still able to use the water to wash himself off. After a quick rinse, he got dressed and left his hut. Outside, Lin Yun retrieved his sword and started performing the flowing wind sword. Under his control, the sword danced like the clouds in the sky. It had been 2 days since he last practiced. It was not long before he was lost in his performance. Convergent streams, flowing wind. Lin Yun brought out the essence of the flowing wind sword as he practiced. His movements were fluid. The sword gradually became an extension of his body as he became absorbed in the dance. After he was finished with his practice, he exhaled sharply and reflected, "I've already obtained lesser mastery in my sword technique. Maybe it's time to give the Mechanism Hall a shot." The Mechanism Hall was an important place in the Azure Sky sect. It was on a level above the Administration Hall, and anyone who came here to train had to spend money. This was also why Lin Yun kept 500 taels of silver behind. The entrance fee was 300 taels. The Mechanism Hall had different levels of puppets. These puppets could mimic the thoughts and actions of martial practitioners and would improve the more they fought. So, fighting with them was akin to fighting with an expert. Lin Yun could still face beasts on Cloud Horizon Mountain, but there was a difference between beasts and martial practitioners. The Mechanism Hall was divided into 2 sections, one for the outer disciples and another for the inner disciples. Compared to the outer section, the inner section was much more spacious and less packed. But no matter how crowded the outer section was, no outer disciples dared to set foot in the inner section. When Lin Yun arrived, he attracted the attention of many outer disciples. "Hey, who's that? Isn't that sword slave Lin Yun? Why is he here and not off polishing Su Xiao's sword? Hey, you still haven't heard the news? This sword slave is now an outer disciple. A few days ago he even defeated that trash, Zhou Ping. In front of a ton of people, too. The previous Lin Yun was famous in the Azure Sky sect for his sword cleaning skills. His feelings for Su Xiao seemed widely known as well. For some reason, people were very concerned about his little crush. This brat dared to come to the Mechanism Hall after practicing in the way of the sword for just a few days? I'll bet that he won't last 5 moves. Isn't 5 a little too much? I'll go with 3. In their hubris, the outer disciples began making bets. Lin Yun did his best to ignore them as he chose an open training stage and hopped onto it. The moment he stood on the stage, the battle puppet in the corner activated. Whoosh! Swish! Swish! The wooden puppet whirred into action and agilely brandished its sword. It was Lin Yun's first encounter with the wooden puppet. He didn't expect it to be so fast. By the time he managed to unsheath his sword, the puppet was already on him. Clank! As the 2 swords clashed, Lin Yun was forced back, almost losing his footing and falling off the stage. Ha ha ha! A wave of laughter erupted from the surrounding disciples. Swish! The puppets were clearly not programmed for empathy as this one mercilessly swung down with its sword once more. Lin Yun, on the verge of defeat, gnashed his teeth and circulated his pure yang art. Clank! The puppet's attack bounced off as if it had struck a wall. Lin Yun's body had seemingly locked in place at the very edge of the stage. The crowd fell silent. The outer disciples who were laughing earlier froze. Lin Yun stabilized himself and executed the flowing wind sword. The tables had turned. The puppet was now the one being forced back. What's going on? He's just barely holding his ground. He only managed to avoid being forced off the edge by unleashing his internal energy. Yeah, that must be it. How else could that weakling still be standing on the stage? Their stiffened smiles gradually recovered. They were confident Lin Yun had only endured through dumb luck. It wouldn't take long for him to exhaust his internal energy. His defeat would be even more miserable then. Convergent streams, flowing wind. Lin Yun erupted with boundless momentum. He decided offense would be the best defense in this fight and launched a relentless assault on the puppet. It took only 20 moves to force the puppet off stage. Boom! The crowd was silent once more. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun descended from the stage with a satisfied grin. He made great progress during this fight against the beginner puppet, but its strength was middling at best. He applied to challenge an intermediate puppet for better training results. Pa! 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 Lone applause cut through the silence. Chun Shao appeared at the entrance of the hall with his group of lackeys in tow. Junior brother Lin is truly a genius in the way of swords. You only started training a few days ago, but you can already defeat a beginner puppet. I'm truly filled with admiration for your talent, he announced mockingly. Step aside. Step aside. Chun Zhao's lackeys pushed aside the crowd and moved to surround Lin Yun. What are they doing? Does senior brother Chun have grievances with Lin Yun? This doesn't look good. Chun Shao is a known hypocrite. The nicer he acts, the more ruthless he'll be. No outer disciple ranked outside the top 10 wants to provoke him. The murmur of the crowd grew louder as tensions rose. Senior brother, you're too kind, Lin Yun replied. No need for that. I'm your senior brother. It's my responsibility to look out for those below me. Don't bother applying for an intermediate puppet. I'll spar with you and guide you in the way of the sword. Chun Shao smiled as he tugged at the hilt of his sword. Don't worry, I'll lower my cultivation to your level. And here I've got 3 body refining pellets. If you can take 100 moves from me, they're all yours. Chun Shao wasn't going to take no for an answer and tossed the bottle over. The crowd grew as more outer disciples realized what was happening. The tension was palpable. It was obvious Chun Shao came for Lin Yun. What's the matter? You never hesitated to grovel when senior sister Su gave you pellets. Why aren't you taking mine? Are you looking down on me? The smile on Chun Zhao's face disappeared, replaced by a sharp glare as he released his 5th stage aura. Lin Yun could feel a powerful pressure assailing him. It was a display of the difference in their cultivation. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Senior Sister Su, 2 people, a young man and a woman, appeared at the entrance of the mechanism hall. The young woman was Su Xiao, donned in an azure dress. Her cold temperament struck a stark contrast with her radiant beauty. All eyes were on her the moment she stepped into the room. Beside her was Wang Ning, the inner disciple who had been with Su Xiao when she collected her sword. He carried himself gracefully and was almost as stunning as she was. Su Xiao. Though he did not know why, Lin Yun's heart fluttered whenever he saw Su Xiao. She was a girl blessed by the heavens, blessed with outstanding beauty and the cultivation talent to match. She'd already become the strongest inner disciple in the sect at a young age. In the whole Aquasky nation, there weren't many people that could compare to her. Su Xiao's achievements placed her far above others. Simply looking at her was enough to make a person feel inferior. She was someone no one could hope to reach. Lin Yun could understand why the previous owner of this body was laughed at for his infatuation. A lowly sword slave actually fell in love with Su Xiao? Could there be anything more hilarious? But this was all a thing of the past. Lin Yun's previous affections disappeared along with the original owner of this body. He'd already seen through her act. When Su Xiao showed up, Lin Yun could sense the eyes on him change. He was able to maintain his calm, but couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Putting on a solemn expression, he lowered his head and started walking away. "Hey, sword slave, I don't remember saying you could leave," Chen Xiao called out. His 4 lackeys moved to block Lin Yun's path. "Chen Xiao, don't push it," Lin Yun said through his teeth. "What's wrong? I'm just trying to help you out. Giving you some pointers in the way of the sword. If you turn down such a generous offer, you can't blame me for not letting you save face. It's fine if you want to leave, but you have to admit before all of us that you only accept rewards from senior sister Su and no one else," Chen Xiao said. He was more or less forcing a confession out of Lin Yun. Of course, Su Xiao would remain indifferent, but Lin Yun would be humiliated. Lin Yun could already picture Su Xiao coldly rejecting him while the rest of the crowd jeered. Intense emotion rose from the recesses of his heart. It wasn't rage nor helplessness, but a feeling of anguish that lingered from the original owner. A pain that lingered even after death, born from the humiliation of being a sword slave. Lin Yun looked around. He saw the mocking gazes of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself. This wasn't his first time facing humiliation. Everyone in the sword cleaning chamber looked down on him. Even trash like Zhou Ping took advantage of him. The entire sect treated him like a joke. The previous owner of this body had wondered if he was wrong for falling for someone. Lin Yun would have told him that everyone had a soft spot in their hearts, and there was no harm in having feelings for another person. Lin Yun, will guard your last dignity. This sword slave wishes to seek your enlightenment." His voice wasn't loud, but it was powerful enough to echo throughout the hall. He wasn't fighting as an outer disciple, but as a sword slave. He was fighting to protect the last dignity of his body's former owner. Squinting, Chen Xiao smiled. "All right, have it your way. Then I accept your challenge reluctantly." His smile grew more sinister as he recalled what Zhou Yun had told him. He had been hired to teach Lin Yun a lesson. He would be paid with 3 body refining pellets, and Zhou Yun would handle any consequences that might come as a result of the fight. He had already wanted to kill Lin Yun when the latter broke his sword back on Cloud Horizon Mountain. He was looking for an excuse to make a move at Lin Yun, but he never expected that it would come from Zhou Yun. He jumped at the opportunity. The atmosphere around them was oppressive as the surrounding disciples spread out, giving the 2 of them an empty space to fight. Lin Yun narrowed his gaze as he unleashed his aura with explosive force. Boom! The aura of his cultivation in the 4th stage of the martial path exploded in conjunction with his internal energy from cultivating the pure yang art. The pressure he exerted made the crowd uneasy. 4th stage of the martial path. Am I seeing things? He was only on the 3rd stage of the martial path a few days ago. How has he reached the 4th stage of the martial path already? Unbelievable. No wonder he's not afraid of senior brother Chen. The crowd was in awe. Even Chen Xiao couldn't hide his astonishment as he spoke. Impressive. For a sword slave, it appears you have some tricks up your sleeve. But aren't you being a little naive thinking that you can defeat me? As his voice faded, Chen Xiao released his own aura. As per their agreement, Chen Xiao suppressed his cultivation to the 4th stage of the martial path. Despite this handicap, he had cultivated to a level above Lin Yun, and it showed. His aura was much more robust. It's not looking good for Lin Yun. Honestly, he might have been better off if he were still on the 3rd stage of the martial path. At least then Chen Xiao would have less to work with. That's right. There's no way Lin Yun can understand the 4th stage of the martial path better than someone who's reached the 5th. More importantly, senior brother Chen cultivated in an advanced sword technique, the Berserk Lightning Sword. He won't even last 3 moves. Lin Yun's progress had caught the crowd off guard, but their suspense faded as they came to their senses. One came prepared while the other was forced to fight. One was a senior outer disciple, while the other was a sword slave. Their fight was not suspenseful at all. Hey Lin Yun, why don't you just give up? Stop putting up a strong front. Su Xiao's going to look down on you when you lose. Jeers continued flying from the crowd, most suggesting he stop feigning bravery. Hey sword slave, do you hear them? If you ask nicely and do what I said before, there'll be no hard feelings. Chun Xiao laughed. Senior brother, should someone who's about to need help walking out of here really be talking so much trash? Lin Yun asked. His calm demeanor and sharp words were practically the same as slapping Chun Xiao on the face. Lin Yun's hubris sent Chun Xiao into a rage. I'll see if you still dare to speak those words in a moment. Chun Xiao sprang into action, murderous intent emanating from him in waves. Braying. A piercing ring came from Chun Xiao's sword as he drew it. It grew to a thunderous roar as he leapt into the sky and struck down at Lin Yun like a bolt of lightning. The advanced sword technique, the berserk lightning sword, shouted an onlooker. When he brandished his sword, those watching experienced a moment of prescience. The berserk lightning sword was known for its violence. The moment it's unsheathed, there would only be death. Upon seeing the cold flash from the sword, everyone could imagine how Lin Yun would be sliced into two. A surge of violent wind rose around Chun Xiao as he darted around the arena. He had become the very embodiment of a storm. But just as the eye of the storm, Chun Xiao's heart was at peace. Lin Yun was not impressed. The pressure he felt now was nothing compared to the tiger from the painting. Chun Xiao had only reached an initial mastery in the advanced technique, and it was easy to see there were still many flaws in his movements. If Chun Xiao's goal was lethality, it was clear his time would have been better spent practicing an intermediate sword technique instead. Perhaps this sword could heavily injure or possibly kill one of his peers, but it would be impossible for Chun Xiao to beat Lin Yun with it. To everyone's disbelief, Lin Yun closed his eyes and began to center himself. Convergent stream, flowing wind. Lin Yun circulated the pure yang art as he waited for Chun Xiao's sword to reach him. Just as Chun Xiao's blade was seconds from connecting, Lin Yun's eyes shot open and he drew his sword. A violent gale rose around him. The gust stung Chun Xiao's eye, forcing him to lose focus. What is this sword technique? The sudden gale caught the crowd off guard. While they were still stunned, Lin Yun grabbed his sword with both hands and unleashed an overhead chop to meet Chun Xiao's attack. A wave of wind surged from the blade as the sword let out a powerful roar. Whoosh! The swords connected in an explosion that sent Chun Xiao sliding backwards. What a powerful sword technique! Chun Xiao was dumbfounded. It only took the one attack for him to know he didn't stand a chance if he continued to suppress his cultivation. Before he could bring out his true cultivation, Lin Yun brandished his sword once more. It spun wickedly, drawing in a powerful gale from its surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun lunged his sword toward Chun Xiao. Whoosh! The sword appeared to rapidly expand in size as Chun Xiao looked on in fear. Before he could unleash his fifth-stage cultivation, Lin Yun's sword had already reached his chest. Despite the ludicrous speed at which it was traveling, the tip of Lin Yun's sword came to a stop an inch from Chun Xiao's heart. Any remaining doubts were dispelled after Lin Yun's brilliant display. He had absolute control over his sword. Chun Xiao froze, unable to even think. He wasn't the only one. Every outer disciples present stood slack-jawed as they watched in utter disbelief. You lose. Lin Yun's two words jolted Chun Xiao awake. I will never lose. Chun Xiao roared as he unleashed his aura in the fifth stage of the martial path, abandoning their prior agreement. Schlunk. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun pushed his blade into Chun Xiao's chest. Senior brother. Chun Xiao's lackeys cried out. They never imagined Lin Yun would be so ruthless. Lin Yun wasn't done yet, though. Leaving the sword in Chun Xiao's chest, he gave each leg a swift kick. Crack! Crack! Chun Xiao fumbled clumsily at the sword protruding from his chest as he fell to his knees. The color ran from his face as blood began to soak through his clothes and pool around him. Absolute horror spread through the crowd like wildfire as the scene before them sank in. None of the outer disciples could have imagined the sword slave they were just mocking was capable of such brutality. Swish! Xianxia let out a mournful howl as Lin Yun retrieved the sword from his chest. Blood poured from the wound in rhythmic spurts as his muscles spasmed. Lin Yun gave the sword a flourish before sheathing it, removing the blood from the blade and spraying Chen Zhao's lackeys in the process. He gave the crowd a quick glance before walking over and picking up the bottle of body-refining pellets. The mechanism hall was silent. It's the flowing wind sword," someone suddenly exclaimed. "It must be the flowing wind sword. Lin Yun can use the flowing wind sword." The flowing wind sword? The sword technique that hasn't been successfully used in over a century? That last move he used was similar to one of the flowing wind sword's offensive moves. Wind assembling, I think. But how is that possible? I've never heard of a disciple who stuck with the technique long enough to make any progress. The only way he'd have such complete control of his sword is if he'd already achieved lesser mastery. I'm afraid that this sword slave isn't as simple as we thought. He doesn't seem to be far from reaching greater mastery. The mechanism hall erupted in disbelief. No one imagined that a senior outer disciple like Chen Xiao would actually lose to Lin Yun. What was even more surprising was that Lin Yun was able to use the flowing wind sword. It was legendary as sword techniques go in the Azure Sky sect. Despite being categorized as an intermediate sword technique, it was more powerful than a standard advanced sword technique once mastered. This sword technique was said to be part of a Xiantian sword technique, and the only reason it was classified as an intermediate sword technique was because it had parts missing. The last time a disciple managed to cultivate in it was over a century ago. It wasn't hard for Lin Yun to figure out Chen Xiao was under someone's orders to make trouble for him. He no longer felt comfortable hanging around and began to head for the door. "Who said that you're allowed to go?" A voice so cold it could pierce bone rang out from behind Lin Yun. The commotion in the hall died in an instant. The hair on the back of Lin Yun's neck stood up. Every bone in his body screamed that there was a lethal threat coming from behind, and he dodged out of the way. Acting purely on instinct, he turned around and threw a punch at his attacker. 100 Beast Wave. As a torrent flowed from his dantian, his fist fused with his inner sword, releasing a berserk gale just as his attack against Chen Xiao had earlier. Lin Yun brought out all the strength he could muster in such little time. Boom! When the two fists connected, Lin Yun let out a groan. The impact had almost broken his arm. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent flying across the room. He was fortunate that his fist managed to negate most of the impact from that blow, or his organs would be torn apart immediately. It took him several attempts to regain his footing. To his dismay, he realized he had landed only a few feet from Su Xiao. Not wanting to make eye contact, Lin Yun shifted his gaze to his attacker. Slowly crossing the room was a person with an indifferent expression who looked surprisingly like Zhou Ping. "Zhou Yun!" The outer disciples gasped in unison. They never imagined Zhou Yun would turn up here. Zhou Yun wasn't someone like Chen Xiao. Among the outer disciples, he was ranked among the top 10. Due to his preparation for the upcoming mid-year test, it had been a long time since Zhou Yun had made an appearance. "Senior brother Zhou, slaughter that sword slave. I want him dead." Someone helped Chen Xiao up as he glared at Lin Yun. If looks could kill, Lin Yun and a portion of his bloodline would have died on the spot. He had never been so humiliated. He actually lost to a sword slave, and in front of so many people. In his heart, Zhou Yun scolded Chen Xiao for being garbage who couldn't even handle a sword slave. Initially, Zhou Yun was fine just standing on the sidelines as he watched the fight. But that was before Lin Yun used the flowing wind sword to turn the tables and secured himself the 3 body refining pellets. He had no other choice but to take action. But in this moment he was filled with doubt. He had used 70% of his strength in that punch, not to mention it was a surprise attack, but that sword slave actually managed to withstand it. On top of that, Lin Yun was only in the 4th stage of the martial path. "Sword slave, you're gutsy. This was only a sparring match, but you injured your fellow disciple heavily. Cripple your own cultivation now and I'll spare your life," Zhou Yun said in a hush as he stood over Lin Yun. As he spoke, He unleashed the aura of his cultivation in the 7th stage of the martial path. Boom! The pressure coming from all sides made Lin Yun feel as if he had a mountain on his back. When Zhou Yun saw that Lin Yun remained standing in the face of his pressure, he snorted coldly, "Kneel!" As Zhou Yun increased his aura, Lin Yun's heart jolted. It felt as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Both his legs were trembling from the pressure. At this moment, Lin Yun felt as if he was a tiny insect before Zhou Yun. He wasn't sure how much longer he could take the pressure. Piss off. The only people I will kneel before in my lifetime are my parents. Last I checked, you weren't one of them. Although the immense pressure caused Lin Yun's whole body to ache, it also made his blood boil. His jaw locked and his face contorted from the strain, but Lin Yun still refused to submit. The surrounding disciples watched in silent horror. Zhou Yun was way beyond their reach. He could deal with each one of them with a simple flick of his wrist. They knew that Lin Yun had been forced to fight because Chun Xiao couldn't accept being turned down, but none of them dared to speak up. "You're not kneeling? Then I'll shatter your knees and cripple your cultivation myself," Zhou Yun said maliciously as he slowly walked towards him. Chun Xiao looked on with a smile. The pressure Lin Yun felt increased as Zhou Yun approached. He was already on the verge of collapsing. The difference between him and Zhou Yun was too great. Suddenly, the immense pressure disappeared. Zhou Yun's eyes grew wide as he looked at Su Xiao confused. Su Xiao, who had been watching this entire scene, had seen enough and dispersed the pressure coming from Zhou Yun. "Senior Sister Su, this is between him and I." Su Xiao had interrupted him. "Get lost." Zhou Yun's face darkened from the humiliation. Su Xiao was an elite from the inner sect and one of the most influential people in the Aquasky Nation. If she made a move, Zhou Yun wouldn't dare complain. "Why are you still here? She told you to get lost. If you're going to bully someone, it's best to learn who's backing them. Do you have a death wish?" Wang Ning said with a mocking smile as he stood beside Su Xiao. Although it sounded like he was reprimanding Zhou Yun, he was actually mocking Lin Yun, killing two birds with one stone. "I'll leave immediately," said a pale-faced Zhou Yun. He wanted to lash out and rid himself of the humiliation he was feeling, but, in the end, he clenched his jaw and walked away. "Hold up!" called Lin Yun after him, clearly still shaken. "What do you want, sword slave?" Zhou Yun roared. He was on the verge of exploding from the humiliation that he had just suffered from the two inner disciples. 2 months from now, I will challenge you and cleanse my humiliation from today," Lin Yun said confidently. "It's your funeral," Zhou Yun sneered. He turned and left the mechanism hall, raising a hand in acknowledgement as he walked away. He was too busy ruminating over the humiliation he just faced to be bothered by a challenge from a weakling. With that, the sudden confrontation came to an end. Su Xiao's sudden interference had inadvertently lightened the mood. Many members of the crowd looked at Lin Yun mischievously. They finally figured out why Lin Yun was so fearless. Turns out that he had Su Xiao backing him up. Su Xiao might have only spoken 2 words, but those 2 words held more weight than everyone here. "Senior sister, thank you for your help." Lin Yun felt conflicted as he turned to Su Xiao. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have challenged Zhou Yun so recklessly. He would have endured humiliation and worked hard on his cultivation so he could someday get revenge. But for some reason, he couldn't bear it when he saw Su Xiao. "You're on your own," Su Xiao said sharply as she turned to leave without looking at him. Lin Yun was conflicted. For the first time in a long time, his composed heart was disrupted. His nails dug into his palm as he desperately tried to gain control of his thoughts. "Quite the temper you have there. Do you think that Su Xiao will look at you in a higher light because of that?" "Keep dreaming," Wang Ning said, not even trying to hide his disdain. He continued with a warning. "Remember your status, sword slave. Don't bite off more than you can chew." Once he finished, he turned to catch up to Su Xiao. Seeing it now, Wang Ning was no different from a lackey. Lin Yun chuckled as he turned and left. Lin Yun returned to his shack and spent the rest of the day resting. Come morning, he began to pack some necessities and a few precious belongings. In truth, he didn't have many things. The 3-body refining pellets were probably the most valuable items in his possession. I can't stay here anymore, at least not for the time being, Lin Yun muttered after calmly analyzing his situation. If I do stay, Zhou Yun will keep coming after me. With my 4th stage cultivation, I have no chances of beating someone at the 7th stage. If Chun Xiao had not suppressed his cultivation, my odds of winning would have been 50-50 at best. Sighing softly, Lin Yun recalled the events of the previous day. Zhou Yun's oppressive strength, Su Ziao's indifference, and Yu Ning's disdain. Bitterness slowly seeped into his heart. It had been a long time since he suffered a loss. He was once more made aware of how truly powerless he was. Lin Yun cast his gaze at the painting given to him by Senior Hong. Embody the tiger, smell the rose? His heart throbbed as something dawned on him. In both the sect and this world, the strong were respected and the weak were trampled. He clenched his fist as the feelings of helplessness and confusion in his heart were replaced by unwavering determination. 2 months from now, I'll be back, Lin Yun promised himself. The administration hall was as bustling as always. Aside from the martial technique chamber and weapons chamber, the administration hall was where disciples could claim funds and accept missions from the sect. The missions were quite varied, with some for hunting demonic beasts, others for gathering herbs, and still others for subjugating bandits. The only thing that had changed since Lin Yun was here last was how he was received. Upon entering the hall, the normal bustle turned to a hushed murmur as more disciples became aware of his presence. Word of him defeating Chun Xiao with a single stroke of his sword and withstanding a blow from Zhou Yun had spread through the sect overnight. The news that he successfully cultivated the flowing wind sword was especially surprising. Only a week or so ago Lin Yun was still a lowly sword slave. The difference was stark. Unfortunately, though, his relationship with Su Ziao had also become a hot topic again. Lin Yun walked over to Administrator Yang. Administrator Yang, I would like to receive 2 months' worth of funds in advance and some missions. Administrator Yang looked at Lin Yun in a daze. It was as if he were facing an entirely different person. The lowly sword slave had grown so much in such a short time. Snapping back to reality, he hurriedly replied, Sure. Here's 2 months' worth of funds. 2 body refining pellets along with 100 taels of gold. He did not plan to make things difficult for Lin Yun this time. He had learned his lesson after their last encounter. Besides, the money and pellets weren't much in his eyes. Gold might entice commoners, but it held little sway over powerful martial practitioners. It was rumored that inner disciples only used spiritual stones to trade. To them, gold and silver were only good for buying food. With these 2 body refining pellets, Lin Yun would have 5 in total. They represented a huge boon for his cultivation and would allow him to reach great heights. You're really going to challenge Zhou Yun 2 months from now? Administrator Yang asked sincerely. He could tell Lin Yun planned to increase his strength over these 2 months by accepting missions. It was also a good excuse to be out of the sect and avoid trouble. Lin Yun grew wary. He couldn't help but wonder if this old man was planning to make things difficult for him again. As if he were reading Lin Yun's mind, Administrator Yang continued, Don't worry. The Hall Master has spoken. I won't make things difficult for you again. I hope we can move past my poor showing from last time. So, what mission would you like to accept? Ordinary missions or spiritual stone missions? You have spiritual stone missions here? Oh, but of course. As the name implies, the rewards from spiritual stone missions are spiritual stones. They're normally only given to inner disciples, but not all of them are accepted. Typically, a few end up left over. Let me take a look at them. Lin Yun's interest was piqued. He never expected that there would be spiritual stone missions here. Spiritual stone mission. Kill 3 demonic beasts, the flaming inked tigers. The reward for the mission is 200 low-grade spiritual stones. Ha, killing demonic beasts for spiritual stone missions. I can see why this one was left unassigned. Spiritual stone mission. Harvest 10 blood lilies. Location, the 100-flower valley, deep in the range surrounding Cloud Horizon Mountain. Spiritual stone mission. Hunt down the bandit Kuang Yen. The reward is 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Kuang Yan's cultivation is close to the 7th stage. He's a brutal bandit with no regard for human life. Lin Yun looked over the ordinary missions on the board. The 3 spiritual stone missions would be incredibly challenging, but their rewards were hard to pass up. After spending a few minutes to mull things over, he decided to take the 3 spiritual stone missions. The Azure Sky Sect's mid-year test is in 2 months. If you're unable to make it back in time, you will automatically fail. Administrator Yang kindly reminded him as he handed the missions to Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded. Thank you. When Lin Yun was about to leave, Administrator Yang asked in a soft voice, Did you really manage to cultivate the flowing wind sword? I've only managed to obtain lesser mastery. I still don't have a full grasp of it yet. Lin Yun replied as he left, leaving a dumbfounded Administrator Yang behind. During their prior encounter, Administrator Yang was confident that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to cultivate it. He never imagined that not only would Lin Yun be successful, but he would also achieve lesser mastery in such little time. Judging from Lin Yun's attitude, the boy had no idea how impressive his feat was. I was lucky that the hall master interfered back then. I do not want to be on that boy's bad side. Administrator Yang sighed as he shook his head. Not long after Lin Yun left the sect, his wooden shack had several unwelcome visitors. They tore through his stuff, seemingly looking for something. Senior Brother Chun, we can't find the body refining pellets. That brat must have been expecting us. There's nothing valuable here either. It's all trash. It was Chun Xiao and his lackeys, who had come to take revenge now that Chun Xiao had recovered. They were surprised and annoyed that Lin Yun had predicted their movements. Damn it! First my cloudline sword and now those body-refining pellets. The back-to-back losses left Chun Xiao bitter. Burn this damn shack to the ground. We'll see how long you can hide from me. Trash. I bet you're too proud to miss the mid-year test. Lin Yun spent the next 2 days traveling on horseback before arriving deep within the range surrounding Cloud Horizon Mountain. Now that he was out of the sect, he would be facing new dangers. One of said dangers was also his current objective: demonic beasts. Unlike in the outer areas Lin Yun had traveled before, the deep mountains were rampant with demonic beasts. It was rumored the weakest demonic beast you could find out here was equivalent to a practitioner in the 5th stage of the martial path. On top of that, their unparalleled bloodlust was so intense that even seasoned practitioners had trouble controlling their fear. Lin Yun had accepted the mission to harvest blood lilies, so, despite his growing trepidation, he had to take the risk. If he wanted to cleanse himself of his humiliating defeat by Zhou Yun and Ripei Su Xiao, he would have to kick things up a notch. The kindness Su Xiao showed him weighed on him even more than Zhou Yun's spiritual pressure had. He hated being indebted to others and was anxious to repay her. Looking at the map, Lin Yun was close to the 100-Flower Valley, but the terrain this far in was rough and unpredictable. Without a guide, finding the 100-Flower Valley had proven to be a slow and arduous affair. On the 3rd day, as Lin Yun wandered below the dense canopy of the deep woods, he caught the sickeningly sweet fragrance of flowers floating by on a gentle breeze. Leaping from his horse, Lin Yun darted through the underbrush and burst through the treeline. He had finally found the 100-Flower Valley. A wide valley blanketed in countless flowers stretched out before Lin Yun. He laughed gently to himself as he took it all in. The name did this place no justice. There must have been thousands of different varieties here. He was supposed to find blood lilies in all this? Lin Yun furrowed his brow as he assessed the situation. It was unsurprising this mission had gone unaccepted. The valley was massive. Searching flower by flower would take half a month or more, and he did not have that kind of time. He could accept failing the mission, but he could not risk missing the mid-year test. The mid-year tournament was an annual event used to decide the rankings of the outer disciple. The amount of funds an outer disciple received from the sect coincided with their rank, and those ranked in the top 10 had a chance at becoming an inner disciple. First things first, I should become acclimated with this place, Lin Yun said as he entered the field. As he waded through the flowers, he let his mind drift. An entire day passed by without notice or progress. It wasn't until he had seen the sun setting that he realized any time had passed at all. The next day was the same as the first. Lin Yun diligently scoured the field flower by flower, hoping to stumble across the blood lilies. It was incredibly dry work. A normal man would have given up quickly, but Lin Yun was diligent. He found the task was repetitive enough that he could daydream without sacrificing efficiency, and so he let his mind entertain itself. In total 7 days passed like this. On the 8th day, just as he was beginning to accept it would be another monotonous day of work, he caught a very distinct smell drifting in the wind. Blood? It was faint but distinct. This new metallic smell cut like a knife through the sickly sweetness of the 100-Flower Valley. This is it. Lin Yun kept his guard up as he tracked the scent. The 100-Flower Valley had a constant breeze blowing through it, so it was easy for the scent to become mixed up or lost. In his search, he encountered several setbacks. There were many times where he could no longer catch the scent and had to either wait for the breeze to carry it his way or spend time backtracking until he caught it again. He had come this far and wasn't about to give up so easily. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt a chill down his spine as the smell of blood drowned out every other scent. This pungent odor was coming from one of the large rocks scattered throughout the field. He had used a few as vantage points on days prior, but couldn't remember if this had been one of them. Either way, he was excited to have a new lead. "It's here!" he exclaimed as he leapt atop the huge rock. In the shade below sat a single crimson blood lily. It was covered in thorns and sharp angles, having an almost demonic quality to it that fit well with its metallic fragrance. "Looks like I found it. I figured they would be rare. Being the main ingredient for blood refining pellets means they must be in high demand and overharvested. I wish I had known blood lilies needed shade to grow, though. That really narrows things down," Lin Yun said to himself as he crouched above the flower. He was so absorbed in his bounty that he failed to notice the shade covering the flower began to change shape. Just as he was about to pluck the flower, his senses went on high alert. He looked up just in time to see a massive python reel back in preparation to strike. Lin Yun's face turned pale. Without thinking, he rolled to the side, barely avoiding the python's attack. Boom! Lin Yun dodged the strike but got caught by the python's whip-like tail and was sent flying. Every bone in his body cried out from the immense force. He was only able to catch a glimpse of the python when he landed on the ground before it vanished into the flowers. The python's head was as large as he was, and it had a long, sanguine stripe that burned like fire down the middle of his otherwise gray back. This is a flaming blood python, a demonic beast in the 5th stage of the martial path. Lin Yun realized why he couldn't remember if he'd seen the rock before. The snake had camouflaged itself in hopes the scent of blood would attract prey. It was a deadly trap he almost fell for. Hiss! The flaming blood python hissed as it unleashed its killing aura, soaking Lin Yun in a pressure equal to Zhou Yun's. He struggled to handle the burden, unsure how he would fight the beast under such immense pressure. Suddenly, the image of the ferocious tiger from the scroll appeared in his mind. As he focused on it, the killing aura from the python began to weaken and he regained some of his mobility. Pulling his sword from his waist, Lin Yun's anxiety grew. He would have to kill this flaming blood python if he wanted to harvest the blood lily. There was no way he would retreat. Convergent streams, flowing wind, sword in his hand, Lin Yun seized the momentary lull and executed the flowing wind sword. His strike connected with the python cleanly. It was like striking iron. His wooden sword wasn't sharp enough to penetrate the flaming blood python's scales. He might be able to deal with ordinary beasts or martial practitioners, but it wasn't sufficient when facing the hide of a flaming blood python. It didn't matter how skilled he was if his sword was too dull. Whoosh! Lin Yun abandoned his sword and switched to the ferocious tiger fist. Boom! 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 The flaming blood python had flown into a rage after being struck. It sent out a flurry of attacks, giving Lin Yun no time to react. Using the pure yang art, Lin Yun's internal energy started to circulate within his body. He calmly executed the ferocious tiger fist in conjunction with the pure yang art as he tried to create space between them. Thus, a man and a python began their chase among the flowers. Lin Yun could feel significant amounts of his internal energy draining with each punch, but was still unable to put a dent in the flaming blood python. Not all was vain, though, as he discovered the flaming blood python's weakness, its stripe. Even still, its scales were too thick. The force of his blow was almost entirely mitigated by its skin. 2 hours later, Lin Yun was covered in sweat, and his internal energy was depleted. The ferocious tiger fist had a thirst for internal energy that not even the pure yang art could quench. If the battle were to go on any longer, he would die from exhaustion. Despite the reluctance in his heart, Lin Yun was forced to run away. He wasn't so stupid that he would work himself to death trying to beat up a snake. He was surprised to find that accepting his loss made focusing on running easier. In the end, he almost died from exhaustion anyway as the snake stuck with him for a solid 15 miles. The flaming blood python only gave up after Lin Yun had reached the treeline. After making sure that the flaming blood python wasn't chasing him, Lin Yun collapsed under a tree. He was covered head to toe in scrapes and bruises. A spiritual stone mission was truly difficult, and it was no wonder this mission was left over. The battle before was too perilous, and he nearly lost his life because of it. Lin Yun could only stare at the sun through the leaves as he wallowed in his defeat. He had searched the 100-Flower Valley for 7 days like a fool. He had given his best, but there was nothing he could do about it. With a demonic beast guarding the blood lily, there was no way he could complete the mission. Lin Yun covered his eyes with his right arm to obstruct the blazing sunlight. It was not long before his exhaustion swept him away. An hour and a half later, Lin Yun was almost completely recovered. As he looked to the sky, he saw 3 faces drifting with the clouds. He first saw Zhou Yun wearing a grim expression with murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "You want to challenge me in just 2 months?" Lin Yun then saw Wang Ning's face supporting a smug grin. "Sword slave, know your place and stop dreaming." Lastly, he saw Su Xiao's indifferent face. She was as aloof as always, and her words were colder than her appearance. "You're on your own. You're on your own. You're on your own." Lin Yun muttered as rage bellowed from his heart. "Who are you to tell me that I'm on my own?" The previous owner of this body was in love with her despite knowing he didn't stand a chance. It was a one-sided crush on her that he had hid deep in his heart. His infatuation was so strong it persisted beyond the grave. He had had a crush on her all his life, but she only ever had cold words and dismissive looks to give him in return. When those 3 faces faded from the sky, Lin Yun clenched his fist tight in an attempt to quench his rage. When that wasn't enough, he stood and headed straight for the blood lily. Half an incense's time later, he returned to where he left his sword. He almost lost his balance when he tried to pick it up. Somehow it had become much, much heavier. Lin Yun was only able to pull the sword out after circulating his internal energy. When he held the sword with both hands, he could tell that the marks on the body of the sword had changed. When he looked at the blade closely enough, he could almost make out a woman waving in his direction. 2 words were clearly written on the sword. "Flower burial? Flower burial?" It was strange enough that the sword had gotten heavier, but the patterns on the sword had become clearer too. Holding onto the wooden sword, he stared at the blade as he tried to put the pieces together. First, the sword had gotten heavier. It had been about 5 kilograms to begin with, and now it was heavy enough that he had to use his internal energy in order to brandish it. Second, it seemed to possess its own spirituality. Lin Yun could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary sword. Plucking a single strand of hair, Lin Yun allowed the wind to carry it over the edge of the sword. It was sliced in 2 without facing any resistance. Lin Yun was shocked. His sword had undergone a drastic change. The previous owner of his body had been working with swords for a long time, so he knew that this flower burial was at least as strong as the profound artifacts possessed by inner disciples. He had so many questions. Any flora that could be forged into a sword had a high chance of producing a famed sword. It was possible that this sword was one such famed sword that had been severely neglected over time. If he knew the sword's origin, he might be able to return this sword to its former glory. Something still feels off. What am I missing? Lin Yun furrowed his brow as he cautiously looked around. The scent of flowers. Try as he might, he couldn't smell a single flower. The floral scent from the 100-Flower Valley had been overwhelming before, but now he couldn't smell a thing. Could a sword truly be maintained by the scent of flowers? It was a stretch, but Lin Yun felt he was onto something. While he was lost in thought, the sword began to pulse. As it did, a voice whispered in his ear, drifting like the duckweed for half a lifetime only to be destroyed by the cold-hearted rain. The life of the cattails was akin to incense, withering with the wind. Whoosh! The words faded in the wind. All around him the flowers danced as if they had been reborn. Lin Yun was dumbfounded. He paused a moment before continuing. The origin of this sword seems to be greater than I'd imagined. When he tightened his grip, the sword felt like an extension of his arm once again. Any resistance he had felt from the sword had disappeared. With this sword, killing the flaming blood python will be a piece of cake, he exclaimed with confidence. Simply wielding this sword increased his strength by half. It took only 15 minutes for Lin Yun to return to where he found the blood lilies. When he arrived, the huge rock shook as the flaming blood python revealed itself. It looked at Lin Yun mockingly. Just a moment ago this human ran for his life. He actually dared to come back? The python flicked its tongue and hissed as the tip of its tail beckoned Lin Yun to approach. Damn! That's one smart snake, Lin said, surprised. He never realized demonic beasts could be so intelligent. Surprises aside, having the flaming blood python underestimate him was to his advantage. Convergent stream, flowing wind. Lin Yun leapt as if he were breaching the surface of water. His flowing wind sword shot out like a geyser as it combined with the wind in the 100-Flower Valley perfectly. In an instant, he had vanished before the flaming blood python's eyes. Swish! 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 Flourishing his sword, Lin Yun left horrifying wounds on the flaming blood python, slicing its flesh to ribbons as blood splashed onto the ground. The flaming blood python hissed violently as it writhed in pain. The unimaginable pain brought forward the flaming blood python's true potential. It released its vicious aura and struck at Lin Yun with its mouth agape. Bring it on! Lin Yun scowled as he faced the flaming blood python's swift attack. He knew it would only take one strike for the flaming blood python to kill him. They were fighting as equals, though, as the flaming blood python was forced to expose its vitals during the attack. The two of them were gambling their lives, two souls entwined in a deadly dance. Wind assembling. Lin Yun pointed the tip of the sword at the ground as he poured his internal energy into the blade, causing it to rotate rapidly. Just as the flaming blood python was about to reach him, Lin Yun raised his flower burial. Whoosh! The momentum of his swing carried him over the flaming blood python's head just as it sunk its fangs into the dirt. As it struggled to get free, Lin Yun crested the apex of his jump, his body straight as an arrow, and drove the sword into the base of the flaming blood python's skull. Boom! The internal energy stored within the sword exploded the moment the sword pierced the python's body. Crack! The immense power behind the attack split the flaming blood python clean in two. When Lin Yun regained his footing, he turned to see his handiwork. He was glad to see that the flaming blood python had died instantly. This was the true might of the flowing wind sword. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun harvested the deceased python. He was disappointed to find the flaming blood python did not have a beast core, but he knew he shouldn't be surprised. Beast cores were rare after all. The entire corpse of the flaming blood python was filled with treasures, but it was impossible for him to take the whole thing with him. He could only harvest the snake's gallbladder, the red stripe on its back, and its fangs without overburdening himself. He would have to leave the rest behind. Most importantly, he retrieved what he came here for. The blood lily. What's mine is fated to be mine, Lin Yun said with a smile as he put the blood lily into a box. He decided he would spend a few days searching the area for extra blood lilies before leaving. After all, he knew what to look for now. Finding them would be much easier. In the end, he managed to find another 8 blood lilies after only a couple days. He also found and took care of the 8 flaming blood pythons guarding them. He made short work of them, and was quite pleased with his pile of materials after all was said and done. His diligence in the 100-Flower Valley had paid off. It wasn't until his 10th blood lily that he ran into another problem. Just as he found his last blood lily and the python that guarded it, Lin Yun heard the banter of two men growing louder. The 100-Flower Valley was situated deep in the range surrounding Cloud Horizon Mountain, so it was safe to assume anyone who could make it here wasn't a pushover. Over the past few days, he had encountered a handful of people but had done his best to avoid them. For these two to discover him as he was harvesting his last blood lily was terrible luck. Seems like luck's on our side. We found the blood lily that the young master asked for pretty quickly. The flaming blood pythons that guard the blood lilies are pretty rare themselves. We'll make a fortune off its parts. Lin Yun turned to see two middle-aged men making their way towards him. Neither seemed to be from the Azure Sky sect, but their cultivation was nothing to scoff at. Both of them had reached the 6th stage of the martial path. The emblem embroidered on their clothes caught his eye. It was the name Yun embroidered on top of a rippling pattern. The Yun clan of Clearwater City. Lin Yun had heard of Clearwater City. It was the most prosperous commercial city in the Aquasky Nation, drawing in martial practitioners from all over. There were several powerful families situated in the city that were to rival the 4 great sects. If he wanted to get a good price for the materials he had harvested, he would have to pay a visit to Clearwater City. "Brat, what are you doing here? Get lost. This blood lily belongs to us," shouted the man on the left. It seemed these people intended to steal it from him. "Sorry, but I was here first," Lin Yun said sternly. Any other day he might have let them have it, but this was the last blood lily he needed. When the two men from the Yun clan heard his words, they looked at each other and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Am I hearing things? Trash in the 4th stage of the martial path actually wants to challenge the flaming blood python. Get lost, kid. You're wasting our time." As the man spoke, the two of them stepped forward and unleashed their 6th stage aura. Upon seeing their aura, Lin Yun left without a word. When the two men saw Lin Yun leave, they laughed and one said, "And here I thought that you might have some talent, being a disciple of a sect and all. But it turns out you're just a coward. At least he's tactful. Forget that trash and get rid of the flaming blood python. His defense is terrifying. Stay sharp. This won't be easy." "Yeah, let's get to it." Lin Yun made it 3 miles before he stopped to look back. In his hand, he was holding the 5 precious body refining pellets. He had hoped to make his breakthrough into the 5th stage of the martial path smoothly, but it looked like there would be a change of plans. If those two wanted a fight, he would bring one to them. In the 10 stages of the martial path, the first 3 stages strengthen the skin, bones, and meridians, while the next 3 stages strengthen the blood and 5 viscera. Thereafter, the following 3 stages channel the muscles, transform the bones, and change the marrow before reaching the ultimate 10th stage of the martial path. The body refining pellets were extremely important for the first 4 stages. Even as a member of one of the 4 great sects, outer disciples of the Azure Sky sect would only receive 1 a month. Chun Zhao's heart must have crumbled when he lost 3 body refining pellets to him. The 5 body refining pellets Lin Yun had with him now was equivalent to almost half a year's funds for an ordinary disciple. Thanks to a fortuitous encounter on Cloud Horizon Mountain, he had managed to reach the 4th stage of the martial path rather smoothly. The foundation of his cultivation was stable as a result, which made the past few days of battling demonic beasts a feat no one would believe possible. His cultivation had been advancing rapidly with each passing day. It would not be long before he had another smooth breakthrough, this time into the 5th stage of the martial path. But there had been a change of plans. Although there was a chance he could defeat 2 martial practitioners in the 6th stage of the martial path with his current cultivation, his victory wasn't guaranteed. Lin Yun did not want to fight unless he was sure he would win. He would have to find some way to guarantee his victory. He sat down and folded his legs before tossing a body refining pellet into his mouth. The pellet began to dissolve immediately, and it was not long before he felt the medicine permeate his body. It felt incredible. He could feel each strand of muscle being strengthened. The body refining liquid that he bought before didn't even come close to the body refining pellet. 1 pellet wasn't enough. It would take at least 2 days to break through at this rate. By then, the 2 men from the Yun clan would have made off with his blood lily. Lin Yun decided to take the remaining 4 pellets in one go. Boom! The medicinal effect of the 5 body refining pellets converged in his core before circulating throughout his body. The medicine roared through Lin Yun like molten iron through a mold. His internal temperature rose several degrees. He felt as if he was being refined in a cauldron. Without warning, a strand of azure mist started to rise from the top of his head. He could tell something wasn't right, but there was no turning back now. He had to trust his decision and ride it out. The pure Yang art. Administrator Yang had worried the overbearing nature of the pure Yang art wasn't compatible with Lin Yun's slow cultivation speed. Here it would be his trump card. The effect of 5 body refining pellets wasn't something that could be tamed by an ordinary cultivation technique, but the ferocity of the medicine flowing through his veins was a perfect match for the pure Yang art. Everything was going according to plan. The different types of internal energy all had their own characteristics. There were those as tranquil as water, as subtle as jade, or as powerful as a stallion. The different cultivation techniques were designed to help practitioners bring out the true nature of their internal energy. Among all the cultivation techniques, the pure Yang art was unique. Its focus was on processing and refining internal energy. It helped a cultivator increase the amount of internal energy they could store and, more importantly, purified their internal energy as they circulated it. The only drawback was that the amount of internal energy the pure Yang art needed to process to advance was unfeasible for any normal cultivator to obtain in a reasonable amount of time. The overbearing natures of medicine and pure Yang art joined in a chemical reaction. Lin Yun's skin turned red and his muscles slowly loosened as his entire body underwent a change. His pure Yang art was initially in the 2nd stage, but he began to make ferocious progress. Boom! After 3 hours, a pair of explosions rang out from Lin Yun's body in quick succession. As the shock waves from the 2 explosions overlapped, his aura began to surge. He had simultaneously advanced his pure Yang art to the 3rd stage and had reached the 5th stage of the martial path and his cultivation realm. Lin Yun opened his eyes and stretched. Aside from the advancements he made internally, he noticed that his muscles had become more defined during the process. His body had been reforged by the 5 body refining pellets. The most important change had come with his advancement to the 3rd stage of the pure Yang art. Upon drawing flower burial, he was amazed at how drastically different it felt to wield the sword with his increased cultivation. Even after his experience in the 100-Flower Valley, the sword had been exhausting to use for an extended period, but now he felt like he could swing it all day without breaking a sweat. Remembering his task at hand, Lin Yun looked at the sun and muttered, 3 hours. The 2 of them have probably left by now. At the entrance to the 100-Flower Valley, the 2 men from the Yun clan spoke excitedly with one another. This is great. We're gonna make a killing this time. Heh, the materials from the flaming blood python alone would last us a while, not to mention the reward the young master promised. Even so, I think I'm done fighting demonic beasts for a while. There were 2 of us a whole stage ahead of that damn snake and it still gave us trouble. What was that weird kid from the Azure Sky sect thinking, claiming the blood lily was his? Do you think he knew about the flaming blood python? Who knows? At least he was tactful. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Those Azure Sky sect disciples usually have body refining pellets on them. It's usually not a bad idea to mug the weaker ones when you see them. I kinda regret letting him go. The 2 of them continued to chat happily as they walked whoosh. The sudden appearance of a silhouette halted their conversation. Lin Yun had finally found them, but when the 2 men saw Lin Yun, they laughed. Which one of you has my blood lily? Lin Yun asked flatly. As he spoke, his hand slowly reached for the hilt of his sword and he began to prepare the flowing wind sword. Lin Yun's indifference made their hair stand on end. What are you trying to do? The blood lily is with me. What's the matter? You want to snatch it back? Asked one of the men. When he saw Lin Yun's grim expression, he sneered. Don't think that you're a big shot just because you're a disciple of the Azure Sky sect. It'll be weeks before someone finds your body out here. You better hope nothing Wind assembling. Lin Yun made his move before the man could finish speaking. The flower burial was akin to a crystal stream of water as he pulled it from its sheath. Rotating violently in his palm, the flowing wind sword's might was at its fullest as he stabbed the man who spoke. Swish! The attack came so quickly neither Yun clan member had had time to react. Boom! The man's final breath came out as a gurgle as blood poured from his neck as he flew. With his cultivation in the 5th stage of the martial path, the might of the flowing wind sword had doubled. At such close range, it was tough for even someone in the 6th stage of the martial path to survive his attack. It took the man on the right a second to process what had just happened before he started running for his life. It was the right choice. If he had hesitated a few seconds longer, he would have joined his friend. Damn! Lin Yun sighed inwardly. If a person in the 6th stage of the martial path was determined to run, it was a waste of time trying to pursue. Lin Yun wished that he had a movement technique. Regardless, he had achieved his goal. Lin Yun flipped through the dead man's bag and took the blood lily back along with the flaming blood python's materials they had collected. MHM? Where's the red stripe? The man had the snake's gall and fangs, but had left behind the stripe on its back. Lin Yun was disappointed, but moved on quickly. After all, he had just collected his 10th blood lily, completing one of the 3 spiritual stone missions. All he had left was to kill the bandit, Kuang Yen, and slay 3 flame-ink tigers. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, his silhouette vanished into the night. With just a single step, he had taken a life. Clear Water City was the most prosperous city in the Aquasky Nation. It was a commercial hub full of shops and auction houses that sold almost anything you could think of. The amount of money that changed hands here on a daily basis was more than some families had seen throughout their ancestry. The goods sold here attracted sect disciples, clan practitioners, and lone cultivators from all over. The amount of foot traffic meant Clear Water City was also the best place for gathering information. Anything you needed to know about the Aquasky Nation could be learned here for the right price. If a rumor was spreading, there was a good chance it started in Clear Water City. On the 2nd floor of an inn in the western part of Clear Water City, a hooded man sat near a window as he listened in on nearby conversations. Despite the inn's unremarkable appearance, it was filled to the brim with guests. This inn wasn't large, only having 3 floors. The 1st floor was where most people gathered. It was completely packed, full of noise and clamor. The 2nd story was somewhat quieter, and the tables were more spaciously placed. However, the cost of using the 2nd floor was much higher as well. Anyone who could spend enough to go to the 2nd floor possessed extraordinary strength and were typically much more alert than their 1st floor counterparts. Have you guys heard? A disciple from the Mad Blade sect killed Qiu Yunpu. Now that's some news. Qiu Yunpu had been committing atrocities in the Aquasky Nation for years. His cultivation was unfathomable. I never imagined that he would die to the hands of a younger generation. Oh yeah, I heard about this. It's rumored that the disciple from the Mad Blade sect beat him in only 10 moves. The Mad Blade sect finally has a successor now, some guy named Zhang Yi. Yeah, the Aquasky Nation has really started cracking down recently. I mean, tons of people die at the hands of bandits each year, so who can blame them? But what I don't understand is, how is it that, of all the bandits, Kuang Yen always manages to get away? His cultivation is mediocre at best. How can no one catch this guy? I heard that even a disciple from the Profound Sun sect fell at his hands not too long ago. I've heard he's pretty strong, actually. At the very least, the man's bold. If he wasn't, he'd make for a terrible bandit. When the hooded man overheard their conversation, he looked out the window to the street below, a sinister smile hidden under his hood. This location wasn't bad. He could be on the street mixing into the crowd at the first sign of danger. Out of the Mad Blade sect, Azure Sky sect, Profound Sun sect, and Violet Ember sect, which one do you guys think is the strongest? The topic in the inn shifted to the 4 sections. Azure Sky sect, hands down. Their young sect master, Bai Yufan, is one of the 4 young experts of the Aquasky Nation. Throw in Su Xiao, who can compare? Oh yeah. Su Xiao is scary, man. Have you seen her? She isn't one of the 4 young experts. but I heard that even the strongest of the four, Lu Yunfei, couldn't beat her. I think it's too early to say. She's the hot new thing right now. It's probably just hype. How long has her name been in the mix? A year. The reason the four young experts are the four young experts is because they've proven themselves over time. Sure, they're still young, but they've been consistent. It's all about the longitudinal data. There just isn't enough longitudinal data on her. Either way, it looks like the Azure Sky sect will be the star of the show during this year's competition. Everyone on the second floor had something to add about the four sects, and the conversation continued on for some time. While they were chatting happily, a new face made his way upstairs. The person wore a sky-blue robe with a piece of cloth covering his forehead. No one knew if the cloth was meant to hide something or if he wore it because he thought it looked cool. Unfortunately for them, Lin Yun intended to keep that secret to himself. The bustle of the second floor died down as more people directed their gaze at him. It was uncommon to see someone walking around in the Azure Sky sect's uniform this far from their territory, but the people on the second floor had been around for a long time and seen many things. After their initial appraisal, they ignored Lin Yun and went back to their excited conversation. Lin Yun preferred it this way. It would have been annoying if they kept staring at him. It had been about 3 weeks since he left the Azure Sky sect and he had fallen out of practice socializing. He swept his gaze around the second floor before stopping on the hooded figure. Nodding his head, he walked over. He leaned flower burial against the table and took the seat opposite the man. Beneath the hood, the man frowned when his keen eyes saw the Azure Sky sect's emblem on Lin Yun's uniform. But shortly after, he regained his composure. "Buy you a drink?" Lin Yun asked. "Heh, most people can't afford my taste." The hooded figure revealed a sinister smile while refusing Lin Yun. He looked around to see if Lin Yun had any companions with him. "It's a good thing I'm not most people then. Waiter, bring me the finest wine you have." The waiter responded much faster than normal and returned in short order with an ornate jug. "They keep some good stuff around here. I feel sorry for your wallet." The hooded figure laughed after seeing the wine. "I don't mind," Lin Yun said with a smile as he filled their cups. "After all, a man about to die should enjoy his last drink." "Ha ha ha. I like sect disciples like you, so confident and yet so green. You're trying to hunt famous criminals without any backup? I should be buying you a drink." The hooded figure laughed while unleashing his aura in the 6th stage of the martial path. He drew a blade from his sleeve as he leapt across the table. He had been expecting this outcome the second Lin Yun walked up the stairs. While they were talking, he'd been accumulating his energy while stalling to see if Lin Yun had any companions. He made his move as soon as he confirmed Lin Yun was alone. This sudden commotion startled everyone on the second floor. The outer disciple from the Azure Sky sect remained seated despite the hooded figure lunging for him from across the table. Judging from its momentum, the blade couldn't be blocked. Even if the outer disciple put up a defense in time, he would be crippled immediately. They couldn't help be disappointed that another naive sect disciple was about to die over something stupid. Who in their right mind would sit opposite your target, defenseless, and allow them to take the initiative? When experts fought, those who lost the initiative lost half the battle. It seemed that this poor boy would be learning that lesson a little too late. His stupid kid hadn't even stopped smiling. It was at that moment Lin Yun spat out a jet of wine from his mouth. Cheers rang out as the second floor was sent into an uproar. The hooded man scowled. It was too late for him to avoid spray. Splash! "My face!" The hooded man cried out in pain. His skin burned wherever the wine touched. The disruption to his momentum sent his strike wild. In the time it took a droplet of wine to fall from the hooded man's face to the table, Lin Yun stood and drew his sword. A blinding flash of light illuminated the room for only a fraction of a second. But, by the time it faded, Lin Yun was standing on top of the table, his blade covered in blood. Flump! Lin Yun sheathed his sword as he watched the hooded man's corpse slide off the table. He jumped down only after he was sure the hooded man was dead. "Well done. Here's your reward," Lin Yun said as he tossed an ingot of gold to the waiter. Ignoring the stunned looks on the faces of the other patrons, Lin Yun began looting the hooded man's corpse. Aside from the man's weapon, Lin Yun was surprised to find an interspatial pouch tied to his waist. It probably belonged to a rich sect disciple who had died at his hand. Killing Kuang Yen marked the completion of his second spiritual stone mission. In the end, his hard work over the last 15 days had paid off. Relying mostly on the sect for information, he caught wind that Kuang Yen was looking for a buyer so he could offload some spoils of war. Rather than rush in, he decided to take things slow. Bandits were known for their strength, but it was their cunning that kept them alive. Kuang Yen had killed many disciples. It would take an incredibly cautious man to go this long without capture. Lin Yun took extra care while laying a trap for Kuang Yen. What he did was risky, but the payoff was well worth it. Lin Yun grabbed the interspatial pouch and headed straight for the exit. The sect would take care of it. Lin Yun had enough time to jump out the window before people started recognizing the hooded man. It's the guy we were just talking about. It's Kuang Yen the bandit. Holy shit. But he died so easily. Who was that kid? The patrons clamored to the window just as Lin Yun landed. Hey kid. What's your name? Who are you? Yeah. Please, tell us your name. As he faded into the crowd, he called out, Azure Sky Sect's outer disciple, Lin Yun. Lin Yun had 2 spiritual stone missions completed, collecting the blood lilies and killing the bandit, Kuang Yang. That left only one mission, killing the flaming ink tigers. He had completed 2 missions in a month, which meant he had plenty of time to go through Kuang Yan's possessions. Rather than the spoils of wars, he was naturally more interested in Kuang Yan's interspatial pouch. While the pouch appeared small, it could store many things in it. It was a huge upgrade to the plain old sack he'd been using. These pouches were extremely valuable and very hard to come by. Chances were Kuang Yen killed someone to obtain it. Buzz. As Lin Yun channeled his internal energy into the interspatial pouch, he could see a faint ripple come from the bag. When he looked inside, he could see a space the size of an ordinary room full of dazzling treasures. The things that caught Lin Yun's eye most, though, were the near 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones sitting atop some of the piles. The man he was hunting had 3 times his bounty just sitting in his pockets. This fellow was rather rich. Lin Yun gasped. Kuang Yen must have traded in his stolen goods in Clearwater City not long before their encounter. Looking at Kuang Yan's harvest, Lin Yun could see the appeal in being a thief. Kuang Yan's crimes had finally caught up with him, and it was starting to seem like fate that Lin Yun was the one to take him down. Pellets. Lin Yun's excitement started to fade, though as, upon closer inspection, their quality was subpar. Blood refining pellet. Lin Yun was startled when he saw a blood refining pellet. This was the good stuff. The reason he was tasked with collecting blood lilies was so that the alchemists in the sect could refine them into blood refining pellets. Body refining pellets worked well through the 4th stage of the martial path but started to lose efficacy from the 5th stage on. From then on you need blood refining pellets. Searching through the pouch once more, Lin Yun found a few books and took them out. Mountain Splitting Blade, an advanced martial technique. I've heard the name becomes literal if you progress your mastery enough. It's a shame Kuang Yang didn't live long enough to find out, but since Lin Yun did not practice in the way of small blades, he wasn't interested in it. However, there was another martial technique. Wild Goose Art. This is an advanced movement technique. If I'm remembering right, practicing this could allow me to fly. This had to be how Kuang Yang was able to avoid capture for so long. A movement technique. At this moment, Lin Yun had the ferocious tiger fist as an unarmed technique, the pure yang art to cultivate his internal energy, and the flowing wind sword as his sword technique. He was only lacking a movement technique. If he had had this earlier, he could have chased down the other Yun clan member that tried to poach his blood lily. With this movement technique, Lin Yun had finally supplemented his flaw. Although it might be an exaggeration that the one could fly with the wild goose art, it would at least allow him to leap long distances and vastly improve his dodging speed. Out of all of Kuang Yan's possession, the wild goose art made Lin Yun the most excited. After adding his personal items and the demonic beast materials he had collected from the pythons to the interspatial pouch, Lin Yun began strolling around town. He still had a month to hunt the flaming ink tigers and, since he was already in Clearwater City, Lin Yun decided he might as well see what he could get for the python parts. Just as he grew tired of walking around, he came to one of the biggest shops in the town, Myriad Treasure Pavilion. When an attendant saw his Azure Sky sect uniform, he dropped what he was doing and ran to Lin Yun's side. Sect disciples were known to be big spenders, and the attendants here were paid on commission. Shoving another eager employee aside, the attendant greeted Lin Yun cheerfully. "Hello. How may I help you?" "Hey, I have some demonic beast materials and a martial technique I would like to sell. Am I in the right place?" The attendant's visage was a roller coaster of emotion. He had been ecstatic at the mention of demonic beast materials, but grew quite serious upon hearing about the martial technique. He pulled Lin Yun to the side, making sure no one was nearby, before whispering, "May I know the grade of the martial technique?" "An advanced martial technique," replied Lin Yun, trying in no way to be secretive. "Please come this way." The attendant quickly led Lin Yun to the second floor and smiled. "Please wait here while I get the boss. Help yourself to our complimentary tea station." Before Lin Yun could finish drinking his tea, the attendant returned with a plump, middle-aged man. As he examined Lin Yun, the middle-aged man smiled. "I'm Tong Hu. You can call me Boss Tong. That's what my friends call me. I heard you were looking to sell an advanced martial technique. Am I right?" Martial techniques were the basis of martial practitioners. However, selling martial techniques was sensitive business, so Tong Hu had to proceed carefully. "I've got one rule. I don't accept any techniques that belong to sections. Sect-exclusive martial techniques were how a sect set itself apart, so it was a great crime if they were leaked. If the techniques were leaked, sects made sure anyone caught aiding or abetting would be put to death alongside the thief. The four great sects were the biggest forces in the Aquasky nation, so as a merchant, the plump, middle-aged man naturally had to be cautious. "Don't worry. I'm sure that you've heard of this martial technique," Lin Yun said as he revealed the manual for the mountain-splitting blade. He couldn't help smiling as Tong Hu's jaw almost hit the floor. The boss had guessed that this technique belonged to Kuang Yen. Something seemed off, though. The common factor between merchants was that they were all slippery. Even so, Boss Tong's reaction was a little too dramatic. Was it possible that this place was where Kuang Yen sold his goods? Now that would be interesting. Either way, Lin Yun wasn't worried about getting cheated. After all, he was a disciple of the Azure Sky sect. "Haha, you're truly something, young hero. You actually managed to kill Kuang Yen." Tong Hu's facial expression returned normal as he laughed. Anyone even mildly in tune with current events could guess that Kuang Yen had died the moment they saw this martial technique. Tong Hu, who had previously treated Lin Yun lightly, suddenly became serious. "I don't know that I caught your name." "Lin Yun, an outer disciple of the Azure Sky sect." "Boss Tong, how much do you think this martial technique is worth?" "Fixed price. 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Take it or leave it," Tong Hu replied firmly, snapping back to his merchant persona. "Okay, have a good one," Lin Yun said as he pocketed the martial technique. Wait. Where are you going?" Tong Hu stammered. Lin Yun's curt response had caught him off guard. "You said take it or leave it, so I'm leaving it." Boss Tong held on to Lin Yun with a bitter smile. "Young sir, you don't have to be so decisive. I can add another 500 spiritual stones at most." In reality, Lin Yun had no idea how much an advanced martial technique was worth, but he knew merchants were slippery bastards. Their so-called fixed price was a common profit-maximizing tactic used on the naive and cowardly. Lin Yun wanted to see how far he could take this. Even if there was no room for negotiating, Lin Yun would still be satisfied with 1,500 spiritual stones. "Boss Tong, didn't you claim that it was fixed price just a moment ago?" Lin Yun asked as he sat back down. However, Tong Hu showed no remorse after being exposed as he smiled. "I can tell you're gonna be famous someday, kid, so I decided to play you straight. All right? Now, let's move some money." Tong Hu was pretty clearly trying to butter him up, but Lin Yun didn't mind. He took out the materials that he had harvested from the flaming blood python and placed them on the table. Tong, who kept a straight face though the gallbladder and fangs. But his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the stripe from the flaming blood python. He dug around frantically for a jeweler's glass as he pulled it towards himself. It's bone. It's a flaming blood bone. Lin Yun was confused. This stripe only has the thickness of a finger, so why was it called the flaming blood bone? It seems that you have no idea what you've been holding on to. The stripe on the flaming blood python's back is called the flaming blood bone, and it is unbelievably valuable. I have no idea how you got your hands on this, and I'm not sure I want to find out. But not even someone in the 9th grade of the martial path can obtain something like this, Tong, who said excitedly. Is it really that difficult? Are you kidding me? The flaming blood python's cultivation might not be high, but you have to kill it instantly or else the flaming blood bone will incinerate. Poof! Just like that, gone. It's extremely difficult. A seasoned cultivator would be lucky to get it in 1 out of 10 tries. When Lin Yun heard that, he remembered that the 2 men from the Yun clan did not have the flaming blood bone with them among their harvest. Now he knew why. The flaming blood bone is the core material for forging the profound artifact, flaming blood armor. How about this? There will be a large-scale auction in Clearwater City 2 months from now. If you trust me, I can auction it on your behalf. I'll take a small cut for my services, but I promise it will be fair. What do you say? We got a deal. Tong, who dropped the merchant act as he laid out the offer. This was business between equals, and it was clear he was being genuine. The flaming blood bone was clearly extraordinary. Profound artifact. Lin Yun had never expected to encounter something so valuable attached to a snake. Seeing that Lin Yun had gone silent, Tong, who lowered his voice, I have no idea how you managed to harvest the flaming blood bone, and like I said, I really don't want to know. But if you go walking around town trying to find a shop that will pay a fair cash price for 9 flaming blood bones, you're bound to attract some unwanted attention. Lin Yun realized what Boss Tong was worried about. The concern wasn't that people would try to steal his flaming blood bones, but that they would want to know how some random kid got 9 of them. If the wrong people found out about flower burial, there's no telling what they would do to him. There was no way he could take these to auction himself. But how can I trust you? I can only give you my word. I'm sure it's hard for you to trust a merchant, but you're just gonna have to. You killed Kuang Yen. I trust that you have the courage to trust me. Tong, who smiled helplessly. Lin Yun fell silent. Tong, who was right. It was a gamble, but if it paid off, return would be huge. All right, I'll trust you. I'll leave 5 flaming blood bones with you, and I'll bring the 4 when I come back in 2 months. Although he had agreed with Tong, whose suggestion, he still wanted to keep his reservations. Ho ho ho, you've got yourself a deal, kid. Come air. Boss Tong let out a full belly laugh as he stood to shake Lin Yun's hand. Tong, who collected himself before he continued. As for the other materials and the mountain-splitting blade, I'll pay you 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones in total. Works for me. Lin Yun left the myriad treasure pavilion satisfied and hopeful. Boss Tong had even walked him out personally. As he walked down the street, Lin Yun was surprised to see a bunch of people running in the same direction. Puzzled, Lin Yun stopped a person and asked, "What's the matter? Why is everyone in such a hurry? Hey punk! If you don't get your hands off." The man was furious at being stopped, but when he saw Lin Yun's uniform, his expression became gentle, and he took a fawning tone. Don't you know, dear sir? The young sect master of your sect is fighting with the strongest disciple of the Violet Ember sect. The young sect master of the Azure Sky sect versus the strongest disciple of the Violet Ember sect. When Lin Yun left on his journey, he doubted that he would run into anyone from the sect while he was away. After all, the chances of encountering someone from the Azure Sky sect dwindled the farther he traveled, and it had taken him 3 days on horseback to get to the 100-flower field. The odds of him encountering the young sect master so far into the mountains were absurd. What reason did he have to be out here in the first place? The previous Lin Yun had interacted with Bai Yufan a handful of times during his tenure as a sword slave, but there was a good chance Bai Yufan would not remember him. He was the young sect master of the Azure Sky sect after all, and before Su Xiao's arrival was the strongest disciple in the sect. Even now, he was still a member of the Aquasky Nation's 4 great elites. It was rumored that the only reason Su Xiao wasn't a member of the great elites herself was because she was too powerful. As for how reliable the rumor was, Lin Yun had no idea. It sounded ridiculous to him. Lin Yun's interest was piqued. He'd never witnessed a fight of this caliber before. These two were about his age. There was a good chance he could learn a thing or two by attending. Besides, money was no longer an issue and he had plenty of time to complete his final mission. He could spare a few hours to watch a fight. Well, I guess I'll go see just how powerful these 4 great elites are. The flow of the people led him to the eastern side of the city. The area was spacious, seemingly designed for events and pop-up markets. The wide streets had plenty of space for stalls and merchant rugs on either side and converged into a massive plaza. A huge crowd was gathered around a large stage that sat in the plaza's center. There was only one man on the stage at the moment. Dressed in the robes of the Azure Sky sect, Bai Yufan stood above the crowd. His elegant demeanor paired well with his naturally graceful movements, giving him an aura of dignity fitting for a young sect master. Lin Yun recognized him immediately. It appeared Bai Yufan had been waiting for a long time as both him and the crowd were restless. Just as the first handful of people started making their way for the exit, a loud noise came from inside a pavilion at the far end of a western road. In a bout of commotion, a blur of a man launched from the pavilion window. Swish! He traveled the entire length of the quarter-mile-long street in a single shot before taking 3 delicate steps mid-air to slow his descent and carry him gently onto the stage. What an incredible movement technique! Lin Yun muttered to himself, slack-jawed. At this point in his training, Lin Yun could only jump 2 meters and change his trajectory by a few degrees mid-flight. The difference between their ability was staggering. Lu Yunfei is here. What a brilliant movement technique! He kicked off the air 3 times. How on earth did he do that? It must be the cloud mist art of the Violet Ember sect. Bai Yufan doesn't stand a chance this time. Lu Yunfei is even more powerful than before. You're late, Bai Yufan greeted, clearly annoyed. Time is relative. If it makes you feel any better, I'll be ending this fight quickly. Lu Yunfei smiled. How arrogant. Lin Yun was shocked that someone who seemed so refined would be so disrespectful to a sect master. With a solemn expression, Bai Yufan snorted. You seem to have forgotten the immensity of heaven and earth. As the words left his mouth, he unleashed his aura completely. 8th stage of the martial path. This was the first time Lin Yun had seen someone this far on the martial path release their aura. It was simply incredible. The difference between him and the sect master seemed almost insurmountable. The playfulness in Lu Yunfei's voice faded as he replied, It looks like you've made some improvements over the past year. Boom! Lu Yunfei unleashed his aura as well to the elation of the crowd. A battle of titans was about to begin. The noise in the plaza was deafening. However, the two of them did not clash immediately, both taking time to build their strength. They stood 100 meters apart, but their eyes were sharp. This distance was nothing to practitioners of their caliber. Even at this distance, one wrong move would lose them the fight. The tension was palpable. Most in the crowd were holding their breath and none dared blink. After all, a fight between the 2 experts at the 8th stage wasn't something that you could see every day. They didn't want to miss a second. Lin Yun frowned. Something was off. The 2 might seem evenly matched, but Lu Yunfei's aura was incredibly calm. Swish! In a burst of wind and splinters, Bai Yufan charged Lu Yunfei. As he closed the gap, he drew his elbows back so his palms sat even with his chest and faced his opponent. The motion was incredibly smooth, as if he'd done it thousands of times. Mountain-splitting palm. It was one of the Azure Sky sect's advanced martial techniques. Similar to the mountain-splitting blade Lin Yun had sold a few minutes earlier, one could cleave a mountain in 2 if they achieved a high enough level of mastery. Boom! 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 The stage cracked beneath his feet as he stormed Lu Yunfei. It seemed he was trying to end the fight in the first move. All of the strength he had built up at the start of the fight had been put into this attack. When he closed in, he threw out both palms. They flew like arrows loosed from a high-pound bow, generating two blasts so strong the entire stage shook. Lu Yunfei faced it without dodging and simply flicked a finger at Bai Yufan. Boom! Bai Yufan went careening backwards, soaring several meters into the air as he flew off stage. It had only been visible for a fraction of a second, but Lin Yun had been watching each move closely. When Lu Yunfei had executed his move, his entire finger had turned green. Despite the sudden reversal, Bai Yufan remained calm. He twisted his body mid-flight and coiled his legs. As his feet came in contact with a second-story wall of a nearby building, he spread out his arms and formed his hands into talons before unleashing the stored tension in his legs. He launched off the wall with such force that shingles came loose and fell to the street below. His eyes locked onto Lu Yunfei's throat as he ripped through the air. The eagle palm art. Lin Yun could not believe what he was seeing. Bai Yufan had not simply recovered from a terrible situation. He turned it in his favor. His awareness of the battlefield was unprecedented. Most practitioners forgot the world offstage existed as soon as the fight started. To top it all off, the fight was only a few seconds in, and he had already shown mastery in two different martial techniques. His mastery of the eagle palm art made Zhou Ping's version look like satire. This man truly deserved his place as the young sect master of the Azure Sky sect. Bai Yufan struck Lu Yunfei hard with both palms before kicking off his chest to create space. This time, Bai Yufan had successfully taken the initiative. When he landed, he stretched out his arms and readied his talons for another attack. Lu Yunfei managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. Lin Yun had never been more inspired to train in his entire life. In his current state, he wouldn't last 10 moves against either of them. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them had clashed nearly 10 times. Bai Yufan's had an advantage, but only slightly. As had just been shown, practitioners of their caliber could turn even the most dire situations in their favor. The fight was still too close to call. Suddenly, Lu Yunfei began to flicker in and out of existence. Afterimages spread out on either side of him in layers, each one a perfect copy of his casual stance and wry smile. When the furthest afterimages were a half-meter away, they snapped back to their origin and Lu Yunfei vanished. Whoosh! He reappeared almost instantly behind Bai Yufan, stabbing his finger into the young sect master's back. Bai Yufan barely had enough time to tense his muscles before he went skipping across the stage. Whoosh! Wisps of green aura emanated from Lu Yunfei's body as he pounced at Bai Yufan. His palm glowed jade green as he caught up to the young sect master mid-tumble. Bai Yufan cursed. He mustered as much strength as he could and faced the palm head-on. Lu Yunfei drove his palm into Bai Yufan's chest, stopping him dead in his tracks. Boom! The force of the blow bounced the young sect master off the floor like a ball. Blood sprayed from his mouth and he clutched his chest as he desperately gasped for air. Bai Yufan writhed as he tried and failed to stand. His internal organs had been injured, and he was powerless to continue fighting. It was a devastating reversal. Your violet cloud art reached the 5th stage? Asked Bai Yufan, his voice thin. The violet cloud art was the Violet Ember Sect's best cultivation manual. Each stage was represented by a change in colors. Upon reaching the highest, the 6th stage, the practitioner's internal energy would turn violet. Green signified that Lu Yunfei had reached the 5th stage. Defeated in 10 moves. Like I said, you're not my rival. In this year's 4-sex competition, there's only one person I consider my equal. Lu Yunfei smiled, ignoring Bai Yufan's question. He didn't spare Bai Yufan a second glance and left. Bai Yufan's face twisted. His heart writhed from the humiliation. Lu Yunfei had spat on his honor and there was nothing he could do about it. The outcome of this battle is simply unbelievable. Yeah, ending the fight in just 10 moves. I thought it would take hundreds. Lu Yunfei has improved so much over the past year. Who knew his violet cloud art would be in the 5th stage? It looks like it's up to Su Xiao to beat him. Ha ha ha. Were we watching the same fight? She doesn't stand a chance. I don't know. I heard Su Xiao has also beaten Bai Yufan. Bai Yufan's strong. Sure. But look at him. He got destroyed. Surrounded by hearsay and speculation, Lin Yun remained silent. As the saying went, the insider knows the ropes, while the outsider just comes along for the ride. Thanks to his keen eyesight, Lin Yun had been able to see the truth hidden within the battle. Lu Yunfei's reversal was a prime example. He had won by attacking Bai Yufan from behind, but it had only landed because his movement technique had caught the young sect master by surprise. The truth was that Bai Yufan had been expecting an attack from behind from the start of the battle. His entire strategy had been based around maintaining distance, only dashing in for a few quick strikes before backing off again. He had done this successfully 3 times before he was caught off guard. A technique that could teleport you behind your opponent with little to no warning was absurdly powerful. The afterimages had only been visible for a fraction of a second. There was no way Bai Yufan could know what was happening without having seen it before. To a layman, a game of chess between grandmasters is no different than a game between amateurs. Both groups move pieces around the board until someone loses or they draw. They have no way to contextualize what they are seeing, and so both sets of players appear to be equally skilled. It isn't until the amateurs face the grandmasters that the layman can see the difference. To Lin Yun, the crowd was no different than the layman. They could not begin to appreciate the complexity of what they had just witnessed. Shaking his head, Lin Yun left the plaza. I have to train harder, Lin Yun sighed. The battle between Bai Yufan and Lu Yunfei had ended, but it was still playing in Lin Yun's mind. The two were only a few years older than him, but they were at the 8th stage of the martial path. Lu Yunfei in particular was unreasonably strong. If Lin Yun were to fight either of the two, he wasn't even sure if he could last a single move. He had a long road ahead of him if he wanted to catch up. He was at a severe disadvantage. The body he possessed had potential, but it had been neglected during its previous owner's time as a sword slave. On top of that, the two of them were elites of their respective sects who had excellent comprehension and plenty of resources at their disposal. That being said, he had made significant progress in an absurd amount of time. It was possible that the body he found himself in was special, and its previous owner had simply been unable to utilize it properly. It could also be due to the insane amount of training he had been doing. Most likely it was some combination of both. Either way, whatever he was doing was working. I got this. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with determination. He changed his mind about leaving the city and returned to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Hey, Lin Yun, my boy. What brings you back so soon? Tong Hu smiled. I need pellets, good ones. I'm talking sect quality. Can you help me out? Lin Yun replied in a decisive tone. Ah, that's the thing though. The only place to get sect quality pellets is from a sect. It's almost impossible to find anything comparable out here. Take body refining pellets, for example. The ones we sell are some of the best you'll find, something we're proud of. But even so, they're only 80% pure, Tong Hu explained seriously. If pellets outside were comparable to those produced by sects, who would want to join a sect? You gotta understand the position we're operating from. In my experience, money solves all problems. It only matters how much you have and how big the problem is, Lin Yun replied, making sure to look dead into Boss Tong's eyes. Are you sure? I'm sure. You know, you're pretty wise for a kid your age. Follow me. Boss Tong led Lin Yun up to a back room on the 2nd floor. As they walked, he said, You're currently in the 5th stage of the martial path, so you don't have an urgent need for body refining pellets. You must be looking for blood refining pellets, right? Tong Hu asked. Yeah. How many do you have? Lin Yun replied. Blood refining pellets don't come cheap. I only have 2 left. I can sell you one, but it will cost you 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Non-negotiable, Tong Hu said. That won't do. I need at least 3. Lin Yun shook his head. Tong Hu wore a difficult smile on his face. I'll have to get in touch with my guy. It'll take about 4 hours. Is that all right? I need to keep 1 pellet in my shop. For emergencies. Yeah, I've got time. Thanks for setting this up, Boss Tong, Lin Yun said. For hours later, Lin Yun left the Myriad Treasure Pavilion 3 blood refining pellets richer. The transaction had left him with only 500 low-grade spiritual stones. It was a lot of money to part with, especially since he had only acquired it a few hours prior. But when he thought back to the battle between Bai Yufan and Lu Yunfei, he knew it was necessary. Any pride he had about his own strength was shattered. So, he returned without any hesitation and bought the 3 blood refining pellets. Safe travels, my friend. Feel free to stop by any time. I'll have a cup of tea waiting for you, Tong Hu said with a warm smile. He bowed deeply as Lin Yun left the shop. Lin Yun had earned more of his respect in a single day than some of his business partners had in their entire careers. The boy was honest, straightforward, and wise beyond his years. Plus Boss Tong had made more off the kid in a single day than he would probably make this entire quarter. He had really struck gold meeting that boy. Lin Yun was pleased with his decision, even if he didn't feel like he had much choice in the matter. Although the sect also sold blood refining pellets, and at a cheaper price than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, disciples were limited in how many they could buy. Outer disciples in the earlier stages were lucky to get their hands on a few extra body refining pellets each month. Obtaining blood refining pellets from the sect at his level was out of the question. Take care, old man, Lin Yun said with a wave as he walked out onto the street. After leaving the store, he walked around a bit longer and decided to grab a quick bite to eat at a street vendor before trying to find a place to stay for the night. He ended up renting out an abandoned courtyard from a local rather than renting a room. His mind had been racing since watching Bai Yufan's fight, and he knew he would have trouble sleeping. This would be a perfect opportunity to try out his new blood refining pellets. He had debated going outside the city for the night, but that would be risky. The courtyard was spacious, secluded, and secure, more than Lin Yun could have hoped for. As night fell on Clearwater City, Lin Yun began his cultivation. He crossed his legs and took out a blood refining pellet. The principle of the 5th stage of the martial path was to refine the blood and internal energy within the body. Looking at the blood refining pellet in his hand, Lin Yun sighed. You had better be worth it. He popped the precious blood refining pellet into his mouth and waited for the medicinal effect to kick in. A moment later, Lin Yun could feel his blood and internal energy coursing through his veins as a warm current rose from his dantian. Boom! Lin Yun heard an explosion in his mind as both his spirit and energy surged. He became acutely aware of his surroundings as his senses became deadly sharp. With each beat of his heart, he experiences a jolt of inexhaustible strength. He could feel his blood becoming stronger with each pulse. It began to mingle with his internal energy as they raged to the beat. Boom! 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 The blood and internal energy overlapped in his body. His aura spiked. Amazing! Lin Yun was shocked. His blood and internal energy were being enhanced to levels he never thought possible. He had to actively calm his heart to prevent his body from being torn apart from the inside by the torrent of energy. Time slowly ticked away, and dawn eventually arrived. The dappled sunlight shone on Lin Yun's face. His eyelids faintly twitched before he gradually opened his eyes. They were clear and bright. He hadn't slept all night, but he didn't feel slightest bit exhausted. He actually felt more energetic than ever. He took a moment to bask in the morning sun. His body felt amazing. The blood refining pellet had had profound effects on his body, inside and out. His eyes glimmered in the sunlight and his face was full of vigor. He was almost unrecognizable. That was unbelievable. In just one night, my cultivation has increased by at least half, Lin Yun muttered, giving his limbs a good stretch. Then again, this was his first time taking the blood refining pellet. The second time wouldn't be nearly as effective as the first. Lin Yun took out the wild goose art, the advanced movement technique he'd gotten from Kuang Yin. He flipped through it carefully. After 15 minutes, he finished reading. Lin Yun closed his eyes and began reciting it in his heart. He repeated this process a few times and soon had it committed to memory. The pure yang art required resources to train, but the wild goose art had no such limitations. It relied purely on comprehension, so it wasn't difficult for him to learn. After only 2 hours, he had a basic grasp of the technique. Executing the wild goose art, Lin Yun leapt into the air and gently landed on the roof. Incredible! Lin Yun muttered. That was easily 4 meters and I barely used any strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yun began to play around with the technique. He was curious to see how far he could push it after discovering how easy it was to jump onto the roof. Movement techniques aren't only meant for escape, he reminded himself. A perfect example was how Lu Yunfei relied on his movement technique to defeat Bai Yufan yesterday. If Lin Yun were to face Lu Yunfei, he wouldn't even be able to touch a hair on his head. Movement was a crucial part of any battle strategy. If Lin Yun wanted to succeed against stronger opponents, he would have to learn how to move. After he became familiar with the wild goose art, Lin Yun began trying to merge it with his flowing wind sword. It took some time before they merged successfully, but when they did, the results were stunning. It was as if he were using a brand new technique. He no longer felt as though he were the one guiding the sword. Rather, it was as if the blade was drawn down the path of least resistance with each swing. The sensation was almost magnetic. He knew immediately that his flowing wind sword had reached new heights. As he became more swift, his movements also became much smoother. All resistance had vanished. It was as if he were performing in a vacuum. Wind assembling. Lin Yun cleared his mind as he executed wind assembling, allowing his instincts to guide his movement. With its newfound freedom, his body went straight into the second move. Reflective shadow. Hu. He darted above the courtyard in a flurry of strikes. In a fraction of a second, he executed 81 slashes with his sword, each leaving an afterimage, before soaring high into the air. As he reached the pinnacle of his ascent, he pointed his sword to the earth and twisted his body. In a whirlwind, he tore through the air, landing in the center of the courtyard. When he looked up, the afterimages were still present, aligned in a perfect circle. His sword technique had reached greater mastery. Lin Yun was elated. He cheered, "I did it! I've achieved something no one else has in over a century. I've reached greater mastery of the flowing wind sword." Lin Yun fell to the ground, laughing in disbelief as he caught his breath. He had been stagnating in the flowing wind sword for some time now. He thought it might have been an issue with his comprehension that was stopping him from making a breakthrough. Thankfully, taking the blood refining pellet had solved his problem. With his flowing wind sword reaching greater mastery and 2 of its offensive moves in his arsenal, Lin Yun's battle prowess had been greatly enhanced. His mind and body were sharper than ever. Looks like the blood refining pellet was worth it. Counting the one I got from Kuang Yen, I still have 3 left. I'll have to make good use of them, Lin Yun said, his eyes shining with confidence. It was finally time for him to complete his last mission. Lin Yun's 3rd spiritual stone mission was to hunt the flaming inked tigers. These demonic beasts were considered tyrants of the Horizon Cloud Mountain, as they had a habit of making meals of demonic beasts in as high as the 6th stage of the martial path. His only saving grace on this mission was that they weren't pack animals, preferring to hunt alone. It took 2 days for Lin Yun to arrive at Cloud Horizon Mountain using the wild goose art, a whole 3 days fewer the last time he made this journey. However, the challenge had just begun. With Lin Yun's 5th stage cultivation, dealing with an ordinary demonic beast in the 6th was already tough, let alone the flaming ink tigers. Fortunately, Lin Yun's training with the tiger in the painting had made him practically immune to beasts' killing aura, especially if it was another tiger. Upon arriving, he started his hunt immediately. Flaming ink tigers were experts in stealth, and he couldn't waste any time if he hoped to make it back in time for the mid-year test. Several days passed with no results. He had found and killed several other demonic beasts, but the flaming ink tigers still eluded him. The flowing wind sword had made quick work of 5th stage beasts and below, but he was still having trouble fighting those in the 6th stage of the martial path. Only a little, though. Ruru-arer. Tiger. He would recognize that roar anywhere. A ferocious tiger came slinking through the forest and stopped just ahead of him. It can't be that easy, right? Lin Yun couldn't believe it. He had spent days looking in vain, and one just sauntered out of the brush right in front of him. It was almost as if the flaming inked tiger had been hunting him. Something was wrong, though. The beast was injured already and seemed to be wary of something off in the distance. Was someone else hunting the tigers? This complicated things. Lin Yun had been hoping to avoid unnecessary conflicts and knew he might have to make some tough decisions in order to do so. The flaming ink tiger, on the other hand, was more concerned with the here and now and saw Lin Yun's hesitation as an opportunity to attack. The tiger was like lightning as it leapt through the trees, and its terrifying aura came crashing down on Lin Yun as it approached. Lin Yun remained composed as he unsheathed flower burial and coiled his body. Executing the flowing wind sword, he darted through the forest like a swallow, leaving behind an afterimages as he went. Using the foliage as cover, he intercepted the tiger from a blind spot. In a single exchange, he left dozens of wounds on the flaming ink tiger. The wounds he left cut deep, much deeper than any of the other wounds. The tiger howled in pain. Wind assembling, Lin Yun turned and tore past the tiger again. His movement was like a surging stream and his sword like bolts of lightning. With his flowing wind sword in greater mastery, Lin Yun was able to put the tiger out of its misery quickly. With the fight over, Lin Yun had some time to think. It looked like the flaming ink tiger had been gravely injured before facing him. It would have been a much more difficult fight otherwise. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yun was jarred from contemplation by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lin Yun turned just as 4 men came bursting from the underbrush. A young, well-dressed man led the group over to the tiger's corpse. It was easy to tell he was their master. The air about him and the swagger to his walk screamed nobility. As the noble approached, he laughed. "You beast! Did you think that you can run from me? Now you're dead." Lin Yun could tell this man was going to be a problem the second he laid eyes on him. The fact that the group had not even acknowledged his presence meant he was most likely about to be cheated out of his share of the corpse. He had landed the killing blow after all. Surely he deserved a portion of the spoils. "Friend, I was the one who killed the flaming inked tiger," he interjected. "Watch your tongue, cur. How dare you take credit for my spectacular triumph over this dreaded flaming inked tiger? Are you tired of living?" The young man screamed, his face flush with rage. He had not expected Lin Yun to speak up. After all, strange, dirty men out wandering in the woods should know their place. "How about this? I need the claws for my mission. How about I take the claws and you can have the rest?" Lin Yun proposed. Finding just one flaming ink tiger had taken days. He did not want to give up on this opportunity. That was until Lin Yun's gaze happened to fall onto the pattern embroidered on the young man's clothes. His eyes widened when he saw the word Yun embroidered on top of waves on the sleeve. Taking a closer look at the group, he saw the man who had run away after Lin Yun had killed his friend. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the man from the other day started whispering to the young patriarch of the Yun clan. The young patriarch of the Yun clan turned to Lin Yun and sneered. "What a coincidence. You killed someone of my Yun clan, and yet you dare to covet my flaming ink tiger? Very well. It has been a long time since someone has gone against my Yun clan." Boom! The young patriarch unleashed his 6th-stage aura as he charged Lin Yun, fist at the ready. His punch let out an ear-piercing scream as it traveled. Evidently, he was trying to catch Lin Yun off guard. Unfortunately, Lin Yun had been on alert from the moment they stepped from the trees. He met the punch with his ferocious tiger fist. He was only a few steps from achieving complete mastery of it and was interested to see how it would match up against another person. Over the past few days, he'd also been using low-grade spiritual stones to aid him in cultivating the pure yang art, averaging about 20 a day. With his pure yang art at the 3rd stage, his internal energy was even fiercer. Boom! The 2 fists clashed, and the young patriarch of the Yun clan let out a pathetic yelp as he was thrown into his men's arms. His right arm was clearly broken in multiple places. Blood poured from his mouth as he let out delicate, little sobs. Run, you idiots!" The young patriarch of the Yun clan was terrified. He was only arrogant because he saw that Lin Yun was only an outer disciple of the Azure Sky sect. He never expected someone in such a low position could be so terrifying. His face was pale as his followers carried him off. Lin Yun frowned, but he decided not to give chase. Turning to the corpse of the flaming ink tiger, He took out his dagger and began harvesting its materials. I'd better get this over with before I attract more unwanted attention. Damn it! An outer disciple of the Azure Sky sect dared bully me. Me! The young patriarch of the Yun clan cursed, holding back tears. His body was still trembling. Trash! All of you are worthless. Aren't you supposed to be 6th-stage cultivators? The clan has spent so many resources on you, but you guys can't even defeat an outer disciple of the Azure Sky sect. What the hell do I pay you for? The young patriarch then turned to the man who had encountered Lin Yun before. And you? When I ordered you to find the bloody lily, not only was it taken away, one of my family's servants got killed. You trash. You ugly, garbage person. The Yun clan was extremely influential in Clearwater City and was well known throughout the Aquasky Nation. In the grand scheme of things, it was only inferior to the 4 great sects. The young patriarch of the Yun clan had never been so humiliated in all of his pampered life. The 3 followers hung their heads in shame. When they saw what had happened to the young master's arm after a single punch, they knew that there was no way they could defeat Lin Yun, even if they ganged up on him. The man who had previously escaped from Lin Yun spoke out, "Young master, that guy must be an elite in the sect. He's probably a descendant of an elder or hall master or something. Those guys are terrifying. It's the only logical conclusion. Do you think I don't already know that? Do you think I'm blind? I figured that out way before you did. We need to teach that loser a lesson. Men, brainstorm with me?" The young patriarch of the Yun clan roared. The few of them looked at each other, but no one said anything. If they were in Clearwater City, everything would be so much easier. Out here in the wilderness, without any backup, none of them dared to take revenge against Lin Yun. Suddenly, one of the men's face lit up. Excitedly, he said, "I have an idea. It's risky, but if it's successful, that fellow will definitely die a miserable death. Speak." A ruthless light flared in the young patriarch's eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his lips as he listened to the man's plan. Nodding, he said, "Excellent, excellent. That plan is perfect. That trash will die by my hands." Lin Yun had gotten rather lucky. The first flaming ink tiger had practically fallen in his lap. Along with the valuable materials, he took a paw as a reference to find more tracks. It took only 2 more days for him to catch a trail and, after climbing up several cliffs, Lin Yun finally saw his second flaming ink tiger. The pitch-black, 6-meter-tall giant was only 500 meters away. It appeared to be resting while it digested a meal, but Lin Yun knew that solitary demonic beasts were often vigilant. Even with its eyes closed, it could still sense the slightest changes in its surroundings. No point in hiding. I'll attack it head-on with my ferocious tiger fist, Lin Yun said excitedly. Fighting the saber-toothed tiger last month had been crucial to his success with this technique. If his hunch was correct, this fight could very well be the key to achieving complete mastery of the ferocious tiger fist. Lin Yun roared as he lunged for the tiger, fist at the ready. The second he revealed himself, the tiger shot awake, bloodlust pouring from its piercing gaze. It let out a deafening roar and the stripes on its body ignited. The flames bellowing from its stripes were nothing like what he'd seen on the previous flaming ink tiger. The last one simply glowed like hot coals. This was more akin to a blacksmith's furnace during war. The heat pouring from its body created a mirage in the surrounding air. Lin Yun pictured the tiger from the painting in his mind as he waded through the killing aura. But even then he almost succumbed to the fear. This aura was different from the last flaming ink tiger he fought. This was the king of the mountains aura. Boom! His punch connected squarely with the tiger's forehead. It was as hard as steel. Reverberations shot up his arm, numbing it. He had barely made a scratch. Roar! The flaming ink tiger let out a roar so powerful it sent Lin Yun's head spinning. A cacophony of movement came from all around him as birds took flight and demon beasts scattered. This tiger really was the tyrant of the mountain, and Lin Yun was in his home. Boom! The tiger caught him across the chest with a heavy paw. The effortless swipe sent him flying into the trunk of a nearby tree, breaking it. Lin Yun's mind was racing as he gasped for air. How had those sorry excuses for bandits managed to injure one of these things? Maybe he had been wrong about them. No, it was that exact reason he was so confident. If even they had managed to injure one, there was no doubt in his mind that he could kill one with his bare hands. His newfound resolve was tested immediately as the beast rose to its feet. From Lin Yun's prone position, the 6-meter-tall titan was as imposing as the mountain it called home. Lin Yun ignored the pain in his chest as he sprang to his feet. He began circulating the pure yang art as he readied his body to meet the tiger's lunge. "Come at me!" Lin Yun bellowed, grinning. All doubt had vanished. He was exactly where he needed to be. It had been a long time since he faced a worthy opponent. He would cherish this battle. Whoosh! The beast was incredibly agile for its size. The gap between them was closed in an instant. Boom! The image of the tiger from the painting flared in his mind's eye as their attacks met. This time his punch matched the strength of the flaming ink tiger. This was no longer a fight between a man and his bounty. It was a clash between beasts to see who was the true king of the mountain. Boom! Lin Yun staggered a few steps back and the tiger stood dazed. Their eyes locked as they began circling each other. Both were acutely aware that, in a fight between equals, the first to make a mistake would lose. Their hypnotic dance continued as both searched desperately for an opening the other wouldn't give. Tired of waiting, the tiger let out a ferocious cry and lunged for Lin Yun's throat. "Bring it on!" shouted Lin Yun excitedly. His bones crackled as his aura surged. The image of a tiger appeared behind him as he launched himself to meet the beast mid-flight. Boom! 1,000 meters away, a man from the Yun clan watched in awe. From this distance, it looked like a battle between two ferocious tigers over territory. He had made the right decision when he left the blood lily behind during their first encounter. How is that possible? It took 4 of us 10 days to injure one of those things, and here he is fighting one barehanded. That kid's a monster, he said to himself as he leapt from the branch he had perched on. It's a shame he won't be leaving here alive. How's the situation? Asked the Yun clan's young patriarch impatiently. Young patriarch, that brat's insane. He's fighting a flaming ink tiger with his bare hands. They seem evenly matched now, but I don't think it will be long before he kills it. You're shitting me? The young patriarch said in disbelief. He felt sick as he pictured what would have happened if they had chosen to face Lin Yun a few days prior. But that was why they were here. He refused to live the rest of his life in fear. Regaining his composure, the young patriarch turned to one of his followers. Old Four, is your plan reliable? If we fail, we'll all be in trouble. Don't worry, young patriarch. My plan is foolproof. The golden brute bulls travel in herds of over 300 and are incredibly stupid. You only need to provoke one for the whole herd to stampede. If we set them off in the kid's direction, he's done for, the follower said confidently. That freak will be trampled into so many pieces we won't even have to bother hiding the body. Excellent. A sinister smile rose on the young master's lips as he continued. He's going to regret crossing me. And here I thought that your head was made of steel, Lin Yun said as he gasped for air. Before him lay the corpse of the flaming ink tiger. Skull caved in from Lin Yun's last punch. Their fight had lasted an excruciating 8 hours in total. A ruler-grade demonic beast was truly formidable. He was still amazed those 4 men from before even managed to put a scratch on one. What was even more amazing was that he was still able to stand. Blood-refining pellets were truly incredible. He could already feel his stamina recovering. After a short rest, Lin Yun began harvesting the flaming inked tiger's claws. As he worked, he couldn't help but be disappointed. He hadn't achieved complete mastery of the ferocious tiger fist during his fight with this magnificent beast. He was excited to see how the technique would transform, especially since he knew the painting had been reshaping it. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Yun was snapped back to reality as he felt the ground around him start to shake. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Behind him, he saw thick dust covering the sky 1,000 meters away. What was more troubling was the herd of gigantic, golden-scaled bulls charging in his direction, each one 3 times larger than the flaming inked tiger. Crack, crack, crack. The might of their hooves sent shockwaves through the earth. Any trees unlucky enough to stand in their way were turned to pulp in an instant. Shit! Lin Yun cursed as the color ran from his face. Where had these bulls even come from? He would have to figure that out some other time, though, as the herd of bulls were upon him. The 1,000 meters that had separated them was but a short walk for beasts their size. Despair crept into Lin Yun's heart as he assessed the situation before him. There were easily 500 golden brute bulls in this stampede, and he had nowhere to run. Facing death, Lin Yun unleashed the full potential of his body. He accumulated all his internal energy into his fist as he threw a punch at the head of the leading bull with all his might, but he was sent flying instead. The immense counter-force shook his entire body. The taste of blood coated his mouth, and he felt as if his organs had been torn shreds. But, despite the pain, that punch had saved his life. When he finally landed, he was a few hundred meters ahead of the stampede. Seeing his opportunity, Lin Yun ran for his life and did not look back. How far apart were heaven and hell? Perhaps only a step. One moment, Lin Yun was celebrating his victory over the flaming ink tiger, and the next, he was running for his life from the golden brute bulls. Now, they were so close Lin Yun could hear them gasping for air. Despite pushing the wild goose art to its limits, Lin Yun still couldn't shake them. Punching the leader may have saved his life, but it had also made the bulls much angrier. Against his better judgment, Lin Yun forced himself to look back. The leader of the golden brute bulls was only a body length away from him, with 400 to 500 bulls close behind. A heavy shadow covered the back of the herd as their dust cloud blotted out the sun. Despair consumed him. Still, Lin Yun refused to give up. He dropped back and gave the leader another punch. Boom! The immense impact spread throughout his body once more, and this time he was certain he sustained internal damage. The leader of the golden brute bulls was no worse for wear, though continuing its charge without losing stride. Swish! The burst of speed generated by the counterforce helped put some distance between Lin Yun and the herd. His lungs burned and his heart pounded as he ran. He had no idea how long he could hold on for. The only thing keeping him going now was fear. Running was his only option. Ha ha! Young master. Look at him running for his life like a dog. The 4 men of the Yun clan followed behind the herd, laughing as they watched Lin Yun struggle. Excellent! The young patriarch wore a sinister smile as he yelled, "Good job, all 4. Using the golden brute bulls to deal with that brat was ingenious. It's all thanks to you, boss." All 4 replied with a fawning smile. "Haha. Yes, it is. Let's follow up. I want to be there when he's trampled by those golden brute bulls. He'll rue the day he stole from me," said the young patriarch as he picked up speed. "That kid is really tough. If we are the ones facing the herd, we would be trampled to death by now. Relax. The golden brute bulls are famed for their endurance. They've been known to run for 5 days without stopping. That's what I like. Seeing him jumping here and they're struggling desperately to survive. Tormented by despair. No hope of escape. He's only delaying the inevitable," the young patriarch said excitedly. Lin Yun was ragged. His face was pale and his body was covered in mud and bruises. If not for the hope burning in his eyes, you would think he was an animated corpse. The thunderous sound behind him was a constant reminder that he couldn't let up. Slowing down even a little meant certain death. However, there was something strange about it. He was only a few meters from death, and yet he was calm. The sense of despair he had at the beginning had given way to acceptance. The situation was terrible, sure, but worrying would do nothing. Since he was going to die anyway, why not try something crazy? "Here we go!" Lin Yun shouted as he popped a blood-refining pellet into his mouth. It took effect immediately. Familiar waves of heat washed over him as every part of his body surged back to life. In an instant, he was back at full strength. But this was only a temporary fix, and he knew it. The bulls would last longer than he ever could, even with pellets. He had to do something drastic if he had any chance of surviving. As he ran, Lin Yun turned his focus to his heart. While he listened, he felt the blood flowing through his veins. He could sense his internal energy and the medicine mixing, almost dancing. He watched as electricity fired from every nerve and synapse. And as he observed, he balled his hand into a fist. He directed every ounce of energy he could summon into his fist. This was his last chance of evading death, his last hope of survival. The veins on his arm surged and his whole body shook as power boiled from his core. His desperation and anger were acting as a catalyst. "I hereby place my life and death in this punch," Lin Yun roared in defiance of the heavens. And then he stopped running. "He's given up!" shouted one of the Yun clan as they watched the stampede barrel towards him. The bull's horns were only meters away, but as he turned to face them, they seemed to stop. Lin Yun's body was numb. The rage in his heart had faded as well. In fact, all he felt at that moment was an overwhelming sense of serenity. It was at that moment he realized he was standing at the crossroads between life and death. Before him lay two paths. All that was left was for him to choose. Kra-ak-ko-cow. The thunderous crackle of Lin Yun's bones signaled for time to resume. The explosive power of his aura obliterated the limits of the fifth stage of the martial path. He had made his choice. He would face death as the king of the mountain. Becoming the very embodiment of a tiger, Lin Yun's aura surged as he unleashed a roar at the herd of bulls. He refused to die before he saw his potential realized. With this earth-shattering punch, he would overthrow heaven and earth. Boom! The lead bull vanished the moment his fist connected with its head. Its lifeless corpse went careening through the herd, taking a few bulls out along the way. This was the terrifying power of complete mastery of the ferocious tiger fist. Steam rolled off his body as the heat of his blood brought him seemingly limitless strength. Lin Yun's hair danced as a gale swept around him. When they locked eyes with him, the golden brute bulls were consumed by the dominating aura of the flaming ink tiger. A fear that came from the depth of their bloodline stopped the entire herd in their tracks. The sound of their leader finally landing spurred them to action. The terrified bulls turned and ran. His bet had paid off. Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief. He knew he was close to complete mastery of the ferocious tiger fist after his fight with the flaming ink tiger and had hoped confronting death would act as a catalyst. He bet his entire life on that single punch. And he won. Just as Lin Yun began checking the corpse of the golden brute bull's leader, a terrified scream attracted his attention. Using his hand to shade his eyes, he sneered as he finally understood why the bulls had been chasing him. In the distance, the 4 men from the Yun clan could be seen running ahead of the herd. Even at this distance, Lin Yun could see they were scared shitless. Karma had come back on them quickly. It was hard not to smile. Blood-curdling screams rose from the group as 2 of the followers were trampled to death. No matter how hated the enemy, a scream like that made a person's skin crawl. But the bulls were not people, and they paid no mind to the screams as their hooves trampled the 2. The Yun clan's young patriarch took out a pellet and popped it in his mouth. His complexion became sickly, but his aura went above the 6th stage and his speed increased greatly. All 4 had had the same idea but had no pellets on him. In desperation, he cried out, "Young master, save me. Throw me a pellet. Anything, please." But the young patriarch had no intention slowing down. The only thing he could give his old friend in this moment were his parting words, "Get lost." As the screams faded behind him, the Yun clan's young patriarch increased his speed, sobbing as he ran. "You guys brought that upon yourselves?" Lin Yun said as he strolled over to the corpses of the 3 men. If he bet hadn't paid off, he would be the one trampled to death instead. "What's this?" Amidst the carnage was a bag containing beast materials. By some miracle, the claws of a flaming ink tiger had survived the stampede. "Today's my lucky day." He pocketed the claws and turned his attention back to the herd leader's corpse. Every single part of this corpse was valuable, and he had the interspatial pouch to store it all. This monster had brought him inches from death. He would squeeze every last penny from it, gathering blood lilies, going after Kuang Yen, and hunting the flaming ink tigers. He had now completed all 3 of his spiritual stone missions, and it was time for him to return to the sect. He had finished just in time for the mid-year test. He had gained a lot during his trip. He had progressed the flowing wind sword, grasping the second offensive move, learned a movement technique in the form of the wild goose art, reached the 5th stage of the martial path, and achieved complete mastery of the ferocious tiger fist. But, above all else, Lin Yun believed his most important takeaway was the combat experience. He couldn't wait to see how far he would go during the mid-year test. In the outer region of the Mechanism Hall in Azure Sky Sect, Xianxia was on stage training his sword against a puppet. His 6th stage aura roared as he executed the Berserk Lightning Sword. The speed and precision of each strike was breathtaking. Each swing left an afterimage. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be wielding 10 swords at once. The Mechanism Hall rang with his thunderous strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Every strike on the sword was accompanied by the sound of crumpling metal. His eyes burned with a terrifying rage as he swung his sword. He had found imagining the puppet was Lin Yun helped him vent the anger that consumed him as of late. Beneath the stage, outer disciples watched sheepishly. They knew to be quiet as he trained, or else they would become the target of his rage. "That sword slave still hasn't come back?" Chun Xiao asked while he parried the puppet's retaliation. "No, Senior Brother Chen. The mid-year test is only a few days away and he still hasn't shown. It's possible that he died somewhere outside the sect. I heard he accepted 3 spiritual stone missions, one of which was to kill the bandit, Kuang Yen, Senior Brother Chen." "Yes, Senior Brother Chen. Kuang Yen is known for his brutality. There have been many reports of him slaughtering disciples from other sections. Lin Yun is most likely not an exception. I doubt you will ever see him again, Senior Brother Chen." The outer disciples' exaggerated deference annoyed Chun Xiao. "No, I must be the one to tear him into pieces." With a primal scream, Chun Xiao brandished 80 swords in an instant, obliterating the puppet. The outer disciples' jaws dropped as they realized they had witnessed him achieve greater mastery in the Berserk Lightning Sword. "All of you listen up. If I find out any of you have been slacking, you'll be taking the place of this puppet. Keep all your eyes peeled. Report to me immediately the second you catch wind he's returned." Chun Xiao barked as he looked at the outer disciples beneath the stage. "Sir, yes, sir." The outer disciples' heads nodded frantically as they replied in unison. If they had been too afraid to oppose him in the past, there was no chance they would step out of line now. But their synchronized head bobbing was cut short as an outer disciple burst through the doors to the Mechanism Hall. "Senior Brother Chan," he shouted between breaths. "Lin Yun has returned. Word has it he just arrived in Azure Sky Town." As the news sank in, a sinister smile spread across Chun Zhao's face. Laughing, he said, "Speak of the devil. The fool made it back just in time." With a spring in his step, Chun Xiao hopped off stage and ran for the door. "This is not good, guys. He's actually gonna kill the sword slave this time." "Yeah, the last time the sword slave ran, Senior Brother Chun set his shack on fire. It's been 2 months and Senior Brother Chun has only been getting angrier. I almost feel bad for the kid. Senior Brother Chun won't show any mercy this time. After an embarrassment like that, would you? This is going to be good. Let's go." Word spread quickly through Mechanism Hall as more and more outer disciples chased after Chun Xiao. Before long, he found himself leading a massive crowd. Lin Yun was in for quite the surprise. Lin Yun's heart swelled with happiness as he stood at the southern entrance of the Azure Sky Sect. He had managed to complete his missions and make it back with only 2 days to spare. During this trip, he experienced the highs of his flowing wind sword reaching greater mastery, and the lows of dealing with the Yun clan. He danced with death multiple times, even coming face to face with it while being chased by the herd of golden brute bulls. The journey had left its mark, and there was a tint of maturity on his tender face. "Time to hand in the missions," Lin Yun said excitedly. His pace quickened as he thought about his reward. It only took him 15 minutes to reach the administration hall using the wild goose art. But as he walked up the steps, he was greeted by a huge crowd led by none other than Chen Xiao. Lin Yun understood what was happening the moment he saw them. However, after having been through all the dangers in his trip, this was nothing. After all, how could Xianxia be more treacherous than that herd of golden brute bulls? What are you doing here? Turning in your missions. Xianxia wore a playful smile as he addressed Lin Yun with a mocking tone. Now that he had confirmed Lin Yun was back, he wasn't in such a hurry. He had been thinking of ways to humiliate Lin Yun for 2 months. He wanted to savor this moment. His fantasies were interrupted when Lin Yun charged him without a word. The sudden assault caught Xianxia by surprise and he reflexively jumped back. In a mix of rage and shock, he stammered, "Why you want to die, sword slave?" But those words were the only response Lin Yun would allow Xianxia to give. Xiao's hand had barely made contact with his sword when Lin Yun's punch connected with his chest. Boom! Xiao went flying. He skid 50 meters across the ground before a tree stopped him. Leaves and small branches dropped all around him. Xiao struggled in vain to get on his feet. The impact had caused internal damage. His equilibrium was shot, and blood poured from his mouth. Using the last of his strength, Xiao raised his head and pointed at Lin Yun, unable to utter a single word. What Xiao didn't know was that Lin Yun had consumed the 2 remaining blood-refining pellets on his way back to the Azure Sky Sect. Right now, Lin Yun's blood was like molten lava as it coursed through his veins. Beyond their current effects, the 4 blood-refining pellets had strengthened his physique to terrifying levels. Furthermore, he was executing the ferocious tiger fist in complete mastery. Xiao never stood a chance. His months fantasizing ways to humiliate Lin Yun had been for nothing. The crowd was dumbfounded. They had been worked up by 2 months of Xiao boasting and were excited to watch a one-sided fight. In the end, their wish had been granted. Lin Yun scoffed as he walked towards the administration hall. "Trash! Sword slave? Did you say?" Xiao roared when he heard Lin Yun speak, catching the crowd off guard. His face contorted with pain as he still struggled to his feet. Seeing his pitiful state, Xiao's underlings rushed over to help and said, "Senior brother, he called you trash." Xiao coughed up more blood upon hearing that. His pale face was filled with humiliation. The puny sword slave of the Azure Sky Sect had dared to call him trash. But he couldn't refute the claim. He had been beaten by a single punch. His face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. I hate it." With that, Xiao passed out. Xiao was filled with hatred, but it was unclear what he hated. Even if they were no longer equals, with cultivation in the 6th stage of the martial path and greater mastery of the Berserk Lightning Sword, he should have been able to last at least 100 moves against Lin Yun. His carelessness had given Lin Yun the opportunity to take him out before he could even draw his sword. In the end, he could only hate himself. Why is Lin Yun in such a hurry? You don't think he actually completed all 3 spiritual stone missions, do you? There's no way. One of them is to kill the bandit. Kuang Yen. What's the point of discussing? We'll know if we follow him into the administration hall. Good point, let's go. The entire crowd disappeared into the administration hall, leaving Xiao and his lackeys behind. The door creaked loudly as Lin Yun entered the hall. The place was as crowded as ever, but an unnatural hush greeted Lin Yun when he entered. Spiritual stone missions were extremely difficult, and among the outer disciples, only the top 10 were capable of completing them. Naturally, news had spread quickly after Lin Yun accepted 3. His actions had caused quite the stir. "The sword slave is back!" someone shouted, breaking the silence. "I wonder if he managed to complete the missions. We'll find out soon enough. If he failed, he'll be severely punished." A deluge of whispers flooded the administration hall as the crowd eyed Lin Yun anxiously, but Lin Yun paid them no mind. It was human nature to be wary of someone who rose so quickly. "Easy! Don't push me!" came a cry from the mass of people behind him. The administration hall had become quite crowded upon his arrival, and people continued to pour in. "What's that matter? Why are so many people here? Haven't you heard? Lin Yun defeated Xiao with only 1 punch. Are you serious?" Don't take my word for it. Half the people here saw it. Honestly, it was brutal. Blood wouldn't stop pouring from Chun Zhao's mouth. He couldn't even get up. I'm pretty sure he's still lying on the ground outside right now. The whispers had become a roar. So many people were talking at once it was almost impossible to hear the person standing next to you. Administrator Yang. Lin Yun shouted. I have the blood lilies that were requested. Please check through them. Administrator Yang examined the blood lilies and confirmed, well done. They are all in perfect condition. Here is your reward, 400 low-grade spiritual stones. As a bonus, you've also earned the right to purchase 1 blood refining pellet. Lin Yun nodded graciously as he received his reward. The 400 low-grade spiritual stones were nice, but the bonus reward was shocking. The crowd roared with envy as word of his bonus spread. Whoa! I thought blood refining pellets were only available to inner disciples. If I could get my hands on a blood refining pellet, I would be in the 5th stage of the martial path by now. Instead, I've stagnated. I wish I was brave enough to take on that mission. You? Forget it. The blood lilies are hard enough to find in the 100-Flower Valley. Not to mention the demonic beasts that guard them. Even if you're lucky enough to find one, you'll die before you can harvest it. Their astonishment continued to grow as Lin Yun handed the flaming inked tiger's claws to Administrator Yang, receiving another 600 low-grade spiritual stones as a reward. He had completed 2 of the 3 spirit stone missions. All that was left was to prove he had killed the bandit, Kuang Yen. Kuang Yen was known throughout the Aquasky Nation for his evil deeds. Every disciple in the 4 sects wanted him dead, but none had been able to kill him. It seemed impossible that a sword slave would succeed where everyone else had failed. But as the tension mounted, an invisible pressure came crashing down from the higher floors. An old man slowly walked down the stairs with a smile. The outer disciples trembled as they watched him descend. It was the hall master of the administration hall, an expert in the 9th stage of the martial path. Greetings, hall master! The outer disciples cried as they paid their respect. Get up! Get up! I have only come down to announce one thing. Hall Master Wang smiled. What could it be? Hall Master Wang rarely appears in public. It must be something big. Do you think it has something to do with Lin Yun? Now that he had their proper attention, Hall Master Wang came before Lin Yun and announced, Outer disciple Lin Yun has killed the bandit, Kuang Yen, in Clearwater City, bringing pride to our sect. The sect master was so pleased by the news. He has requested that I personally give him a reward. Russell, the administration hall, went silent. Lin Yun had not only completed the 3 spiritual stone missions. His act of killing Kuang Yen had earned the respect of the sect master himself. The last part was shocking, but made sense given enough thought. Kuang Yen had been recklessly terrorizing the entire Aquasky Nation. His notoriety had spread far and wide. As the 4 great sects represented the pinnacle of the Aquasky Nation, they naturally had to send people to hunt him down. Whoever killed Kuang Yen was guaranteed to bring pride to their sect. It was especially true for the Azure Sky sect. Kuang Yen had killed many more disciples from the 3 other sects than he had from that Azure Sky sect. Hence, the sect master would be able to use it as leverage over the other 3 sect masters. It was only natural for him to grant Lin Yun a reward. It's my responsibility to serve the sect, Lin Yun said graciously. Though he didn't show it, he was surprised that killing Kuang Yen had caused such a huge commotion. Neither conceited nor impatient, very good. Here is your reward of 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Furthermore, you may ascend to the martial chamber and pick a fragmented Xianxia art. Hall Master Wang smiled. When everyone heard Hall Master Wang's words, their eyes blazed. Xianxia art. Despite being fragmented, its value was unimaginable. If anyone could comprehend a move from it, they would become invincible amongst their peers. Almost all the cultivation and martial techniques in the martial chamber were derived from fragmented Xianxia arts. Just having one was a huge boon to a person's cultivation. Come with me, Hall Master Wang said to Lin Yun before turning for the stairs. Lin Yun obeyed, trying his best to avoid the envious glares of the crowd as he followed. Hall Master Wang explained as he led Lin Yun to the top floor. Xiantian arts can only be practiced by Xiantian martial practitioners. The sect only has 2 complete Xiantian art, and they are terrifyingly powerful. They are the foundation of our sect, and only the sect master has access to them. But the fragmented Xiantian arts are all here. Solemnly, he continued, the Xiantian arts here are fragmented and are only meant to be comprehended. If you force yourself to learn them, you could find yourself in trouble. It's meant to broaden your eyes, to help make a martial technique your own. I see. I'll avoid practicing it recklessly, Lin Yun replied, a sense of awe in his voice. Good. You will be fine as long as you heed my words. The fragmented art will only bring you harm if you are reckless. Lin Yun was beginning to doubt the value of the fragmented Xiantian arts. The other disciples were clearly jealous, but Hall Master Wang's explanation made them out to be more trouble than they were worth. Still, he couldn't deny he was excited to flip through them. It only took a few minutes for Lin Yun's opinion to change. He grew solemn as he came to understand the true nature of his reward. A whole new world had been given to him. Through the words before him, he experienced firsthand the might of the Xiantian martial practitioners. Their feats included such things as unleashing a strand of sword aura from their finger to claim the head of their opponent 1,000 meters away, leaping 3 meters into the air and destroying a city wall with a single punch, and splitting rivers with a single palm strike. When his gaze fell on a copy named the Dragon Tiger Fist, he felt an immediate attraction. This is the fragmented Xiantian art, the Dragon Tiger Fist. The ferocious tiger fist that you practice originated from it, Hall Master Wang explained. That sounds perfect. I'll take it. Lin Yun made his choice without any hesitation. His ferocious tiger fist had reached complete mastery, so this Dragon Tiger art was just what he needed. Do not practice the Dragon Tiger Fist, Hall Master Wang warned. He handed over the technique manual to Lin Yun, then continued, in the past, there was an inner disciple who didn't follow my warning and practiced a fragmented Xiantian art anyway. He nearly died and ended up being crippled. Take it only to broaden your scope and increase your comprehension in the martial path. Thank you for your teachings, Hall Master Wang, Lin Yun replied as he received the book. It seemed the fragmented Xiantian art was a double-edged sword. It was something that he could destroy himself with, but if he used it well, he could comprehend a whole new foundational fist technique from it and benefit the sect. You may take your leave. The mid-year test will be 2 days from now, and I'm looking forward to your performance, Hall Master Wang smiled. Goodbye. Lin Yun left the martial chamber. He returned to Administrator Yang and asked to buy a blood-refining pellet. It's your right, but only this once. Sect price is 500 low-grade spiritual stones, Administrator Yang said as he took out a blood-refining pellet for Lin Yun. His opinion of Lin Yun had changed. The boy was stronger than he had given him credit for. The truth was, Hall Administrator Yang was unsure if he could beat Lin Yun in a fight himself. After all, it had only been 3 months since Lin Yun had become an outer disciple. Yang was thankful that Lin Yun did not hold a grudge for how he had acted in the past. Only 500 low-grade spiritual stones? Lin Yun's heart bled when he thought of the 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones he spent a few days ago. He knew it was a fair price, but it still hurt to give up that much money. The outer disciples in the administration hall watched the exchange with envy. Someone finally broke the silence. 2 days from now, this sword slave will definitely make a name for himself. Lin Yun was mortified when he saw the state of his wooden shack, of the home the previous owner of his body left behind. Only ash remained. In days, he looked around to make sure he was in the right place. He called out to a passerby, Do you know what happened here? Senior brother Lin. I'm so sorry. Chun Xiao and his lackeys burnt down your house right after you left. The outer disciple replied solemnly. It looks like the punch he gave Chun Xiao had been far too light. The outer disciple continued, Senior brother, you can apply for a new house from the sect. It wouldn't cost much. Turning, Lin Yun smiled. Thank you. I'll think of something myself. Then I'll take my leave first, senior brother. It was clear Lin Yun needed some time alone. After becoming a sword slave, The previous owner of his body had been driven out of the dormitory meant for odd-job workers. He needed somewhere to live but couldn't afford anything the sect had to offer. In the end, he came out to this desolate place and built himself a shack out of anything he could find. It wasn't much, but it did its job. It kept him warm at night, gave him shelter from the wind and rain, and, most importantly, was a place he could call home. The previous owner of his body stayed here for 2 years without complaint. The previous Lin Yun did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the Azure Sky Sect's sword cleaning chamber. He wanted to maintain Su Xiao's sword. If he left, it might be the last time he said goodbye. Back then, he could only stare at Su Xiao from the back of the crowd while she stood center stage. It had been his dream to follow in her footsteps. When the wooden shack was consumed by the flames, the last trace of the previous Lin Yun vanished with it. Without a word, Lin Yun got on his hands and knees and began sorting through the ashes. Clouds of soot got in his lungs and stung his eyes. Sharp fragments of wood cut his hands and legs. His whole body was covered in ash and grime. Splinters dug under his nails. He searched until his hands bled, but there was nothing left. Regardless of how he tried, he couldn't find a single item that belonged to the previous Lin Yun. Some time later, he noticed a tattered piece of paper among the ashes. It was a scrap of the log he kept of the pellets that Su Xiao had given him. Whoosh! A breeze took the paper from Lin Yun's hand and carried it away. As he watched the paper drift away, Lin Yun became lost in thought. Since ancient times, love has always been the most complicated part of life. The previous Lin Yun had held feelings for Su Xiao even though she refused to even look at him. As long as he could see her, he would be satisfied. Most would say he was infatuated, but Corky was more accurate. He was perfectly content holding his feelings even if nothing ever came from them. Despite the sadness he felt at times, the previous Lin Yun was just happy to have something to long for. In all of this, was Su Xiao to blame? Not at all. She was not obligated to have feelings for someone simply because they liked her. Besides, how could she give someone an answer if they don't ask first? Then whose fault was it? The previous Lin Yun? Absolutely not. Even a sword slave had the right to dream. It's not your fault, Lin Yun muttered as he watched the paper drift away. After another moment of silence, he went to collect the materials needed to build a new shack. The mid-year test was 2 days later, and he did not have the luxury of time to comprehend the Xiantian art, Dragon Tiger Fist. It was too complicated, and if he wasn't careful it might lower his strength instead. Lin Yun popped the blood-refining pellet he had bought from Administrator Yang into his mouth before carefully retrieving the saber-toothed tiger's beast core from his pouch. Boom! The unique killing aura lingering within the beast core was overwhelming. It was identical to what he had felt during the fight, if only a little weaker. He knew now how fortunate he had been to find this. Only on rare occasions would a beast become a demonic beast, and, of those that did, only 10% would go on to conceive a beast core. Its value could not be measured. He knew he needed to reach the 6th stage of the martial path if he wanted to stand a chance during the mid-year tournament. With only 2 days to go, he needed to do something drastic. Even if he consumed 5 more blood-refining pellets, his chances of making a breakthrough were slim. His best shot was to consume the beast core. Most people wouldn't even dream of doing what he was about to do. But he was out of options after taking a deep breath. Lin Yun swallowed the beast core. Boom! The moment the beast core entered his mouth, spiritual energy exploded from deep within him. Strands of crimson aura seeped from every part of his body as the killing aura of the saber-toothed tiger slowly fused with his own. He began circulating the pure yang art, trying desperately to control the overbearing power of the beast core. It was as if a wild, untamable stallion had been set loose within his body. As the power surged within his body, his color of his face alternated between green and white, occasionally flashing black as well. The little control he had over the savage energy that was raging within him began to slip. Lin Yun was in trouble. There was a definite possibility that Lin Yun's body would explode, but he was powerless to stop the reaction. All he could do now was wait patiently as his body slowly digested the beast core. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. Despite the mighty power surging in his body, he kept his heart calm. Unfortunately, this proved increasingly difficult as reaction only continued to get stronger. His sense of time had become distorted as he focused his whole attention on what was happening inside his body. 2 days had passed already without him knowing. The mid-year test, the Azure Sky Sec's annual tournament, had begun. The plaza was packed to the brim with people. The disciples whose lots had been drawn first were already fighting on stage. The Azure Sky Sect had a total of 2,000 to 3,000 outer disciples, and all of them had gathered for the test. The atmosphere was electric as disciples put their hopes and dreams on the line. This test decided where they would rank. Some would rise, some would fall, and some would even be given an opportunity to become an inner disciple. A large crowd had congregated near the main stage located at the center of the event grounds. Most gathered were outer disciples who had either already finished their matches or were waiting for their next one to start. On stage, senior outer disciple Liang Wenbo stood beside the judge. He normally kept a low profile, but he had not been able to hide the fact that he had reached the 6th stage of the martial path. No one would underestimate him. While he was formidable and well-respected, Liang Wenbo was not the reason people flocked to this stage. Is it true that Liang Wenbo is fighting Lin Yun? That's what I heard. Liang Wenbo drew Lin Yun's name, but apparently no one's seen him. What's wrong with that guy? How can you be late for the greatest event of the year? Won't he be disqualified? Rumors began to spread quickly. Liang Wenbo was growing more impatient by the second. Turning to the judge, he asked, "How long do I have to wait?" "Half an incense's time. If Lin Yun isn't here by then, he will be disqualified and you will move on to the next round." Liang Wenbo scoffed. Once a sword slave, always a sword slave. Everyone stared anxiously at the incense as they waited. It was down to its last centimeter and Lin Yun had still not shown. "Looks like I win this round," Liang Wenbo said with a smug smile. But as he spoke, a commotion broke out from the back of the crowd. "He's here." Every head turned just as a white-robed man with delicate features walked calmly towards the stage. Lin Yun had just barely made it in time. He pushed his way through the crowd and jumped on stage. When he got into position, he apologized to Liang Wenbo and the judge. "Sorry for being late." Liang Wenbo was visibly upset. He had been forced to wait the maximum possible time without being awarded a victory. "According to the rules, you were late, but not late enough to be disqualified. You will be allowed to continue participating in the mid-year tournament," the judge clarified. "However, due to your tardiness, you must let 3 moves go to your opponent." "Fine with me," Lin Yun nodded. When Liang Wenbo heard that, a faint smile rose to his lips. "That's a rule. I'll take it." Turning to Lin Yun, he said, "I heard you managed to defeat that idiot, Chun Xiao. Well, I got news for you, punk. I don't plan to give you the same opportunities he did. I don't plan to let you lay a finger on me. Today, on this stage, in front of this crowd, I'm going to give you the beating of a lifetime. I'm going to show these people what you're really made of. They'll be mopping your true colors off the stage when I'm done with you." Liang Wenbo's arrogance sent the crowd into a frenzy. If the tension in the crowd was a smoldering fire, Liang Wenbo's words were gunpowder. It took the judge nearly a minute to calm the crowd down enough so that the men on stage could hear him. While a little dramatic, Liang Wenbo was qualified to speak those words. He was a senior among outer disciples. His cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the martial path and he had achieved perfection in his drifting leaf sword. "That's weird. Why didn't Lin Yun bring his sword along?" asked an onlooker. "I heard that he managed to use the flowing wind sword, a technique that no one could practice for the past 1,000 years. Who knows if those rumors are true, though." "Wait, what? Come on. I'm only here for the flowing wind sword." Excuse me. It was the last 100 years, not the last 1,000. Those rumors are probably exaggerated. If he had actually made progress with the flowing wind sword, there's no way he'd leave his sword behind. Who would handicap themselves like that during the mid-year test? Start. Clang. In the fraction of a second between when the judge yelled start and the bell tolled, Liang Wenbo brandished his sword in a lightning-fast quick-draw attack in hopes of catching Lin Yun off guard. His strike carried the swiftness of the wind itself. The sword brushed past Lin Yun's nose, barely an inch away from him. Lin Yun had barely gotten out of the way. Fast. To the disciples watching, the sword had just appeared in Liang Wenbo's hand. His movements were too fast for their eyes to follow. To everyone's surprise, Liang Wenbo had begun the fight with his full strength. He would take full advantage of the 3 free attacks against Lin Yun he had been given. As per agreement, Lin Yun was not allowed to retaliate. Boom! Feeling the aura that permeated from Liang Wenbo, Lin Yun could tell that he had been on the verge of the 7th stage of the martial path for some time. As his aura poured into his sword, Liang Wenbo's sword momentum sped towards its upper limits. At a tricky angle from below, the long sword sliced upwards, bringing a cutting gale with it. Swish! Swish! The strike sliced through the front of Lin Yun's robe, barely missing his skin. This passivity was proving troublesome, but rules were rules. Lin Yun could only hope his chance would come soon. Liang Wenbo is terrifyingly strong, and he has a 3-move advantage. Lin Yun is in trouble. Liang Wenbo's cultivation seems to be approaching the 7th stage of the martial path as well. No wonder he was so arrogant before. The drifting leaf sword is so ferocious in his hands. In only 2 moves, Lin Yun was on his back foot. Drifting leaves. Go down! Liang Wenbo roared as he executed his 3rd move. He lunged his sword at Lin Yun with all his might. As if summoned by the display, a raging tempest tore through the crowd. The violent blast whipped through robes and hair as it carried a cloud of dust on stage. From afar, Liang Wenbo's sword truly looked like a leaf drifting in the wind. Bravo! The crowd roared at the spectacle. They were witnessing the work of a master. But just when everyone thought that Liang Wenbo's stab was sure to connect, Lin Yun launched himself into the sky, landing 6 meters away at the very edge of the stage. The wild goose art had saved him yet again. Damn it! Liang Wenbo cursed furiously. Blinded by rage, he let his internal energy burn with reckless abandon. He poured dangerous amounts of strength into his swing, sending a veritable cyclone at Lin Yun in hopes of knocking him off stage. Before Liang Wenbo saw the results of his last strike, he heard Lin Yun's voice through the dust cloud. That's 3 moves. Liang Wenbo became unhinged. He charged at Lin Yun wildly, sword at the ready. But Lin Yun had been waiting. Just as Liang Wenbo was about to enter the haze, it vanished. More accurately, the cloud of dust had dissipated from the force of Lin Yun's incoming fist. Crackle! Thunder came from Lin Yun's bones as his fist sped towards his opponent. Liang Wenbo went weak as his aura was smothered by an oppressive malice. Lin Yun's aura was also in the 6th stage, but it was permeated by sickening bloodlust that writhed all around him. This unique killing aura was unlike anything a martial practitioner could produce. Thoof! Before Lin Yun's punch, Liang Wenbo's momentum crumbled. It was a punch that could not be blocked, containing the might to crush everything. Before his body could fall, Lin Yun struck him again. The horrifying crack of Liang Wenbo's ribs breaking could be heard from the back of the crowd as he was launched across the stage. His mind didn't register the 2nd hit until he was already airborne. Boom! As Liang Wenbo's body returned to Earth, Lin Yun was there to greet him with another devastating blow. Those in the audience would go on to say that, in that moment, Lin Yun became the very embodiment of a ferocious tiger, the king of all beasts, as he pounced clear across the stage to meet his prey. 100 Beast Wave. And no! Doo-doom! Lin Yun looked in Liang Wenbo's eyes as his attack connected. The confidence of the man who had taunted him before the fight was gone, consumed in its entirety by unmitigated horror. Lin Yun almost felt sorry for him as he flew into the crowd. When Liang Wenbo's body finally came to a rest, Lin Yun faced him and cupped his hands together. Thank you for your guidance. 3 punches. Lin Yun used one to break Liang Wenbo's momentum, the second to break his ribs, and the third to break his spirit. After watching Liang Wenbo lose despite having an overwhelming advantage, It was hard not to see his arrogant words from before as some sort of prophetic joke. Although Lin Yun arrived late, he ended the fight swiftly. It only took 3 punches for him to defeat Liang Wenbo. The spectators were dumbfounded. Lin Yun had actually managed to defeat Liang Wenbo without using his sword. Just how powerful was he? Even the judge was shocked. He turned to Lin Yun and asked, "Just who are you? Why haven't I heard of you before? I only became an outer disciple 3 months ago, and I was a sword slave in the sword cleaning chamber before that," Lin Yun explained, not bothering to hide his background. The judge was amazed. He looked Lin Yun up and down and smiled. "Well, that explains it. Work hard, young lad. You might have a chance to stand out in the 6th group. I hereby announce Lin Yun's victory for this round. He is granted 1 point. Thank you." Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He jumped off of the stage after the judge announced his victory. Because there was a small setback refining the beast core, it had taken him 2 days to absorb it and raise his cultivation to the 6th stage of the martial path. In the process, he had also fused with the essence of the saber-toothed tiger, which added a sharpness and dominance to his aura. Luckily, he managed to read over the rules and find his stage on time. He was really close to being disqualified. The rules of the mid-year test were simple. All the disciples would be separated into groups and go through elimination rounds within their respective group. Over 2,000 outer disciples had been divided into 10 groups, with each group containing about 200 disciples. Only the top 8 could advance to the next round. This meant only the top 80 outer disciples were qualified to fight for the 10 inner disciple slots. As Lin Yun looked over the groups, he noticed that the strength of every group had been balanced, with the top outer disciples being equally distributed. The elder must have done this to prevent the top talent from ending up in the same group and eliminating each other prematurely. Lin Yun walked around to scout out his potential opponents. In the 6th group, the strongest person was probably Zhang Han. Zhang Han was ranked among the top 10 and as strong as Zhou Yun. His cultivation was also in the 7th stage of the martial path. Apart from this, Lin Yun knew nothing about him. However, he wasn't too bothered as he only had to get into the top 8 to advance to the next round. If he was lucky enough, he might not even encounter Zhang Han at all. Next round, Lin Yun versus Hu Feng. When Lin Yun heard his name announced, he rushed to the assigned stage. He did not want to give 3 moves to his opponent again. Executing the wild goose art, Lin Yun leapt into the air and landed on the designated stage. Hu Feng's cultivation was only in the 5th stage of the martial path, much weaker than Liang Wenbo. When Hu Feng saw Lin Yun ascending the stage, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Lin Yun had become famous in the outer sect. He went from being a sword slave to defeating Chen Xiao with a single punch in only a few months. His achievements alone were a miracle. After the judge announced the start of the battle, Hu Feng gnashed his teeth and circulated his internal energy before charging at Lin Yun. His palm as it shone with a cold flash as he gathered all his internal energy into it. It was evidently a palm technique, and Hu Feng seemed to be accomplished in it too. Ferocious tiger fist. Lin Yun bent his knees slightly before dashing forward and punching. Boom! The two of them collided midair. A miserable groan leaked from Hu Feng's lips as he was blown off stage. The victory goes to Lin Yun, the judge announced after a brief moment of hesitation. It's the ferocious tiger fist again. What's going on? Is Lin Yun not going to use his sword? I really want to see his flowing wind sword. The spectators were disappointed to see Lin Yun end the fight with a single punch. After another short rest, Lin Yun welcomed his 3rd opponent, another nobody who hadn't reached the 6th stage of the martial path. In all honesty, if this fight had taken place before he refined the beast core, Lin Yun might have had some trouble. He won again with a single punch. Victory goes to Lin Yun. Victory goes to Lin Yun. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to rack up 10 wins. After all, very few outer disciples' cultivation were in the 6th stage of the martial path. Aside from his first opponent, Liang Wenbo, who was the only one so far that had made Lin Yun feel even remotely threatened, most of the remaining fights only took 1 punch. Most importantly, Lin Yun had only used the ferocious tiger fist thus far, a fact that had shocked and disappointed his peers. When his 13th fight began, he finally met a worthy opponent, Ma Kuei. Ma Kuei was in the 6th stage of the martial path and specialized in the advanced martial technique Purple Cloud Fist. He had also cultivated the Iron Wall art, which refined his physique to be as solid as iron. Among the 6th group, even Zhang Han would have trouble against him. Ma Kuei had swept through his opponents without a single defeat, same as Lin Yun. With his ferocious offense and stunning defense, no one wanted to face him. Finally, there's no way Lin Yun goes into this fight without his sword. Yeah, if he holds back against Ma Kuei, he's a dead man. What's even better is that neither of them have lost yet. That means their win streaks are on the line. Oh yeah, that really ups the ante. The higher the win streak, the more points you're awarded. This'll be interesting. Lin Yun knew the outer disciples were eager to see his flowing wind sword, but he had his own concerns to worry about. His flowing wind sword was his trump card. If he could keep the fact that he'd achieved greater mastery hidden through the group tournament, it would be his ace in the hole during the elimination round. He would not use it if he could help it. Besides, his ferocious tiger fist and 3rd stage pure yang art had been more than enough. When everyone saw Lin Yun going up the stage without his sword again, they were dumbfounded. Isn't he taking Ma Kuei a little too lightly? Seems like all the victories have gone to the sword slave's head. Senior brother Ma, you have our support. Senior brother Ma, show him the might of your purple cloud fist. On the stage, Ma Kuei scowled. Not even Zhang Han dared to insult him like this. This sword slave had some nerve. Am I a joke to you, sword slave? Zhang Han's eyes flashed with rage. Bring out your sword. I'll only accept a loss if it's to your flowing wind sword. I'm sorry, but that's not happening. Lin Yun wanted to explain that he wasn't looking down on Ma Kuei, but now was not the time. You're pretty arrogant. Lin Yun's words had completely enraged Ma Kuei. As he circulated his iron wall art, his already robust figure doubled in size. The muscles on his naked upper body were glistening with a metallic luster. Stomp! 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 Ma Kuei charged, cracking the floorboards with each step. The ground shook so violently the closest spectators worried the stage would collapse. Senior brother Ma is furious. Senior brother Ma is way stronger than I remember. Has he been hiding things from us? Let's go. Beat that sword slave's ass. Make him regret not bringing out his sword. The crowd roared when they saw how powerful Ma Kuei was. On the other side of the stage, Lin Yun looked unconcerned. When Ma Kuei got close, Lin Yun greeted him with his fist. Boom! Lin Yun's hand went numb. This is only just the beginning. Ma Kuei smiled when he saw Lin Yun flinch. His fists darkened as he delivered a flurry of punches. Boom! 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 Lin Yun retaliated with his ferocious tiger fist, blocking each punch with one of his own. On the last punch, Ma Kuei's fist turned deep purple and Lin Yun was sent flying. He landed with a groan, nearly falling off stage. The Purple Cloud Fist. Senior brother Ma has reached greater mastery in the Purple Cloud Fist. What a strong fist technique! Lin Yun was shocked. He changed his strategy and started drifting on the ground. Using the wild goose art, he dodged his opponent's attacks at lightning speed. Boom! 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 As Lin Yun dodged, he seized every opportunity he could to throw punches into Ma Kuei's body. However, his punches were repelled with a metallic clang every time. Lin Yun had started losing feeling in both hands, but Ma Kuei looked completely fine. It's futile. You'll never penetrate my iron body. Once I land a solid hit, you're done for. Dodge this. Swoosh. Ma Kuei stuck like a bolt of lightning. He had trained this punch for years. It was too fast. Lin Yun could only cross his arms together to defend himself. A metallic taste coated Lin Yun's mouth as blood leaked from its corner. The Purple Cloud Fist had caused internal injury. You should have used your sword, sword slave. Now get off my stage, Ma Kuei roared as he charged Lin Yun like an iron chariot while he was still in the air. The crowd was elated to see Lin Yun backed into a corner. Senior brother Ma is going to win. Lin Yun was impressed. He hadn't taken Ma Kuei as the cunning type. Ma Kuei knew he was slower, so he planned to hit Lin Yun before he could land. Unfortunately for him, not even this warranted the flowing wind sword. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Yun's bones crackled as he pushed the ferocious tiger fist to its limits. His sixth-stage aura exploded and his punch roared as he threw it. His momentum was akin to the descent of a ferocious tiger. The 100-beast wave. Crunch. The sound of the two fists colliding was accompanied by the sound of metal shattering. Ma Kuei's face contorted as he was sent flying, his body returning normal as he slid off the stage. Roar. On the stage, the tiger's roar still lingered. A fierce wind blew through Lin Yun's clothes. He displayed the same confidence he had when he faced the herd of golden brute bulls. Ferocious tiger fist in complete mastery? Hot damn! Someone really managed to train in the ferocious tiger fist to complete mastery. But the amount of comprehension and willpower needed isn't worth it. Just how stubborn is this guy? He's a monster. He might be unstoppable. Lin Yun's sudden reversal had stunned the crowd. They had been hoping to see his flowing wind sword this whole time and thought this would be the match to force his hand. Seeing he had achieved complete mastery of the ferocious tiger fist, they understood. Not even Ma Kuei warranted enough of a challenge. Lin Yun could not be stopped. Even with the battle coming to an end, everyone could still hear the roar of a tiger lingering on the stage. As Lin Yun stood with his hair fluttering from the wind, his face had an indescribable dominance. Even the judge was left stunned as he forgot to announce the result. After all, what Lin Yun had done was too shocking. He had defeated Ma Kuei, whose purple cloud fist reached greater perfection and who also possessed the iron wall art. Most importantly, someone actually managed to train in the ferocious tiger fist to complete mastery. The judge was sure that no one else in the entire Azure Sky sect had managed to train in a foundation fist technique to complete mastery. Perhaps there wasn't one even in the entire Aquasky nation. Most people couldn't be bothered to train a foundation fist technique beyond what was required. It was too time-consuming and it required high comprehension. It was already impressive enough to achieve greater mastery in a martial technique, regardless of grades. Generally, greater mastery meant that you had already grasped the martial technique, and you could pick another stronger martial technique to train in. After all, it was too hard to reach complete mastery. Not only did it require the intent that the creator had when creating this technique, it also required luck. Although everyone knew that a foundation martial technique could exhibit power beyond its grade upon reaching complete mastery, not many people would do that. There wasn't even a single person with the willpower to give it a try. After the lingering roar faded away, Lin Yun looked at the judge. "Can you announce my victory now?" Sure. The judge recovered from his shock and announced, "I hereby declare Lin Yun." "Hold up!" An enraged voice came from below the stage. It was Ma Kuei. Although he was pale, he still looked pretty energetic, mostly due to the anger still lingering on his face. As he had cultivated the iron wall art, his skin was as hard as bronze and his bones were as tough as iron. Even after he had taken a full blow from the ferocious tiger fist, he still had the strength to speak. Looking at Ma Kuei, Lin Yun frowned, unsure what Ma Kuei was trying to do. "Ma Kuei, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to create trouble?" The judge said with a cold voice as he looked at Ma Kuei sternly. Ma Kuei naturally knew the consequences as he continued. "I dare not. But I want to say that someone had cheated in the battle, and I am not convinced in my loss." Judging by where his unflinching glare was directed, he meant Lin Yun. Cheated? What does that mean? Isn't it normal to play tricks in battle? What is Ma Kuei trying to do here? I don't think it's that simple. Ma Kuei is probably trying to say that the cheating method isn't ordinary. All that was left to do in this battle was for the judge to announce the victor, but things were getting complicated quickly. "Look at my hand. Do you think that this is caused by the ferocious tiger fist?" Ma Kuei raised his right hand high so everyone could see the wounds covering it. His wounds seemed to be caused by blades, and those wounds even went as far with the bones exposed. What's going on? Those wounds are definitely not caused by the ferocious tiger fist. In the worst situation, the internal energy in the fist could only break bones or cause internal injuries. So how can it possibly leave that sort of wound? Did that sword slave really cheat? Well, that's not impossible. Who knows? Even the news of him reaching the lesser mastery in the flowing wind sword might be fake. All the disciples watching were shocked. They were already dissatisfied with Lin Yun's winning streak, and this was just the push they needed to turn against him. After all, how could a sword slave obtain such a dazzling achievement? Only 2 months ago, everyone could order Lin Yun around and force him to maintain their swords. Gradually, more and more unsightly voices came from the crowd. On stage, the judge knitted his brows as he walked over to examine Ma Kuei's wounds. He couldn't help gasping when he saw the carnage. The wounds were horrifying, going so deep you could see bone. The judge maintained his composure as he replied, "Ma Kuei, even if Lin Yun resorted to other means, it was still within the rules. You should know that this won't change the outcome of the match. All means were considered a part of an individual's strength and thus accepted in this tournament, unless it was an extreme situation such as using poison." In response, Ma Kuei looked at Lin Yun as he roared, "I'm not asking much. I only want him to admit that he used hidden weapons to break my iron wall art. It's not shameful that he was once a sword slave, but it is shameful that he resorted to such means and is playing it off as a fair win. Have you no shame, sword slave? Get off the stage. Don't embarrass our Azure Sky sect. Get down. Get down. Get down. Get down." The disciples who lost to Lin Yun were still bitter, and when they saw a chance to rile up the crowd, they took it. It was not long before the crowd had turned against Lin Yun. When Lin Yun saw the wounds on Ma Kuei's hand, he knew immediately what had happened. He had integrated his sword into his ferocious tiger fist. Reaching complete perfection in the ferocious tiger fist must have made the sword fusion even stronger. Unfortunately, he had no idea how he could explain this to the crowd. Even before Ma Kuei had any proof, he had accused him of being shameless. Watching as more and more disciples beneath the stage joined in the criticism, Lin Yun's heart hardened. "Lin Yun, as long as you admit that you only defeated me by using hidden weapons, I'll let you off today." Ma Kuei got more forceful when he saw that the crowd was on his side. "It is impossible for me to admit to something I did not do. If you don't believe me, feel free to search me." Lin Yun replied calmly as he spread his arms out to show his sincerity. When the spectators saw this scene, their hollers became even louder. The situation was getting out of hand. By now, the scene had garnered the attention of the inner disciples and sect elders. Generally speaking, it should be possible for the ferocious tiger fist to defeat the purple cloud fist, even if it has reached complete mastery. Yeah, not to mention that Ma Kuei has also cultivated the iron wall art. The inner disciple Wang Ning sneered. Being bullied as a sword slave must have broken his mind. People like that will do anything to win. As he spoke, Wang Ning turned to look at Su Xiao. However, he was disappointed when he did not see any response on Su Xiao's face. "That's right. What senior brother Wang said makes sense." The other inner disciples echoed along. When the young sect master, Bai Yufan, saw that all the inner disciples had prejudice for Lin Yun because he was once a sword slave, he locked his brows together and replied, "No one has ever practiced the ferocious tiger fist to complete perfection, and no one can be certain that it's not comparable to the purple cloud fist. Besides, Lin Yun is allowing them to search his body. Let's wait to cast judgment until we hear the result." Seeing that Bai Yufan had spoken, all the inner disciples became silent. Wang Ning looked at Bai Yufan unhappily. Ma Kuei was stunned when he saw that Lin Yun even went as far as allowing a search on him. "Senior brother Ma, search him so we can send him back to the sword cleaning chamber as a sword slave. Someone as shameless as him deserves to be a sword slave. Our Azure Sky sect doesn't need someone shameless like him." The entire crowd began requesting for Ma Kuei to perform a search on Lin Yun. They were so angry, Ma Kuei couldn't refuse their request even if he wanted to. As Ma Kuei's face sank, he replied, "As you wish. If I find hidden weapons on you, then you have to kneel before me and apologize." "Fine," said Lin Yun through gritted teeth. Without uttering a single word, Ma Kuei came over with a cold face and began to search Lin Yun. The continually increasing crowd held their breath as they watched. In the end, Ma Kuei came up empty-handed. He had searched Lin Yun's arms, chest, back, and legs but found nothing. Frustrated, Ma Kuei demanded, "Take your clothes off." At Ma Kuei's request, Lin Yun removed his robes. But there was still nothing on Lin Yun. As Ma Kuei looked through the clothes carefully, he couldn't even find a wire, let alone hidden weapons. His robust physique, refined by internal energy, glistened in the sunlight. Scars both new and old could be seen scattered all over him. The intensity of his training was apparent. Sword slave. Why the hell are you wearing that band for? When Ma Kuei found nothing on Lin Yun, he ripped the band off Lin Yun's head out of anger. In the end, it was just an ordinary band of cloth. But when the band was removed, the purple slave mark on Lin Yun's forehead was so striking that some frowned when they saw it. All of them wore disdain on their faces as this scene had caused some commotion. Lin Yun's closed eyes and calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to Ma Kuei, who had fury blazing in his eyes. Though you couldn't tell by his expression, this situation brought back memories Lin Yun would have rather left buried. An inner disciple lost his sword in the sword-cleaning chamber. "Speak up. Did you steal it?" Zhou Ping roared as he kicked the previous Lin Yun on the ground. However, the previous Lin Yun could only panic inwardly as he sheepishly replied, "And no, Senior Brother Zhou, please listen to me. I did not steal it. You still dare to talk back to me?" Zhou Ping struck the previous Lin Yun on the back with his sword scabbard and roared, "If I said that you're the one who stole it, then you're the one who stole it. Since that sword couldn't be found, you can only pay your debt with the pellets given to you by Su Xiao. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of the sect. It must be him. He must be the one who stole it. Who else aside from him would steal a sword? He must be the culprit. I can tell that he's not a good person with just a single glance." The surrounding Ajab workers all pointed their fingers at him. I didn't steal it." The previous Lin Yun's face contorted. He wanted to explain himself, but the pain was too intense. Suddenly, he found himself in the dormitory of the Ajab workers. Curling up on his bed by himself, Lin Yun caressed the mark on his forehead. Today was the day that he had chosen to stay behind in the Azure Sky sect as a sword slave. Despite feeling weary in his heart, the pain on his forehead kept him awake. It was only when he recalled a certain memory that he gradually fell asleep. His rest was short-lived, though. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly thrown onto the ground outside, startling him awake. The pouring rain soaked Lin Yun to the bone. Dazed, he asked, "What are you guys trying to do?" "Get lost. This is the dormitory for Ajab workers. It's not for a sword slave like you. You've already become a sword slave, and you still want to sleep together in the same room as us?" Sensing the cold rain pouring on him, Lin Yun wiped his face as he looked at the dormitory and begged helplessly, "Can I at least stay until the rain stops? Just for the night, please. Get lost. A sword slave like you has no qualification to stay with us. Take your trash and get lost." Someone threw Lin Yun's belongings out of the room before the room was shut. It was just after midnight, and it was raining heavily. In the end, the previous Lin Yun left, drenched by the rain as he hugged his belongings. As he struggled through the mud, loneliness devoured him. As the flashbacks slowly faded, Lin Yun opened his eyes as he looked at Ma Kuei. "Have you found it?" Ma Kuei couldn't go on as he had found nothing on Lin Yun. But all of a sudden, his eyes lit up when he saw the interspatial pouch hanging on Lin Yun's waist. "Your interspatial pouch. Your hidden weapon must be hidden in your interspatial pouch." His words were simply ridiculous. After all, it was common knowledge that one needed time to retrieve anything from the interspatial pouch. If he had taken anything out from his interspatial pouch, it would definitely be seen by everyone. "If there's nothing in my interspatial pouch, what will you do?" Lin Yun questioned as he looked at Ma Kuei. "If no hidden weapons are found in your interspatial pouch, I'll get on my knees and apologize to you." Ma Kuei knew he couldn't turn back and was getting anxious. He was absolutely certain that Lin Yun had hidden weapons with him. Otherwise, his injuries wouldn't make any sense. As you wish. Lin Yun retrieved his flower burial sword, which he held in his hand before he continued to take things out. However, it was too troublesome for him to take them out individually. Hence, he directly poured everything in his interspatial pouch out. Crash! The countless treasures that poured out from the interspatial pouch, shone so brilliantly in the sunlight, portions of the crowd were forced to look away. Aside from the treasure, there were also roughly 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones that stood out from the mass. When all the outer disciples swallowed hard when they saw those spiritual stones. They had never imagined that Lin Yun would be so rich. Greed shone in their eyes. Aside from money and spiritual stones, there were also other miscellaneous items such as pellets, clothes, and demonic beast materials. However, there weren't any of the hidden weapons that Ma Kuei had expected to find. This is impossible. Ma Kuei had gone insane. He hastily sifted through the pile of items until his gaze became fixed on a painting. Stop! Lin Yun barked with his brows raised. Ha! The hidden weapons must be in it. Ma Kuei's eyes lit up as he ignored Lin Yun's words and opened the scroll. Boom! A strong gale blew as the flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand began to rotate. The sword bolted over, its scabbard hitting Ma Kuei in the head when he had just turned around. Ma Kuei spewed a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, body limp like a sandbag. When he landed on the ground, he let out a few groans. Lin Yun's attack took place in an instant, and no one had expected that Lin Yun would suddenly make his move. He had shocked everyone. The flowing wind sword. It's really the offensive move of the flowing wind sword. Wind assembling. A burst of exclamation rang out as someone had recognized Lin Yun's move. Previously, all of them felt that the rumors that Lin Yun had learned the flowing wind sword was fake. Lin Yun, do you mind if I check it without opening it up? The judge asked as he picked up the scroll. Lin Yun nodded his head in approval. As the judge examined the scroll, he immediately made his judgment as he walked over to Ma Kuei. This is an ordinary painting, and you can check it yourself if you don't believe me. When Ma Kuei received the painting, he carefully examined it with his touch. As he did, his face sank. It was indeed an ordinary painting. When his face turned pale, the painting dropped onto the ground. Recalling what he had said before, he was terrified as he looked across the stage helplessly. All those who were just criticizing Lin Yun earlier had lowered their heads in shame. None dared to make eye contact with Ma Kuei. At this moment, anyone who still dared to support Ma Kuei would be stupid. Despite the sun's blazing heat beating down on him, Ma Kuei shivered as he broke out in cold sweat. Junior brother Lin, I am sorry for my false accusation. And no, I mean senior brother Lin. Ma Kuei's speech was incoherent and his expression unsightly. Lin Yun turned his back to Ma Kuei as he put on his clothes in silence. When he had finished, without turning around, he said, "Kneel down! Kneel down!" The two words were spoken softly, but they echoed out like a clap of thunder in Ma Kuei's mind. To kneel or not kneel? That was the difficult question Ma Kuei faced. After all, a man should only kneel to 3 people in his lifetime, his parents and his master. For him to kneel to someone else was a huge humiliation. But how could he take back his words when so many people had witnessed it? Ma Kuei could only hope that Lin Yun would forgive him. But it was clear Lin Yun wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. From this difficult position, Ma Kuei became sullen as the last hope in his heart dissipated. Those who had stood by his side a moment ago were now silent. Plop! Despite his resentment, Ma Kuei went down on his knees as he replied, "I apologize for my actions. Please forgive me, senior brother Lin." A commotion rose from the crowd as they watched the scene unfold. A senior among the outer disciples actually went down on his knees before Lin Yun, a sword slave. Ma Kuei knew there was nothing else he could do. He had been so forceful with his accusations, and Lin Yun had taken it all with dignity. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. If he hadn't taken it so far earlier, he wouldn't be in this position now. He was the one who spoke those words, and so he must be the one to atone for them. When he carefully raised his head to look at Lin Yun, he saw Lin Yun still stood with his back turned to him. He had apologized, but Lin Yun did not let him up on his feet. His heart boiled with rage as he fought the urge to stand. Crack! A surge of cold killing aura suddenly exploded from Lin Yun, enveloping Ma Kuei. When he raised his head, he saw the flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand was shaking. Fear swallowed Ma Kuei's heart. The memory of the bolt of lightning executed by Lin Yun's sword was still fresh in Ma Kuei's mind. If he stood up now, Lin Yun might kill him. Cold sweat rolled down Ma Kuei's forehead as he began to tremble. But at this moment, the judge barked. What an embarrassment! Get lost! Feeling heavily relieved, Ma Kuei stood and left the stage immediately. Lin Yun turned back and put his belongings back in the interspatial pouch. Once he had finished, the judge announced Lin Yun's victory. With that, Lin Yun had won 13 matches in a row. Since he hadn't lost once, Lin Yun would only receive more points, and it was clear Lin Yun would advance to the next round. You can go on and make preparations for what's next. You'd do best to put what happened earlier out of your mind. The judge spoke a few words of comfort. He could guess that Lin Yun's heart was troubled. It was just a normal match, and Lin Yun had defeated his opponent fair and square. However, he was forced to be searched and was even criticized by a bunch of people. Thank you, Lin Yun replied as he jumped down the stage. The surrounding spectators parted for him as he walked away. With that, this incident had finally come to an end. However, Lin Yun's heart recovered quickly as he strolled around the plaza and observed his rivals in the other groups. Within the 6th group, there were no doubts he would advance to the next round. If he didn't encounter Zhang Han, he could most likely save his sword for his opponents in the elimination round. Lin Yun stood out from his competition like a dark horse, but it wasn't because of his winning streak. After all, the elders had divided the top outer disciples equally throughout the groups. Several other groups had disciples with matching winning streaks. Some had even collected enough points for them to advance to the next round already. Take Wang Fei of the first group for example. His sword was so quick that it left afterimages. The eyes of his opponents couldn't even follow his sword, and before they knew it, his sword was at their throats. Everyone who encountered him so far had surrendered. He was even ranked higher than Zhou Yun among the top 10, sitting at 3rd. However, the opponent that was truly terrifying was Hu Zifeng, ranked 1st among the outer disciples. He hadn't been required to participate in the group fight and could be found sitting among the inner disciples. It made sense, though, as Hu Zifeng's cultivation had already reached the 8th stage of the martial path, and it was rumored that he had challenged several inner disciples over the last 2 months. More shockingly, he won more than he had lost. It was safe to assume he would become an inner disciple. When Lin Yun glanced over at him, he saw Hu Zifeng seated high on the platform with his eyes closed. It seemed as if he wasn't even interested in this tournament at all. When Lin Yun withdrew his gaze, he accidentally saw Su Ziao, who was seated high up as she kept her usual aloof expression. Her presence alone had attracted great attention as everyone would cast their glance over occasionally. Even the higher hierarchy of the sect were all looking at her with revere in their eyes. It was as if the future of the sect was bet on her. There was a unique temperament coming from her. Even if she kept her silence, she still stood out among her peers. Compared to her, everyone else seemed so dull. Shaking his head, Lin Yun turned away. His attention was directed on a stage. Zhou Yun, an opponent whom he had previously felt despair from 2 months ago, was on it. Compared to the rage and reluctance he felt back then, Lin Yun was more calm this time as he watched the battle. But it was a battle that held no worth. Zhou Yun's cultivation was in the 7th stage of the martial path, and it went without saying that he stood out in his group. His presence on the stage alone was sufficient to make his opponents forfeit. However, there were still some disciples who were reluctant to surrender and tried fighting Zhou Yun. But as a result, they were all suppressed by his aura to the point that they couldn't take a single step out. How strong! Look at his aura. He seems to have made progress in his cultivation. I'm afraid that he won't be far from the 8th stage of the martial path. Lin Yun knitted his brows slightly. Although he had not seen Zhou Yun fighting, he could estimate from Zhou Yun's aura that it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Zhou Yun. Next round, Lin Yun versus Zhang Han. While Lin Yun was lost in thought, his name was announced on the 6th stage. He rubbed his nose. He was really unlucky. There were over 200 disciples in the 6th group, and everyone only had to fight 30 matches. If he had been lucky enough, he wouldn't have had to face Zhang Han. Most importantly, with his winning streak, Lin Yun only needed another 2 wins before he could advance into the next round. Lin Yun is actually facing Zhang Han. It looks like this will be a nice show to watch. Zhang Han's cultivation is in the 7th stage of the martial path, and he's acknowledged as the strongest in the 6th group. But Lin Yun made it so far without using his sword, and there's a high possibility that he might get first. Furthermore, he even executed the flowing wind sword earlier. Everyone was filled with expectation as they ran over to watch the battle between Lin Yun and Zhang Han. Or rather, everyone hoped that Zhang Han could put an end to Lin Yun's winning streak. What's the matter? You're also not going to use your sword when facing me. Zhang Han was stunned when he saw Lin Yun coming up the stage barehanded. However, his heart was stronger than Ma Kuei. Despite feeling enraged in his heart, he did not reveal any emotions on his face. After all, his cultivation was his greatest confidence. However, Lin Yun paid no attention to him as he looked at the judge. I forfeit this match. Forfeit? Am I hearing it right? He actually forfeited. Is this sword slave messing with us? And here we thought that we're finally going to have a show. What a coward. He only knows how to bully those weaker than him. Some people who came over in excitement immediately exploded upon hearing Lin Yun forfeiting this round. Are you sure? I am. Lin Yun nodded his head from the judge's confirmation. His flow of thoughts was clear. If he wanted to defeat Zhang Han, who was in the 7th stage of the martial path, he would have to use his flowing wind sword. However, it wasn't wise for him to reveal his trump card right now. Lin Yun forfeits this round, and I hereby announce Zhang Han's victory. After the judge announced the result, a trace of smile rose on Zhang Han's lips as he looked at Lin Yun. Well, that makes sense. You will definitely advance to the next round, and your act of knowing how to make the right decision has won my admiration. Haha! In Zhang Han's view, Lin Yun forfeited because he knew he couldn't defeat him. As Lin Yun's act had highlighted his strength even more, it made him feel happier. He had a smug look on his face as he walked down the stage. Lin Yun couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. He was left speechless by Zhang Han's imagination. Lin Yun's forfeit had caused quite the commotion. After all, his battle with Zhang Han should have been the most exciting match, the one that attracted the most attention out of the 6th group. All of them were anticipating the battle between Lin Yun and Zhang Han, so Lin Yun's abrupt forfeit had caught them off guard. However, the commotion only lasted briefly before it disappeared. After all, everyone had their own battle, and there were also brilliant matches in other groups. After his forfeit, Lin Yun faced 3 more opponents, and each one forfeited without a fight. Congratulations! Based on the points that you've accumulated, you're no longer required to participate in battles. You have officially advanced to the next round, said the judge when Lin Yun obtained his 17th victory. This saved Lin Yun a lot of trouble. With his newfound free time, Lin Yun began to stroll through the other groups to scout out his potential opponents. Each group had experts, and there were a few that had him worried. He only became an outer disciple recently and hadn't had time to catch up with his cultivation. After all, the best 3 of each group were in the 7th stage of the martial path and probably had trump cards like him. Now that he thought about it, he only had 1 trump card with the flowing wind sword, but that didn't mean that Zhang Han would only have a single trump card as well. He could have several. I need more trump cards, Lin Yun admitted as he watched the other fights. He was not confident his skill set was enough to make him an inner disciple. He was weak and his trump cards were lacking. There was no way he could make up for these 2 things anytime soon. Take people like Zhang Han and Wang Ning for example. They were so strong and yet they were still outer disciples after 2 or 3 years. That being said, It was a miracle that Lin Yun had reached the 6th stage of the martial path in just 3 months, especially considering he started as a sword slave. Unfortunately, accomplishments weren't enough to win this tournament. As night descended upon the sect, the group tournament had finally come to an end. The 80 outer disciples moving to the next round gathered in front of the stage for words of encouragement from the sect master and elders. After the speeches were done, the bottom 40 candidates went up to draw lots. Lin Yun's forfeit had lost him enough points that he ranked just outside the top 40. So he had to wait anxiously on stage with the others for his turn. Everyone on stage was nervous. They knew that whoever picked Hu Zifeng was doomed. Congratulations, Wang Lang. You've drawn the strongest outer disciple in the sect, Hu Zifeng. While Lin Yun was lost in thought, an elder announced the results. Slump. Wang Lang fell to his knees defeated. This was the elimination round. 1 loss and he was gone. He might have stood a chance if he had drawn literally anyone else. Hu Zifeng was the only outer disciple in the 8th stage of the martial path. The gap between him and the other outer disciples was insurmountable. A synchronized sigh of relief came from the other outer disciples when they heard the result. "Thank you, Elder," Wang Lang said as he sulked his way off the stage. His year of hard work was about to go down the drain. He was going to have to wait another year to become an inner disciple. "Lin Yun, it's your turn to draw lots," announced the elder on stage. Once Lin Yun was on stage, the event took on an entirely different feeling. Just below the stage itself stood the other outer disciples who had made it to the elimination round. Behind them were the other close to 2,000 outer disciples who had not qualified. Elders and inner disciples could be seen watching as well. Truly was an honor to be standing up there. He took a deep breath before drawing his lot. Without looking, he handed it to the elder and waited for the result. The elder started when he looked at the lot, if only slightly. He gave Lin Yun a look of concern as he announced, "Congratulations, Lin Yun. You've picked the outer disciple, Zhou Yun, as your opponent." The crowd erupted. "There's no way this is a coincidence, right? He is the unluckiest sword slave I've ever seen. I can't believe he picked Zhou Yun for the first elimination round. Wasn't he humiliated by Zhou Yun in the mechanism hall not too long ago? I think back then he claimed he would challenge him at this tournament. This must be a play of the fates. Well, it looks like he got what he wanted. Let's see that coward forfeit this time." Standing not far away from Zhou Yun, Zhang Han smiled. "Senior brother Zhou, I never would have imagined that the sword slave would draw you as his opponent. I heard you hold a grudge against him. Grudge or not, I will crush him," Zhou Yun replied flatly. "Haha, aren't those auspicious words? If I'm remembering correctly, Ma Kuei said something very similar prior to their fight." Zhang Han continued to tease. Whoosh! Before Zhang Han could even finish talking, an immense pressure washed over. Cautiously, he turned to see Zhou Yun glaring at him, eyes wide with fury. A chilling killing intent rolled off him. Strong. Zhou Yun was only a step away from the 8th stage of the martial path. "Are you comparing me with that trash? Are you suggesting that I will kneel?" Zhou Yun questioned coldly. With an embarrassed smile, Zhang Han replied quickly, "Of not. It was only a joke, senior brother Zhou. Please don't take it too seriously." "Then cut then crap," Zhou Yun snorted. All the nearby outer disciples could sense the killing intent permeating from Zhou Yun. Even Hu Zifeng looked over curiously. Seeing how powerful Zhou Yun, they started to feel sorry for Lin Yun. The result had also come as quick the shock to Lin Yun. However, he wasn't too bothered by it. Their fight was an inevitability. This just meant the stakes were a bit higher. Either way, all he could do was give it his best shot. Whoosh! When Lin Yun raised his head, he was met by Zhou Yun's gaze. The two of them locked eyes, neither willing to back down. The sparks had started flying even before the battle had begun. The atmosphere was intense. Sword slave. Rage flared within Zhou Yun. How dare the sword slave provoke him with so many people around? Back then, it was impossible for him to see Lin Yun's challenge as anything other than a joke. If it hadn't been for Su Xiao, he would have crippled Lin Yun then and there. The fact that the Sword Slaves Challenge was actually coming to fruition was infuriating. The worst part was the humiliation he felt having Lin Yun look down on him from onstage in front of the sect. "All right, you can go down now," the elder said, realizing someone would have to break up their stare-off. In his heart, Lin Yun knew that this would be a tough fight. If he failed here, he would have to deal with more than just elimination. After all the lots were drawn, the elder announced, "The drawing of lots has officially come to an end. I know that you are all exhausted from your battles today, and some of you are even injured. The sect has decided that the elimination round will begin 15 days from now to give you time to properly recover. I hope that all of you can prepare yourselves well for the upcoming battles." 15 days? He had only expected them to give 5 days. Who had been injured so badly they needed 10 extra days to recover. Regardless, this was great news. He could use this time to make some progress before his match with Zhou Yun. Returning to his wooden shack, Lin Yun began mulling over a battle strategy. Zhou Yun had been fairly reserved during the group stage, so Lin Yun could only estimate his strength. His best guess was that Zhou Yun was close to reaching the 8th stage of the martial path. Lin Yun was already having trouble with opponents in the 7th stage. Things were not going to be easy. The pressure brought by Zhou Yun's cultivation was immense, and there was a chance he might not be able to move under its weight. He had doubts that even his greater master of the flowing wind sword would be much help. "If I don't think of something soon, I'll be in serious trouble. I need something to give me an edge. What I've got now isn't going to cut it." Then it hit him. He had a fragmented Xiantian art. He had the Dragon Tiger Fist. The Xiantian art Dragon Tiger Fist. It was called a Xiantian art because it was only intended to be cultivated by Xiantian martial practitioners. Unfortunately, Lin Yun knew nothing about the Xiantian realm. The only reason he knew anything about the Xiantian realm was because he had been allowed to look through the Xiantian arts in the administration hall. From what he had seen, the Xiantian realm was extremely powerful. It was rumored that in the entire Azure Sky sect, only the sect master had reached the Xiantian realm, but no one knew if it was true. Let's take a look at it first. Lin Yun looked at the fragmented Xiantian art with reverence as he gently turned it over in his hands. He had decided. Defeating Zhou Yun was a worthy enough cause to warrant the risk he was about to take. The first form of the Dragon Tiger Fist, Dragon Tiger Might. Dragons are known to be ancient, mythical creatures who possess the ability to soar in the sky and dive into the sea. They are omnipotent and are one of the few sources of competition for the vermilion bird. They are sometimes referred to as the Dragon Kings of the Seas. In ancient times, the tiger also had a mythical variant, the White Tiger. It was the king of all land-based creatures, and no one dared to challenge its might. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. As wind and cloud merge, the Dragon Tiger Might is born. It was only the first form of the Dragon Tiger Fist, but it was enough to stir something deep inside Lin Yun. The creator of this Dragon Tiger Fist must have been a true genius. Dragons were kings of the sky and sea and were only slightly inferior on land. If they fused with the tiger, they would become flawless. They would be invincible in the sky, the ocean, and on land. The aura of the Dragon Tiger Might would suppress anything on Earth. Dragon Tiger Might. Lin Yun's face was brimming with excitement. If he managed to comprehend even a fraction of the Dragon Tiger Fist, he would have no reason to fear Zhou Yun's aura. This was the same aura that had suppressed each of his opponents to completely they had been unable to lift a finger during their match. The second form, Dragon Tiger Steps. A movement technique with the posture of the two creatures combined. Its 9 steps perfectly embody the pouncing tiger and the soaring dragon. As for the third form, he had reached the part that made it fragmented. There wasn't a complete cultivation method for the third form. The remaining forms had even less recorded, and some were even completely glossed over. After Lin Yun had read everything thoroughly, he was able to form a rough idea of it in his mind. The Dragon Tiger Fist was a fist technique that also had aura and movement components. It was no wonder that Hall Master Wang had only asked him to look through it to expand his horizon. Every single move in the Dragon Tiger Fist was comprehensive, including the cultivation manual, steps, and cultivation chant. He could learn so much without even practicing it. For that same reason, he could see why he had been warned not to practice it. There was so much to unpack for each step. If you missed even the slightest thing or misinterpreted one of the instructions, the results could be dire. I think I might be able to handle it. I have the tiger painting. I've absorbed the saber-toothed tiger's beast core, and I've achieved complete mastery of the ferocious tiger. So I've got the tiger part covered. But for the dragon's might, Lin Yun weighed his options carefully. He was blessed to have already met some of the conditions, so it would be a huge pity if he didn't at least give it a try. I'm pretty sure there was a Aurora Dragon statue in the main hall. People say that a sculpture can capture the prestige and might of its subject. Maybe some art appreciation will do me some good. Looking at a sculpture would definitely pale in comparison to observing the actual creature, but Lin Yun wasn't trying to grasp the dragon tiger might completely. His target was to grasp a tiny bit of it. Half an incense's time later, he arrived before the gigantic statue of the Aurora Dragon. There weren't many people in the main hall at this time of night. Only odd job workers who were responsible for cleaning the place had any reason to be here, but you would still find the occasional sleepless disciple wandering around. Just a glance at the statue was enough for Lin Yun to feel an intense pressure. Dragons did really exist in the world. They were divine creatures on par with the gods. Not something the likes of a human could observe. There was incense lit before the sculpture as a token of respect. Pardon me. After putting his hands together and bowing, Lin Yun walked back 100 meters to where the might of the Aurora Dragon was at its peak. As he looked at the Aurora Dragon, an intense pressure enveloped him. It was as if Cloud Horizon Mountain itself had come crashing down on him. This sculpture had been here when the sect was founded and had received the worship of countless disciples over the years. Despite being only a sculpture, it already possessed a prestige that ordinary humans could not contend with. In order to resist the pressure, Lin Yun began circulating the ferocious tiger fist within his body and imagined the tiger from the painting in his mind. It did not take long for the tiger's might permeating from Lin Yun to completely counteract the Aurora Dragon's prestige. Whoosh! Suddenly, the doors to the main hall were forced open by a gust of wind. Fallen leaves poured in, carried by the current. What the hell? Where is this wind coming from? An odd job worker complained as he looked the mess he was going to have to rake up. It was going to be another long night. Fluffy white clouds began to accumulate in the air above Lin Yun. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger. Lin Yun rejoiced as he recalled the description on the first form. However, the book had talked about gathering clouds from 10,000 miles away and wind from the 9 heavens, a scale much greater than what he had achieved. Even so, under this phenomenon, Lin Yun's comprehension advanced at a lightning pace. The cultivation chant appeared in his mind as it began to clear up, and all those parts that he couldn't figure out disappeared with a sudden flash. As the winds and clouds gathered, a mysterious existence deep within Lin Yun's body unleashed an unhappy snort. Crack! Without warning, giant cracks spread over the sculpture of the Aurora Dragon and it collapsed. As the sound of the statue crumbling echoed throughout the main hall, the wind died down. The disciples present stopped in their tracks. The prestigious Aurora Dragon that had stood in the main hall since the creation of the sect now lay in a pile of rub blue. Holy shit! Lin Yun exclaimed under his breath. He had just unintentionally destroyed a precious, ancient artifact. If this came under investigation, he would be in big trouble. Swish! 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 Just as he was mulling over what to do next, the doors to the main hall burst open as the young sect master, Bai Yufan, entered with a group of elders following behind him. When they saw the collapsed sculpture, the color in their faces disappeared. How is that possible? The Aurora Dragon's sculpture that has accompanied our sect throughout the centuries collapsed? This is an inauspicious sign. We must find out what happened. Lin Yun tried to remain calm as he desperately looked for a chance to escape. Is that you, Lin Yun? He had just about made it out of there when Bai Yufan recognized him. Did he figure it out? Despite feeling uneasy, Lin Yun kept a straight face and replied, Yes, young sect master. You were here when we first walked in. Did you see what happened? Bai Yufan asked as he looked over the wreckage. I'm not exactly sure. I came here to pay my respects and it collapsed not long after I had started. Even I was startled by the sudden commotion, Lin Yun said, keeping his composure as he told the truth. Nodding his head, Bai Yufan replied, All right, you can go back home, but tell no one of this. Go make your preparations for the elimination round. If you prepare well, you might even stand a chance. Everyone else follow suit. No one is to say a word about what happened here today. Yes, young sect master. It seemed he had left a deep impression on Bai Yufan during the mid-year test and, thankfully, Bai Yufan did not link to the collapse of the sculpture. I previously saw that the winds and clouds were gathering outside. That means a Xiantian martial practitioner must have passed through here. Is it possible that the aura of that Xiantian martial practitioner clashed with the Aurora Dragon's prestige and caused the sculpture to crumble? That's highly possible. I wonder which expert passed by our Azure Sky sect. Lin Yun was relieved to hear the speculation of the elders. After all, he was just another outer disciple in their eyes. How could he cause the collapse of the Aurora Dragon sculpture? Did I really do that? Lin Yun muttered as he took one last look at the Aurora Dragon's fragments. The mighty statue that had stood in this same spot for centuries was nothing more than a pile of rubble. Shaking his head, he decided to move on. There was nothing he could do about it now regardless of how he felt. What was important was the fact that he had successfully comprehended the profundity of the Dragon Tiger might. Lin Yun ran home excitedly. He was itching to start practicing it. While observing the Aurora Dragon sculpture, the mighty prestige of the Aurora Dragon had left a deep impression on his mind. It had helped him complete the missing pieces of his comprehension and had given him an idea of what to do next. He sat before the wooden shack and closed his eyes. Time ticked by slowly as Lin Yun sat there, unmoving, for 2 days. When the dawn of the third day shone on his face, Lin Yun opened his eyes. His pupils shone with a dazzling splendor. Having successfully mended the fragmented Dragon Tiger might, he circulated his internal energy within his body as the Aurora Dragon and Tiger appeared together in his mind. As he did, the winds and clouds began to gather overhead. He stood and threw a punch. In the blink of an eye, and a boulder 300 meters away exploded into dust and the leaves on the ground around it vaporized. I did it! Lin Yun rejoiced when he saw what happened. The book said to gather clouds from 10,000 miles and winds from the 9 heavens. By comparison, his Dragon Tiger might was pathetic. But right now, Lin Yun was more than satisfied with his results. With this form, Lin Yun was confident he could face the aura of someone in the 8th stage of the martial path. Lin Yun was speechless. It had taken him only 2 days to mend a technique from the fragmented Xiantian art. If word got out, people would lose their minds. He couldn't take full credit, though. There were definitely other factors that contributed to it aside from his comprehension. For example, if not for the mysterious tiger painting, he never would have reached complete mastery in the ferocious tiger fist. He also had first-hand experience fighting many demonic tigers, even defeating the king of Cloud Horizon Mountain in single combat. Add in his consumption of the saber-toothed tiger's beast core, and there was no one in the entirety of the Azure Sky sect who could compare with his comprehension of a tiger's might. He had also managed to attract the winds and clouds before the Aurora Dragon sculpture, allowing him to gain an insight. Furthermore, the Dragon Tiger might wasn't an offensive move in the Xiantian art, so there were fewer pieces missing than there normally would have been. If any of these conditions were missing, it would have been impossible for Lin Yun to succeed. The prestige alone is already so terrifying. I wonder what horrors will come about if I execute my ferocious tiger fist along with it. Looking at the boulder that was torn into fragments by the Dragon Tiger might, Lin Yun sighed in admiration. The Dragon Tiger fist was a perfect match for him. It was a pity that it was only a fragmented Xiantian art. Making further progress would be difficult over the next 3 days. Lin Yun focused on practicing the Dragon Tiger might. He did not hope to be perfectly proficient in it, but he wished to be able to execute it smoothly in an emergency. In just 5 days, he had reached lesser mastery in it. All that was left now was to improve his timing, Now that he had another trump card, he was much more confident going into his fight with Zhou Yun. Early in the morning 5 days later, a messenger knocked on his door. "Senior Brother Lin, there's a letter for you." "Who's the sender?" "I'm not sure. Whoever it is didn't put their name on it." "I'll be taking my leave now, Senior Brother." "Be well," the messenger said with a smile. Lin Yun was baffled. He hadn't taken any time out to socialize since he arrived on Profound Amber. His only guess was that maybe it was from someone from the previous owner of his body's life, but he had been an orphan and a sword slave. When Lin Yun opened the letter, he felt like a fool. The auction. How could he forget about Boss Tong? The letter was from the boss of Clear Water City's Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Tong Hu. The flaming blood bones that he left with Tong, who had been sent to the auction, which was only a few days away. "I can't believe I forgot about it," Lin Yun muttered as he became lost in thought. The flaming blood bones were materials for the profound artifact, Flaming Blood Armor, whose value was immeasurable. He had high hopes for the results. "It looks like a visit is in order," he said as he tucked the letter away. Grabbing only the essentials, he left the sect. Thanks to the wild goose art, he no longer needed to rent a horse from the sect. On his way there, he traveled in the day to train his movement technique and would spend the nights cultivating. Just because he was taking a trip didn't mean he could stop training. His pure yang art was on the cusp of the 4th of 5 total stages. It was a difficult art to cultivate, but the internal energy it produced was ferocious and dense. Going all out with the blood-refining pellets and low-grade spiritual stones had helped him make huge progress, and he could see himself making a breakthrough in half a month. If the flaming blood bones could be sold for anywhere near what Boss Tong had suggested, he might be able to reach the 5th stage in his pure yang art by exhausting large amounts of low-grade spiritual stones alongside taking time out to observe the painting. In the end, it only took 4 days before Clear Water City appeared in his view. "I should be able to arrive in the city tomorrow by midday," he said as he watched the sun dip below the treeline. He would rest here for the night and head into town come morning. As he waited for his internal energy to recover, he retrieved the mysterious tiger painting from his interspatial pouch. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. No matter how many times Lin Yun read those words, he would always lose himself in thought upon seeing them. Even now, he still couldn't understand what the phrase meant. As he slowly unfolded the painting, a violent gale echoed in his ears as the tiger in the painting roared. The tiger pounced at him, wanting to devour his heart. Boom! 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 Taking a long look at the painting still made him feel extremely uncomfortable, but he had made vast improvements since first receiving it. In the beginning, just a glimpse would leave him trembling in fear, but now he could look at it for over a minute. Lin Yun circulated his ferocious tiger fist as he focused on the tiger in the painting. Gradually, he became fully immersed in it. Swish! Suddenly, the flash of a sword burst out from the painting and exploded before his eyes, lightening up the nightscape. "The sword flash!" Lin Yun exclaimed, nearly throwing the painting out of excitement. It was real. He had only seen it once before a few months prior and, no matter how hard he tried, had never been able to make it appear again. He was beginning to think he had been hallucinating. But here it was, holding his breath. Lin Yun suppressed his emotions as he endured the great pressure brought by the flash. He was determined to figure out the origin behind this mysterious sword flash. When the spots in his eyes caused by the brilliant flash dissipated, he turned his gaze back to the painting. Shock swept over Lin Yun's face. There was a person in the painting. A man in a long, azure robe was raising his hands to the sky. In the left was a sword pointed to the heavens and, in the right, a blossoming rose rests gently in his palm. While the person appeared relaxed, their dignity and charm had been captured perfectly. This new addition drastically changed the landscape of the painting. The tiger in the painting was still the same as before, roaring as it pounced at one's heart. However, the tiger's target had changed. It was no longer hunting Lin Yun but was going after the rose in the man's hand instead. In his mind, he could picture the mighty tiger closing its eyes and as it gently smelled the rose. The tiger was enormous, taking up half of the entire painting while the person took up only a small corner, but you could tell at a glance who was the owner and who was the servant here. Just as Lin Yun had started celebrating his discovery, a resounding voice echoed in his ears. "Where do the flowers bloom?" Suddenly, the man tossed the rose into the sky and caught the sword in his right hand as he danced through the air. When the rose fell on the tip of the sword, a brilliant light exploded. At this moment, the man in the painting seemed calm and composed, but the boundless sword aura that permeated from him was hundreds, if not thousands, of times stronger than the aura of the ferocious tiger. He was like a dazzling star in the sky, shrouded with glory as he shone as bright as the moon. It was as if the entire terrain would tremble beneath his sword. When he pulled his sword back, the rose petals fell, turning a gorgeous mix of red and deep purple as they drifted through the sky. Suddenly, the man turned around to reveal a smile so brilliant, even the petals seemed to blush. As he did, he brandished his sword and leapt forward. The drifting petals in the sky transformed into a ferocious tiger beneath his sword as he charged out of the painting. Boom! The sudden attack startled Lin Yun, causing him to drop the painting. When he did, he awoke from his daze to see the countless stars decorating the nightscape. Around him was pitch black, and both the man and flower petals had vanished. It took Lin Yun a moment to remember where he was. His mind was consumed by the image of that man brandishing his sword. After some time, he recovered from his stupor and retrieved the painting off the ground. Looking at the painting again, the tiger was still the same tiger from before, and there was a man standing before it. He had a rose in one hand and a sword in another. But now the ferocious tiger was smelling the rose. The scene was profound. It turned out that the man had always existed. Lin Yun had simply been too absorbed by the tiger's presence to notice. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. Lin Yun finally understood why those words were written on the scroll. The most surprising thing, though, was that a sword technique had been hidden in the painting. Unfortunately, he couldn't recall the steps no matter how hard he tried. Putting the painting away, Lin Yun took his flower burial sword out of the sheath and started practicing his sword technique under the night sky. Swish, swish, swish. Where do the flowers bloom? Where do the flowers bloom? Lin Yun muttered to himself as he brandished his sword. If someone were to stumble upon him now, they would assume he had been possessed. Where do the flowers bloom? Lin Yun repeated this phrase in his mind as he practiced his sword. The swordplay of the man in the painting had left a deep impression on him, turning him into a man possessed. He had spent the whole night reciting those words as he repeatedly failed to imitate the technique. When the sun rose, Lin Yun let out a deep sigh as he stared vacantly to the east. He had always had absolute confidence in his comprehension, but last night it had failed him. After watching the man's swordplay, he had only managed to remember one form. He had attempted it countless times during the night, but he still had no idea how it worked. As he cast a glance to the side, he noticed a flower by the roadside covered in morning dew. It was a tender flower, full of vitality under the sunshine. Slowly, he walked over and placed it on his palm. He recalled once more how the man in the painting moved. As Lin Yun circulated his internal energy, he gently tossed the flower into the air. As it rose, he passed his sword to his right hand and thrust it in the air, allowing the flower to land on the tip of his sword. He was making the same posture as the man from the painting, but there was no lethality. He only had the form. "How silly," Lin Yun said as he shook his head. As his sword trembled, the wildflower broke apart. What was he doing wrong? Embody the tiger. Smell the rose. That's it, Lin Yun said excitedly as the answer rushed to his mind. The painting wasn't giving him step-by-step instructions for him to follow. It was a metaphor. That flower only represented a form of intent, not a piece of some strange dance. Boom! The moment the realization settled in his mind, the earth-shattering aura of the tiger exploded from deep within him. He was the very embodiment of a tiger as he unleashed the full intent of the complete mastery ferocious tiger fist. Where do the flowers bloom? Enveloped by his ferocious aura, Lin Yun began executing the technique he recalled from the painting. As he did, his aura began acting strange. His aura was overwhelming, like a ferocious tiger with the might of 100 beasts, but under the influence of flower burial, his aura became delicate and gentle. They were two fundamentally different auras, but under the flower burial's guidance they had fused together perfectly. His gaze followed the tip of the sword closely. Gradually, his surroundings began to disappear and, before he knew it, he was shrouded in darkness. When the only thing he could see through the darkness was the sword's tip, he thrust it into the air. Where do the flowers bloom? Swish! His internal energy and the stunning tiger's might vanished. A rosebud formed on the end of the blade and slowly began to bloom. When the last petal opened fully, an unparalleled sword aura surged from the tip of his sword only to disappear a moment later. Lin Yun staggered, nearly falling to the ground. He had to stab flower burial into the ground for support as he gasped for air. There wasn't a single strand of internal energy left in his body. He had been completely drained. His eyes shone brilliantly amidst his pale face. He was completely exhausted, but he was experiencing a level of joy he had never thought possible. I did it! Finally makes sense. Where do the flowers bloom? Was referring to the first form of the rose sword art. It was referring to the heart. It was saying I needed to conquer the tiger in my heart and convert it to sword intent. Despite how simple it sounded, it wasn't simple at all. This move required complete control over mind, body, and soul. If he had overexerted himself slightly when executing the technique, he would instantly lose control of it. A single successful attempt had left him completely exhausted. So what did it mean by the tiger in his heart? It meant desire and anger, one's personal demons. The slightest carelessness would cause the negative emotions in his heart to multiply and run rampant. If that happened, the consequences would be dire. I have finally breached the threshold of this technique. Its power is incredible. I'm barely familiar with it, and it's already my greatest trump card. Lin Yun took a moment to regain his rest before departing for Clearwater City. If his internal energy hadn't been completely drained, he could have reached the city in half an hour using the wild goose art. With it gone, he would have to rely on his legs to carry him. For hours later, he arrived at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Little brother Lin, you're here. I was worried you wouldn't make it. When Tong Hu saw Lin Yun, he smiled ear to ear. The man was genuinely happy to see him, but Lin Yun could tell that he was trying to mask the sense of urgency in his heart. Without saying a word, Lin Yun took out the remaining 5 flaming blood bones and handed them over to Tong Hu. He believed Boss Tong would keep up his end of the deal but had held onto them just to be safe. After all, you can never trust a businessman completely. Great! Here are the terms of our agreement. Feel free to read them over before you sign. Tong Hu said happily as he pulled out a contract. It stated that Lin Yun would entrust the Myriad Treasure Pavilion to sell the 9 flaming blood bones at the auction. Once the auction was finished, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion would receive a 10% commission on any of the goods sold. After Lin Yun signed the contract and retained a copy for himself, he turned to Tong Hu. Boss Tong, do you have any idea how much these 9 flaming blood bones will sell for? If memory serves, there was a flaming blood bone sold for 5,600 low-grade spiritual stones last year. Tong Hu laughed. 5,600. Lin Yun could not believe what he was hearing. Wouldn't that mean 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones for all 9? You must not be familiar with the cost of profound artifacts. The flaming blood armor is a low-grade profound artifact, ranked among the top within its category. It provides serious protection despite being soft and lightweight. Let me put it this way. If you're wearing flaming blood armor, you don't have to worry about anything lower than the 10th stage of the martial path. You might still get hurt from practitioners in the 8th and 9th stages if they really put their back into it, but you become functionally invincible to attacks from the 7th stage down. Seeing the look of disbelief on Lin Yun's face, Tong Hu laughed. The price tag makes sense now, doesn't it? You're basically buying yourself an extra life, Lin Yun said solemnly. If word got out that 9 flaming blood bones were showing up at the same time, at the same auction, the 4 great sects would lose it. There would definitely be some fighting. My entrepreneurial instinct is telling me the bids will go much higher than 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones this year. All that's left for you to do is kick back and wait for the good news. Tong, who could barely contain his excitement. The truth was he had accidentally let news of his windfall slip during a night of celebratory drinking. By 9 flaming blood bones was essentially the same as ordering 9 sets of flaming blood armor. They represented a huge strategical advantage to any sect who could get their hands on them. The temptation was too great for the sects to pass up. When will the auction begin? Lin Yun asked. Tomorrow afternoon. Why? Interested in coming? Absolutely. Haha. I thought you might be. Here, I prepared this for you. It's a VIP card. All you have to do is flash this at the gates. Event staff will take it from there. Tong Hu said as he handed a silver card over. With smaller things, turning the offer down once before accepting is seen as polite. It shows that you appreciate the gesture, that their kindness is enough of a gift, and gives them an opportunity to change their mind. At some point, an offer can become significant enough that that custom no longer applies. The same action insinuates they have not given such a serious matter proper thought, or that their best is not good enough for you. Lin Yun knew this was one of those times. Out of respect for his friend, he accepted the card graciously right away. Lin Yun sighed inwardly. He was thinking about the promise he had made to the previous owner of his body. With the 45,000 low-grade spiritual stones he would gain from this auction, he could pay back his debt to Su Xiao. In the afternoon of the following day, Lin Yun arrived at the auction grounds. This was by far the most bustling place in all of Clearwater City. The plaza packed with people that happily wandered the maze of pop-up shops and food stalls. There were even more people at the gate to the auction house. To Lin Yun's surprise, almost everyone he saw was a martial practitioner, most of which were in the 7th stage of the martial path or higher. Evidently, this auction wasn't your usual one. Once Lin Yun entered the auction house, he handed the silver card over to an attendant. When the attendant saw the silver card, his bored, almost sullen demeanor became vibrant and full of passion. He politely requested that Lin Yun hold on while he ran to grab his boss. Mr. Lin, this way please. Boss Tong told us you were coming. We have been informed that we are to treat you as an honored guest. Please, come this way. The supervisor was all smiles and professionalism, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes upon seeing Lin Yun. The way Boss Tong had spoken of Lin Yun and the lengths he had gone to make sure his guest was properly honored had painted a very different picture in the supervisor's mind. He never would have imagined Lin Yun would be a 16-year-old boy who was only in the 6th stage of the martial path. In the 4 great sects, even the weakest inner disciple was in the 7th stage. When Lin Yun entered the hall, he took a moment to take it all in. There were over 1,000 people seated in the front of the main stage. Turning to the supervisor, he said, "Take me to my private room. After that, you're free to go." "Yes, sir." The private rooms on the 2nd floor were much quieter than the packed auditorium down below. There was a large window opposite the door from which he could watch the auction. It was positioned in such a way that Lin Yun could see the stage clearly while still being protected from prying eyes on the 1st floor. He silently thanked Boss Tong, wherever he was, for ensuring he had his privacy. The supervisor smiled as he led Lin Yun to the private room. "Sir Lin, this is the room prepared for you. If you require nothing else, I will take my leave first. One thing, is it too late to register an item for the auction?" Lin Yun asked before letting the supervisor leave. "Well, that depends on its value. Only considerably precious items can be guaranteed an appearance on stage, especially this close to show time," replied the supervisor. He maintained a polite smile as he replied, but his gaze was anything but. Evidently, he severely doubted that Lin Yun would offer anything of value. I'm not really sure how much this thing's worth, if I'm being honest. Would you mind taking a look at it for me? It's the Golden Brute Bull's leader," Lin Yun explained as he handed the horn over to the supervisor. He had taken the horn off the leader's corpse a few weeks prior after surviving the stampede. That monster had given him so much trouble he decided to keep it as a trophy, but with how much had happened since then he'd honestly forgotten all about it. It wasn't until Ma Kuei dumped his interspatial pouch on stage that he remembered he still had it, and after finding out how much the flaming blood bones were worth, he figured it prudent to have the horn appraised as well. The horn of the golden brute bull's leader? The supervisor's eyes lit up as he continued. Let me see. This is the genuine article. This really is the horn of the golden brute bull's leader. Incredible. Did you know that only the leader can grow a horn this size? The average length of a golden brute bull horn is 1 to 1.5 meters in length at full maturity, but golden brute bull leaders have been known to grow horns upwards of 2 meters in length. Magnificent, isn't it? Their horns are also much sharper than that of their herd brethren. Judging by its length and by its sharpness, it's safe to say this here is the genuine article. Oh, nice. About the price? Look at how thick the bone core is. Sir Lin, this golden brute bull must have been exceptionally strong. How did you manage to kill it? The supervisor asked eagerly. His demeanor had completely changed the second Lin Yun produced the horn from his bag. I punched it, Lin Yun replied frankly. I'm just going to assume it's valuable enough to auction. Would you mind making sure it gets in for me? Absolutely. I will have it prepared immediately. Sir Lin, do you have anything else I can help you with? The supervisor asked in a much more respectful tone. No, that should do it. Thank you, Lin Yun said. He held the door for the supervisor as he awkwardly pushed the horn out into the hallway. Lin Yun chuckled as he watched the supervisor talk excitedly with one of his helpers. The man's attitude towards Lin Yun had changed drastically once he produced the horn, but he didn't let it get to him. Since arriving in profound amber, defying people's expectations had apparently become a hobby of his. When he saw that the auction still hadn't begun, he took out 4 low-grade spiritual stones as he began to circulate the pure yang art within his body. As it greedily absorbed the spiritual aura from the stones, Lin Yun could tell he was close to making a breakthrough. Roughly half an hour later, he polished off the last of the 4 low-grade spiritual stones and added it to the pile he had started next to him. It was then he noticed a hush had come over the first floor and assumed the auction must be about to start. When he looked on stage, he saw a gorgeous woman getting ready to present. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Clearwater City Auction House. My name is Lan, Big Sis Lan for short, and I will be your auctioneer for this evening. I hope you all remembered to bring your wallets, as we have a lot of great items here for you tonight. If you find yourself in need of assistance or have a burning question that must be answered, event staff can be found out in the foyer. Again, my name is Big Sis Lan, and welcome to Clearwater City Auction House. Lan was all smiles and cheer as she announced, but the gleam in her eye revealed her cunning nature. Everything she did, from words she chose to use and when she used them to the way she moved her voluptuous figure around the stage, was part of the act. She was an expert at working a crowd. As a capstone to her welcome speech, she bowed deep, revealing a flawless patch of skin. The crowd became hysteric. Once they had quieted, she continued, Thank you. Thank you. You're all too kind. Without further ado, let's take a look at our first item up for auction today. Rustle. The heavy, red velvet curtains swung open to reveal a dazzling display of colored lanterns and decorative hand fans. 2 3-meter-wide fans covered in gold leaf overlapped at the back end of center stage. Lan motioned to them as they arched away from each other, using their handles as fulcrums. Behind the fans stood a well-dressed man at the helm of a rolling cart that had been covered in scarlet silk. Once an opening was made for him, he rolled the cart up to where Lan stood and yanked the silk sheet away with a flourish. Our first item is a blood-refining pellet that's comparable to those produced by sex. I believe that this item needs no explanation, so let's start the bidding at 500 low-grade spiritual stones. It was common practice for the first item to be desired, but not mind-blowing. This tactic was primarily used to give bidders a chance to warm up and to ease the atmosphere. The blood-refining pellet was just the tool for the job. The blood-refining pellet caught Lin Yun's attention. It was never a bad idea to buy more pellets when given the opportunity. Besides, he knew people wouldn't get too competitive over it, so he had a decent chance of winning. 550. 600, 750, 875, 1,000. It took less than 5 seconds for the price of the blood refining pellet to double. Hearing the bid break, 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones had caused the other bidders to balk. After all, not everyone had 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones they could just throw at a blood refining pellet. 1,200 low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Yun gave out his bid after a moment of thought. The supply of blood refining pellets couldn't keep up with demand. Most of the time, you couldn't find a seller even if you had the spiritual stones to pay for one. Until he was worthy of an increased sect allowance, he would pick them up wherever he could get his hands on them. His sharp jump in price had been successful. In the unspoken language of auction bidding, a drastic raise was the same as saying, "Challenge me if you dare." Going once, going twice. 1,200 low-grade spiritual stones going for a third time. Sold. Qiulan directed her charming smile at Lin Yun's suite as she continued, "Congratulations to our friend from the second floor. The blood refining pellet will be sent to your private room shortly." I knew it. Blood refining pellets aren't something we can afford. Why is it that every time a blood refining pellet is sold it goes for twice the price? Every single time. That's a shame. That blood refining pellet was going to be my ticket to the 5th stage of the martial path. Don't worry. I'm sure they'll bring out some body refining pellets soon. We have a pretty good chance to win those. The collective disappointment over the blood refining pellet came and went with relative ease. Most knew finding one at a reasonable price outside of a sect was a pipe dream, but it was still worth a shot. On the stage, Qiulan felt that the auction was off to a good start. With the martial practitioners present, a blood refining pellet had been a perfect way to lead off. The next dozen items had decent competition and went for good prices. There were weapons, pellets, martial techniques, and even a few domesticated demonic beasts up for sale. There hadn't been a single item on stage thus far that a martial practitioner would turn down. Unless that martial practitioner was Lin Yun, that is. He already had a weapon, the pellets weren't useful at his level. His time would be better spent practicing the techniques he already had, and a domesticated demonic beast seemed excessive. He decided it was best to save in case something caught his eye later. The next item is a late addition to the auction. Here we have the horn of the Golden Brute Bull's leader, Russell. When Qiulan unveiled the red cloth, the horn dazzled in the spotlight. If people hadn't been paying attention thus far, they certainly were now. Wow, that horn looks sharp. I heard that the horns of the Golden Brute Bull can easily tear apart any demonic beasts of equal or lesser cultivation, and that the bulls themselves are practically unstoppable when they're charged. But Golden Brute Bulls usually travel in herds of up to thousands. How did someone get their hands on the horn of the leader? As the auction-goers speculated amongst themselves, a man on the second floor was doing everything he could not to scream. He was the young patriarch of the Yun clan, who had previously narrowly escaped death at the hooves of the bulls on Cloud Horizon Mountain. Swine! Look at them and their stupid, excited faces. Filthy, ignorant peasants. Who gives a shit about that horn? I want to know who supplied that wretched item. Find them for me now, damn it! Screamed the young patriarch from his booth. His face was contorted with rage and his bloodlust could be felt from outside his suite. You too? Why aren't you moving? Go. Investigate. I want to know who sent it here and where they are right now. The two guards had no idea what set off their young patriarch, but they weren't about to stay and find out. Yes, sir. We're going, sir. Seeing the excitement the horn had generated among the martial practitioners, Qiulan smiled. Everyone knows how rare profound artifacts are, right? It's said that a sword crafted from the horn of a golden brute bull is just as good as one. The bids start at 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The high starting price silenced a portion of the crowd. Clearly the horn of the golden brute bulls was something meant for only the inner disciples of the 4 great sects. Unsurprisingly, the bid war over the horn was fought exclusively by private suites from the second floor. 12 different rooms chimed in and the horn was eventually sold for 3,500 low-grade spiritual stones. Not too shabby, Lin Yun smiled. The 3,500 low-grade spiritual stones. He just made more than atoned for the golden brute bull's attempt on his life. The next item was brought on stage after an uncharacteristic delay. There had been quite the commotion backstage during the lull, and everyone was eager to see what sort of exotic item could derail such a well-run event. From behind the giant fans came two monstrously large men carrying something rectangular hidden under scarlet silk. Judging by their labored movement, the object was unreasonably heavy. What the hell is that, and why is it so heavy? Maybe it's a meteorite. Is it some crazy bludgeoning weapon? Armor? Wait, no. No one would wear something that heavy. Decorative armor. They were all wrong. It was a sword box, and an old one by the looks of it. It had clearly seen its fair share of use. There were nicks and scratches covering it from top to bottom, and the seam was plagued with rust. Putting it nicely, it was classic antiquity. But the grim truth was that it was simply old and rusty. The crowd didn't even attempt to hide their disappointment. Contrary to what most of you are thinking, this sword box is a genuine treasure. It was found by a brave adventurer who risked life and limb bringing this masterpiece from the ancient battlefield beyond the Aquasky nation. This sword box represents over 300 years of history and has many secrets that have yet to be solved. For example, the interior is as cold as ice. Even someone as silver-tongued as Cholan had no idea how to pitch an object like this. If its appearance hadn't deterred everyone yet, its 800 low-grade spiritual stones starting bid sealed the deal. You want 800 low-grade spiritual stones for that thing? Are you insane? It's literal garbage. You expect us to bid on someone else's recycling? Does it do anything, or is it really just the world's worst display case? Bing out a different item. Unfortunately for both the auction-goers and Cholan, there was nothing she could do about the price. It had been set by the appraisers of the auction house and, while they hadn't investigated it thoroughly, they agreed on 800 low-grade spiritual stones due to its age. Cholan grew visibly uncomfortable. Clearly no one would pay 800 low-grade spiritual stones for an unnaturally heavy, rusted old sword box, but her hands were tied. The crowd wanted her to move on, but having an item go unsold would be terrible for her reputation. In a last-ditch effort, she continued, "There is no trash to be found on the ancient battlefield. This sword box could have a long, powerful history. Who knows? It might be a profound artifact. Whoever fixes it might find that it was worth a lifetime of treasures all along." While the second pitch was being poorly received by the crowd, Lin Yun was lost in thought. Flower Burial did need a sword box so that it could bask in floral fragrance. This one looked a little too beat up, though. While Lin Yun mulled over the pros and cons of buy the sword box, the Yun clan guards were briefing their young patriarch on what they had found. "Young patriarch, we have confirmed that the horn was put up for auction by someone wearing Azure Sky sect garb. They said his name was Lin Yun." "The Azure Sky sect," screeched the young patriarch. "Where is he right now?" "He's in room 17. He was the winner of the blood refining pellet," the guard replied respectfully. Unfortunately for Lin Yun, the efforts Boss Tong had made to ensure his privacy could not stand against the weight the Yun clan name carried in Clearwater City. "I knew it. I knew that voice sounded familiar," cursed the young patriarch. A wry smile spread across his face as he muttered, "You may have escaped my clutches in the mountains, but you're in my city now. I think it's time we have a little fun." A bead of sweat ran down Cholan's face as she desperately continued pitching the sword box. 800 low-grade spiritual stones? Anyone? Do I have any takers? 810 low-grade spiritual stones, came a voice from the second floor. Cholan's heart skipped a beat. Her reputation had been saved. She called excitedly, "We have a bid from our friend in room 17. You have quite the eye, sir. This sword box is definitely worth it." The swiftness of her change in demeanor was enough to give someone whiplash. The almost predatory gleam had returned to her eyes as she flashed a dazzling smile up to room 17's window. "Maybe I was a little rash," Lin Yun said as he rubbed his nose. His stomach churned when he saw Cholan's reaction. He'd seen that look many times during his time as a lawyer, and it very rarely meant something good. A muted chuckle came from the crowd. The fact that anyone would pay that much for what was essentially the world's ugliest paperweight was ridiculous. Qiu cleared her throat exaggeratedly before continuing. Going once, going twice. All right. Congratulations to Ru. WWWAIITTTTTT. That sword box is mine. I offer 1,600 low-grade spiritual stones. The shrill cry from the second floor echoed through the auction hall. Qiu stood dazed for a moment before ecstasy consumed her. There was a snap to her movements as he pointed to the second floor and announced, "The young patriarch of the Yun clan has entered his bid. Who else would be so generous?" The young patriarch of the Yun clan? Lin Yun could not believe what he was hearing. Somehow that rat had survived. "Hey Linbrat, I hope you enjoyed buying things while you still could. You're up against Yun clan money now." The young patriarch of the Yun clan shouted across the auction hall, making no effort to hide his hostility. The tension in the crowd eased. For a moment, people had started worrying if they missed something obvious about the box. But it was clear now what was happening. This was about a grudge, not the box. The young patriarch of the Yun clan intended to bury his enemy with money. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, called Lin Yun without missing a beat. Qiu could not believe what she was hearing. She turned to a stagehand for confirmation and was met with a nod and a shrug. By dumb luck, they had gone from no offers to a bid war. She smiled and said, "The guest in room 17 offers 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Do I have a counter?" The young patriarch of the Yun clan's cheeks burned. Damn it! He saw through my bluff. He gritted his teeth as he stood to reply, but he was stopped immediately by his guards. "Young patriarch, we were hired by the Violet Ember sect to bid on the flaming bloodbone, remember? We need to conserve spiritual stones or else we risk failing the mission." The young patriarch clicked his tongue and dropped back into his seat. "Do I hear 3,100? 3,100? Are there any bids higher than 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones?" Young patriarch of the Yun clan. Done so soon. In his room, the young patriarch of the Yun clan's face was brilliant scarlet as he sank deeper and deeper into his chair. "Well then, congratulations to our friend in room 17. You are now the proud owner of the ancient sword box for only 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones." Qiu sighed to herself disappointedly. The idiotic young patriarch had gotten her hopes up but couldn't last more than a single bid. It was hard not to dream of the profits she could have made if he wasn't all talk. But she reminded herself that a few moments ago she had been worried about getting a single bid. About 15 minutes later, the supervisor and two monstrous men delivered the sword box to Lin Yun's suite. "Sir Lin, your sword box has arrived," the supervisor said with a smile. Lin Yun nodded as he looked over the sword box and asked, "Can you deduct what I owe you from the profits of the Golden Brute Bull's Horn?" "Absolutely, sir," said the supervisor. Seeing Lin Yun was absorbed in his purchase, he turned and led his men out. The sword box was in rough shape. The wear and tear on it indicated that it was well used prior to being left to the will of the elements for some time. Despite all the damage, the box exuded a serene beauty when observed up close. It was incredibly sturdy and a simple, faded pattern could just barely be made out on its surface. When he opened the sword box, it was just as Qiu had said. The interior of the sword box was piercingly cold. Lin Yun doubted it was ornate originally, but there was no doubt it was incredibly well crafted. He could see now why the appraisers had priced it the way they had. There was clearly something special about it, even it was just for the oddity. The walls of the box were only a half-finger thick, but its weight was immense. This sword box clearly had secrets that had not been known for some time. "Not bad," Lin Yun said with a smile. He was quite pleased with his purchase. The box would undoubtedly keep his sword safe, and the internal chill would help preserve the floral fragrance by preventing the flowers from withering. Flower burial was going to need to absorb an abundance of floral fragrance before it could be considered a genuine profound artifact, and, while he wasn't in a rush to complete this now, it was still important to make the necessary preparations. When Lin Yun returned his attention to the auction, he saw that it was close to wrapping up. There was only one thing left to sell, and it just happened to be the reason he was here in the first place. After getting a nod from the stage manager, Qiulan mustered all her remaining pep and announced, "Next will be the grand finale of our auction. It's what all our friends on the second floor have been waiting for. That's right, we're going to auction 10 flaming blood bones. As we all know, flaming blood bones are the core materials for the flaming blood armor. Rumor has it that just by wearing the profound artifact one can withstand an attack from the 9th stage of the martial path. Without further ado, let's start the bidding at 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones." The first floor crowd was left speechless. The starting bid for this item was more than any of them would make in their lifetimes. They were about to witness a staggering amount of money change hands. 25,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The young patriarch of the Yun clan was the first bid out the gate. He was eager to leave after his embarrassment earlier, and his pent-up angst had given him an itchy trigger finger. He added 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones on top of the starting bid in hopes of ending things quicker. 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 32,500 low-grade spiritual stones. 35,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 38,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 42,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 46,500 low-grade spiritual stones. 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The other bidders did not seem deterred by his tactic. It was clear he was not the only one sent here as a liaison. In a blink of an eye, the price of the 10 flaming blood bones reached the incomprehensible sum of 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It's a battle of the 4 great clans. They all have a sect backing them. I wonder who will come out on top this time. My money's on the Yun clan. I hear they're backed by the Violet Ember sect. With how rapidly the Violet Ember sect has been expanding over the last few years, they're on track to surpass the Azure Sky sect soon. There's no way they let these flaming blood bones go. I don't know. The other sects aren't pushovers. They won't let the flaming blood bones go so easily. All the martial practitioners present knew about the flaming blood bones' worth, and they will definitely fall into one of the 4 great sects. Hence, it would definitely be fought over by the clans, supported by the respective clans. As for Lin Yun, he was more than happy to see the 4 great sects compete. 51,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 51,500 low-grade spiritual stones. 51,750 low-grade spiritual stones. 52,300 low-grade spiritual stones. 60,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The young patriarch of the Yun clan leaned out of his booth's window as he shouted his final bid. He had grown tired of this game. Thankfully, his tactic worked this time as no other bids followed. 60,000 low-grade spiritual stones was an enormous price to pay even for a sect. It seemed the Violet Ember sect was determined to get the flaming blood bones even if it meant paying well above market price. Lin Yun was frozen in his seat. His heart was pounding harder than if he had taken 10 boiling blood pellets. Did he hear that right? 60,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Even if he had to give 10% to Boss Tong for commission, he would still be getting over 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A moment later, a knock came at the door to his suite. It was the auction supervisor. He gave Lin Yun now was one of wary reverence as he said, "Sir Lin, just who are you? The only thing anyone seems to know is that you're the one who entrusted the flaming blood bones to Boss Tong. There's no need for an answer. Your privacy is important to us. Just know that you've caused quite the stir amongst the staff." As he spoke, he handed an interspatial pouch over. Inside, Lin Yun could see neat stacks of low-grade spiritual stones arranged to make counting easier. Their total came to 54,000, with the remaining 6,000 presumably having already been given to Tong Hu. This was probably the easiest 6,000 low-grade spiritual stones Boss Tong had even made in his life. Lin Yun chuckled as he thought about how happy he must be. If the young patriarch of the Yun clan knew that you were the beneficiary of his money, he would probably have an aneurysm, the supervisor said with an anxious laugh. That brat's feelings were the last thing Lin Yun was concerned about. He clapped his hands together, choosing not to indulge the supervisor with gossip, and said, "Thank you for your help today. Goodbye." Take care, Sir Lin. The supervisor could not help feeling jealous as he watched Lin Yun leave. It's a pity he's a disciple of the Azure Sky sect. To have such strength at such a young age, his elders must be pretty powerful within the sect. Even so, he best be on his guard if he wants to make it out of here safely. Lin Yun arrived at the Myriad Treasure half an hour after the auction had ended. Congratulations, my boy. You've made yourself a small fortune. Do you even know how to spend that kind of money? Boss Tong greeted excitedly. It seems you were expecting me. Lin Yun smiled. Oh, but of course. It only makes sense. You've got a lot of coin weighing you down. Who better to ask than your friendly neighborhood merchant? Tong Hu said as he let out a deep hearty laugh that made his belly shake. Who indeed? Lin Yun chuckled. I'll trust you'll take good care of me. After a brief pause, Lin Yun continued, this time in a more serious tone. I need pellets. Ideally something stronger than blood refining pellets. Also, I would also like to convert some of these to mid-grade spiritual stones. Is there some sort of issue? At your current strength, blood refining pellets should still be quite potent. You shouldn't need something stronger for quite some time, Tong Hu replied. It's my next opponent in the Azure Sky Sect's mid-year test, Lin Yun explained. They have me up against someone nearing the 8th stage of the martial path. I need to find some way to bridge the gap. That's rough. Tong Hu gave Lin Yun a concerned look before he continued. Honestly, kid, I know this may not be what you want to hear, but I think you might be out of luck on this one. I've got some pellets that could increase your strength temporarily, but they drain your potential. No point in throwing away your career over a single fight. No, nothing like that. I'm looking for something that can boost my cultivation rate. I'm in the 6th stage of the martial path now and I want to make a breakthrough before the tournament. Lin Yun smiled. Say no more. I have just the thing. Boss Tong said excitedly as he ducked in back. He returned shortly after holding a jade bottle. This right here is a heart-nourishing pellet. The heart is the core of all internal organs and, as it just so happens, is the main focus of the 6th stage of the martial path. Looking at Lin Yun, Tong Hu continued, if that sounds like something you're interested in, I can sell you this one at a fixed price of 4,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A heart-nourishing pellet. In the Azure Sky sect, they were only ever awarded to someone if that person had contributed greatly to the sect. They weren't even available for purchase by inner disciples. Other than that, Lin Yun knew very little about them. You're not as simple as you look, Boss Tong. It's not easy getting your hands on a heart-nourishing pellet, even for sect disciples, said Lin Yun, eyes wide. This place isn't called the Myriad Treasure Pavilion for nothing. That's not even the best pellet I have in stock, Tong Hu chuckled. Oh, Lin Yun asked inquisitively. He had not expected Boss Tong to be so forthcoming. Ahaha, you don't need to worry about that now. With your current cultivation, you won't need those for a few years. Tong Hu gave a mysterious smile when he saw Lin Yun's curiosity. Oh, it wouldn't be for me. I owe someone a huge favor. They're strong enough that they might be able to use this mystery pellet. Would you mind bringing it out? If it's as good as you're letting on, I'll buy it regardless of the price. Lin Yun asked as an idea began to form in his head. Tong Hu hesitated briefly before he replied, the Heavenly Origin Pellet. Heavenly Origin Pellet? I've never heard of that. What does it do? I'm sure by now you know that every 3rd stage of the martial path is disproportionately more difficult than the other stages. They're often described as valleys or gulfs along the path. But even among the 3rd stages, the 9th stage is uniquely challenging. If a cultivator wants to achieve the 10th stage of the martial path, they first must refine a Xianxia seed. Tong Hu explained, pausing briefly to make sure Lin Yun was following him. The thing is, not everyone is capable of doing this. That's where the Heavenly Origin Pellet comes in. This bad boy increases your chances of reaching the 10th stage by 30%. Xianxia seed. Lin Yun asked, clearly confused. It seemed that every time Boss Tong opened his mouth, he revealed something new about the world. Lin Yun's head was swimming. Just who was Boss Tong? Really? Why does he know so much about cultivating? How did he get his hands on such rare pellets? What the hell was a Xiantian seed? Haha, yes. Breaking one Xiantian seed is how a cultivator attains the Xiantian realm, but you need to form it before you can break it. This is done by condensing your blood and internal energy. The 10th stage of the martial path is sometimes called the quasi-Xiantian realm because it is the period in which the cultivator has formed their Xiantian seed, but has yet to break it, explained Boss Tong. And let me tell you, boy, a whole new world opens up once you attain the Xiantian realm. I'll take it, Lin Yun said excitedly. He might not need one for some time, but he could give it to Su Xiao. He had promised the previous owner of his body that he would repay Su Xiao tenfold for the pellets she gave him over the years. The problem he had run into was finding something she needed. Her cultivation was at a point that she had no need for the pellets Lin Yun normally had access to, and, based on how many pellets she had given him over the years, she clearly had enough money to buy anything she wanted. As far as he could tell, the only way to fulfill his promise was to get her something incredibly rare. The heavenly origin pellet was just the thing. Tong, who was stunned. Lin Yun didn't even know what a Xiantian seed was when he came through those doors, and yet he was ready to spend thousands of spiritual stones on a pellet that didn't even guarantee the user would form one. On top of that, it wasn't even for himself. It was a gift. A playful smile rose to Boss Tong's lips as he replied, I don't know if I should sell such an expensive pellet to someone who is just going to give it away. This pellet happens to be the treasure of my shop. Do you know how many sect elders begged me to sell this to them? How many I've rejected? Name your price. Fixed price, 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Deal. A moment later, Lin Yun received the heart-nourishing pellet, the heavenly origin pellet, and 10 mid-grade spiritual stones that he had exchanged 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones for. With that, he had spent all of his 54,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I always seem to leave here with a fraction of the money I walked in with, Lin Yun chuckled, mocking his own lack of restraint. Not realizing Lin Yun's joke was meant to be self-deprecating, Tong, who began to feel guilty. It was said that a talentless merchant could succeed as long as he had thick skin, but Tong, who had grown fond of Lin Yun and didn't want business to sour their relationship. With an embarrassed smile, he said, You've been good to me, kid. So how about this? Pick any item in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion and it's yours, free of charge. Consider it as my way of saying thanks. Anything? Lin Yun asked playfully. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Boss Tong accompanied Lin Yun as he strolled around the shop. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion was home to a wide variety of items. You could find anything from pellets, martial techniques, armor, weapons, herbs, and many things that Lin Yun couldn't even name. Thankfully, Boss Tong always had an answer. Not all items had price tags on them, but Lin Yun could tell how expensive an item was by how tense Boss Tong's smile became when asked about it. Admittedly, Lin Yun had a little too much fun making the poor old merchant sweat. Lin Yun's meandering inevitably led him to the martial technique shelf. The mountain-splitting blade, for 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Yun trailed off. Something about this technique seemed familiar. Hey, wait a minute, Lin Yun shouted once he remembered. This was the technique he had gotten off Kuang Yen. The technique Boss Tong had only given him 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones for. When he turned his head around, he saw Tong, who wearing an awkward smile as he explained, It's just the marking price. It's just to scare off people who aren't serious about buying. Sure, Lin Yun laughed. A few shelves later, a martial technique caught his attention. That's the spiritual convergence art, Boss Tong explained. It's a nurturing cultivation technique that helps herbs to grow swiftly. Normally, it would cost 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I'll take it. When Tong, who saw that his choice wasn't anything particularly precious, he smiled. It's yours if you want it, but I want to warn you that this technique can only be cultivated by an alchemist. It's also not very flashy. I really don't think it will be of much use to you. That's good to know, thank you. I think I'll stick with it. If you're still feeling generous, you can throw in a pale remnant flower seed as well, Lin Yun said jokingly. He already had plans for how to use the spiritual convergence art, but there was no need to tell Tong Hu about it. Sure thing. Tong Hu agreed hurriedly. He quietly let out a sigh of relief. He was just glad Lin Yun hadn't wanted something more expensive after Tong, who retrieved the pale remnant flower seed. The two said their goodbyes. Boss Tong saw Lin Yun to the door and smiled as he reminded Lin Yun that he was always welcome. As Lin Yun walked down the street, he turned back and gave the Myriad Treasure Pavilion one more look. He thought he had gone on a shopping spree last time when he spent 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This shop really would pick you clean if you weren't careful, but Lin Yun was glad he found it. The sun's going down. I should start heading back to the sect, Lin Yun said as he quickened his pace. Thanks to the auction, Clearwater City was even busier than normal. Even as dusk approached, people filled the streets, a surprising number of which were martial practitioners. Lin Yun had been walking the streets for an incense's time, when suddenly he heard the sound of horses galloping in the distance. Boom! A dense demonic aura accompanied the sound of hooves beating the earth. Lin Yun's hair stood on end as he looked for the source of the penetrating aura. Everyone get out of the way! A holler burst through the air, and the sound of whip lashing grew in intensity. People began to scatter frantically, desperate to get out of the way. Lin Yun stood his ground, facing the oncoming chaos head-on. He could see a handful of people riding on horseback, fearlessly charging their way down the street. The one who was leading the group rode a robust crimson horse. The very sight of it caused Lin Yun to falter. Its hooves pounded the ground like a rolling thunder, getting louder and heavier with each strike. As the ground shook beneath his feet, Lin Yun locked eyes with the beast. Its large, dark eyes were filled to the brim with the haunting aura of death. Lin Yun realized it was a demonic beast and took a step back. He refocused to examine the rider of this immense creature. Lin Yun cursed. The rider was none other than the young patriarch of the Yun clan. He had a sinister look on his face as he stared back at Lin Yun. I've waited a long time for our reunion, man with the surname Lin. I hope you like it here in Clearwater City because you're never going to leave. Back at the auction house, Lin Yun calling the young patriarch's bluff had been a slap in the face. Out of anger and humiliation, the young master had sent someone to tail Lin Yun while he prepared to exact his revenge. When he found out that Lin Yun was in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, he gathered his guards and waited on a nearby street for the perfect moment to strike. Now it was time for the young master to capture his prey. The silence of the nearly empty streets was oppressive and unnatural. Only martial practitioners remained, eyeing Lin Yun with pity. This guy actually offended the young patriarch of the Yun clan and stayed in town? They whispered amongst themselves. Doesn't everyone know that the young patriarch is a horrible person? That psychopath is genuinely evil. I feel sorry for anyone that has to deal with him, right? I mean, just look at his horse. That thing's a monster. The dragon-blooded horse. It's a demon beast whose strength is in the 7th stage of the martial path. It's the Yun clan's prized possession and someone let this idiot ride it. The onlookers watched anxiously as they speculated. The young patriarch of the Yun clan charged Lin Yun, his ferocity second only to that of his demonic horse. His guards followed closely behind, their yells drowning out the silence from moments before. Lin Yun watched as they approached with terrifying speed while his mind, equally as quickly, flickered through his options. Lin Yun's first thought was to hide among the crowd. But then again, he wasn't familiar with the Clearwater City's topography. So, even if he hid, it was just a matter of time before they found him again. Likely with more guards. Facing more than 20 in the 6th stage of the martial path at once was not something he wanted to try quite yet. His only option was to face the young master head-on. His eyes darkened with determination as he assessed the situation further. He had to defeat all of them in a single move, and he would only get one chance to do it. If he failed, reinforcements from the Yun clan would gather and his death would be assured. Flower burial quivered slightly in his left hand as he drew it. Lin Yun's whole body tensed in preparation. More people had flocked back to the edges of the streets to watch the drama unfold. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a terrified fool frozen in his tracks. Dad, why isn't that young man running? He's probably scared silly, sweetie. The onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for him when seeing the oncoming attack. Once the Yun clan's guards were 100 meters away, they were certain Lin Yun was done for, but at that moment, Lin Yun took one step to the side. His movements were subtle, but the results were not. A violent aura exploded from Lin Yun as immense winds and dark clouds gathered overhead. He had executed the Dragon Tiger might. Before those from the Yun clan could respond, their horses lost all control. Lin Yun had successfully caught nearly 20 guards, along with their young master, by surprise. Swish! Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Yun aimed Flower Burial just above the center of the pack and lunged. Wind assembling, Flower Burial began rotating violently in his hand, accelerating until it was just a blur. Once it reached its maximum momentum, the two of them burst forth as if shot from a geyser. Lin Yun's internal energy was sucked into the sword in a blink of an eye. Lin Yun ripped through the air, sending waves of dust billowing over the buildings on either side of the street. The attack would be devastating, but a keen eye would see that his aim was slightly too high. Lin Yun had no intention of connecting with wind assembling. It was merely a way for him to get in range. His true intention was to execute a move he had never shown in battle, Reflective Shadow. When he a meter above the center of the group of Yun clan men, Lin Yun turned sharply and launched straight into the sky, his shadow cresting in the pale light of the moon. As his figure passed over the brilliant sphere's lower border, he vanished. The onlookers watched in awe as hundreds of after-images of Lin Yun's sword glistened in the growing moonlight. When the dazzling display had ended, Lin Yun landed softly at the center of the horsemen. Boom! 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 The moment Lin Yun's foot touched the ground, a crimson mist erupted from the guards. The once eerie silence was replaced by cries of anguish as the men began dropping from their horses like flies, each having suffered a minimum of 3 separate wounds. Thud! 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 All of it had happened in a blink of an eye. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yun had flipped the situation around. Exclamations of shock came from the onlooking crowd as they slowly realized what they had just seen. The breathtaking beauty of Lin Yun's movements had delayed them from processing the sheer violence of the act. The dragon-blooded horse, on the other hand, had become enraged. When it saw that its owner had been injured, the horse began bucking wildly as it let out blood-curdling cries. It turned on Lin Yun and unleashed its killing aura in a heart-stopping blast. Lin Yun knew he would sustain internal damage if even a single hoof of this monstrous beast connected. But, still, he faced it with a calm smile. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun executed the wild goose art. He leapt over to the beast in a graceful arc, placing a hand on its head as he descended. Embody the tiger, smell the rose. The dragon-blooded horse that had been going berserk just moments before fell to its knees, terrified. The onlookers and surviving guards looked on, utterly dumbfounded. The dragon-blooded horse, the Yun clan's prized demonic steed, had gone from unbridled rage to prostrating itself before Lin Yun after being touched by a single palm. Lin Yun simply smiled. His plan had worked better than expected. Stroking the horse, he said, "Hello, my friend." The young master of the Yun clan, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, stared in disbelief. "Am I dragon-blooded horse?" In one swift action, Lin Yun saddled the crimson stallion. He looked down at the cowardly young master of the Yun clan and said, "Thank you for the horse. I will take good care of him, don't worry. You should probably see to your men. Some of them aren't looking so good." He began to turn away when something sprang to his mind. "Oh, and one more thing. Those flaming blood bones that you paid such a generous price for? They belong to me." "What?" The young master of the Yun clan was both deeply terrified and extremely confused. "Hya!" Lin Yun barked, spurring the horse onwards. The young master of the Yun clan had to scramble to get out of the way. He could only watch as Lin Yun sped off with the Yun clan's prized possession. Letting himself go limp under the pale moonlight, the young patriarch laid in the street surrounded by his broken guard, lost and alone. The dragon-blooded horse galloped at an astonishing speed. The streak of crimson tore across town, wholly unfazed as it trampled over the injured Yun clan men. Whoosh! Tong Hu landed gracefully on the roof of a building near where the battle had taken place. He scanned the bodies anxiously but could not find Lin Yun anywhere. The carnage was astonishing. "I'm sorry, my boy. I came quickly as I could, but that Yun clan brat was faster than me," Boss Tong said to himself. He wished he could apologize to Lin Yun in person, but this would have to do. When Tong Hu heard that the Yun clan were on their way to get revenge on Lin Yun, he had rushed over immediately. He had planned to help Lin Yun get out of the city and was even ready to fight if he had to. But he never expected that Lin Yun would already be gone when he arrived. With a faint smile on his face, Tong Hu muttered, "It looks like I chose the right person to sell that heavenly origin pellet to. The boy's got potential." As he spoke, red smoke appeared in the sky above the clear water city in the shape of the Yun clan's emblem. A commotion rose all around him as local martial practitioners poured into the streets. Tong Hu shuddered. Unaware that Lin Yun had stolen the dragon-blooded horse, Boss Tong could only hope that Lin Yun could make it out of Clear Water City alive. "Godspeed, boy." The dragon-blooded horse was as irritable as it was powerful. On flat ground was as comparable to some flying beasts. By the time the smoke appeared above the skies of Clear Water City, Lin Yun had already left the city. After riding the dragon-blooded horse for 2 days and 2 nights, Lin Yun let out a breath of relief when the sect came into view. "Let's take a break." Lin Yun was exhausted. The dragon-blooded horse, on the other hand, seemed perfectly fine. It was off trotting around playfully in the tall grass. As he watched the horse frolic, Lin Yun reflected on the last 2 days. Their ride had been incredible. The horse reached incredible speeds and did not break pace once. Could have kept going for some time too, from the looks of it. As he rested, his thoughts shifted to his upcoming battle with Zhou Yun. Knowing Zhou Yun, there was a good chance he would cripple Lin Yun on the spot. But who could save him? Su Xiao? That was out of the question. She would probably just treat him like dirt again, and it would give the sect disciples more to talk about. The gossip didn't bother him much, but Su Xiao would inherently be dragged into it as well. But above all else, Lin Yun did not want to be in someone's debt, Su Xiao or otherwise. His eyes flickered with determination as he said, "I have to grasp my own destiny." Feeling revitalized, Lin Yun took out the 10 mid-grade spiritual stones and held one in each hand. The spiritual aura they contained was pure and robust. After making himself comfortable, he began circulating his pure yang art. Boundless spiritual aura poured from the mid-grade spiritual stones and was absorbed immediately. Boom! It took only seconds for him to blow through the bottleneck he had reached last time. His pure yang art had made it to the 4th stage. However, he did not stop circulating the art. He had an exchange for mid-grade spiritual stones just to reach the 4th stage. He wanted to go even further beyond. His goal was to bring his pure yang art into the 5th stage, the pinnacle. There wasn't any trick or comprehension required for cultivating the pure yang art. If you wanted to make progress, you would just have to pour resources into it. The more resources you had, the faster you would progress. His first breakthrough had been thanks to a natural treasure. The second occurred when he took the blood refining pellets. Right now, he was trying to make a breakthrough with 10 mid-grade spiritual stones. An hour later, the 2 mid-grade spiritual stones were completely emptied. Lin Yun stretched his hand out and 2 mid-grade spiritual stones were sucked into his palm before he could even reach them. After reaching the 4th stage in the pure yang art, Lin Yun's hunger had only grown in intensity. He began to absorb the spiritual aura from the mid-grade spiritual stones greedily, while internal energy circulated within his body. The spiritual energy nourished his body and tempered Lin Yun's internal organs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yun popped the heart-nourishing pellet into his mouth. The pellet had barely made its way down his throat before the medicinal effect fused together with the spiritual aura from the mid-grade spiritual stones and merged into his chest. Babum, babum, babum. Lin Yun's chest throbbed more vigorously and more violently than before. The strength of Lin Yun's heart rose quickly, and blood rushed through his veins. In return, the other organs were also being nourished. The aura emanating from Lin Yun was incredibly strong. Gentle wind formed around him and tousled his hair. He was swiftly making progress in his cultivation. The effects of the heart-nourishing pellet had completely surpassed Lin Yun's expectations, and it had matched well with the pure yang art. Supplementing each other, they pushed his cultivation by leaps and bounds. When all 10 mid-grade spiritual stones were completely absorbed, Lin Yun began permeating a red light that burned brightly in contrast to the night sky. When he opened his eyes, his pupils dilated with strength. After absorbing all 10 mid-grade spiritual stones along with the heart-nurturing pellet, Lin Yun's pure yang art had finally reached the pinnacle. Climbing to his feet, Lin Yun circulated his internal energy. He balled his fist and it began to glow red from the internal energy. The aura surrounding his fist danced and flickered in a brilliant display. From a distance, one might confuse it for fire. Lin Yun was mesmerized, but not surprised. He had guessed something like this to happen once his pure yang art reached its pinnacle. He had seen something similar during the battle between Lu Yunfei and Bai Yufan back then. Lu Yunfei's violet cloud art had turned his fingers into jade whenever he sent out a strike. Lin Yun pulled out his sword, began pouring his internal energy into the sword. He was pleased to see that the sword, too, began to glow red, illuminating the night. This sword never ceases to amaze. There was absolutely no resistance when I poured my internal energy into it, and it seems to be containing it perfectly, Lin Yun praised. Even well-made weapons were unable to take on this much spiritual energy without losing a little. Bringing his pure yang art into the 5th stage finally put him on par with Zhou Yun in terms of internal energy. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from the 7th stage of the martial path. Cultivating the pure yang art had helped dramatically, but it had only been able to bring him to the upper edge of the 6th stage of the martial path. That's enough for now. I can't expect everything to go my way. Lin Yun sighed as he held his sword. When he turned around, the dragon-blooded horse had disappeared. He looked around for a short while before seeing it in the distance. Upon getting closer, Lin Yun was shocked to find the dragon-blooded horse chewing on the corpse of another demonic beast. After riding together for 2 days and 2 nights, Lin Yun had not expected to be confronted by such pure brutality. The horse slowed mid-chew to look at Lin Yun with ferocious, dark eyes. Its stare penetrated Lin Yun to his core, and he fully felt the power of the beast's killing aura. It took real strength for Lin Yun to maintain eye contact while watching the horse shred and mash the flesh of another creature between its teeth. It didn't help that it seemed to be chewing intentionally slow as it stared into his soul. "Let's go," commanded Lin Yun. While there was no doubt that horse's stare would haunt his dreams, he knew he had nothing to fear from it. All he had to do was to leak out a trace of the tiger's might within his body to tame the dragon-blooded horse completely. He mounted the horse and spurred it forward. The dragon-blooded horse gleamed threateningly as it galloped across the landscape. Lin Yun got down from his horse when he reached the gates to the Azure Sky sect. "Senior brother Lin, what are you doing way out here? The second round is about to start," called one of the disciples on guard duty. "What?" Lin Yun's face sank. Did he get the time wrong? After he made his breakthrough, he spent half a day rushing over with the dragon-blooded horse, and the elimination round should start tomorrow. He should have had plenty of time to get there. "Get going quickly. You might be disqualified if you're late." The guard didn't seem to be lying. Lin Yun had to hurry. "Ah, damn it." Lin Yun smacked himself in the head. He must have spent an entire day and night cultivating yesterday. The morning he opened his eyes to was a day later than he had thought. "Thank you, junior brothers. HYA. Lin Yun hopped back on the dragon-blooded horse and rode off, disappearing in the distance within a matter of seconds. The guards stood with their mouths agape until one finally spoke up. "Holy shit! Why is that horse so fast?" Over 2,000 outer disciples crowded around the Azure Sky sect tournament stage. Today was the elimination round of the mid-year test. 80 of the best outer disciples the Azure Sky sect had to offer faced off in high-stakes battles. From here on out, a single loss meant they were out. Only the top 10 would be permitted to become inner disciples. Many disciples came early in hopes of getting a front row seat. On stage, the elders and inner disciples were all gathered. But, compared to the energy in the crowd, They seemed troubled. Something was clearly wrong. Up on the stage, Zhou Yun had already been waiting for 5 minutes and his opponent was nowhere to be seen. What's wrong? Why isn't Lin Yun here yet? Is that sword slave trying to be disrespectful? Why is he always late? Strictly speaking, he's not late as long as he can arrive in 10 minutes. But it is still disrespectful to his opponent. Heh, do you think he chickened out? I heard that Zhou Yun is planning to cripple him. Well, no shit. If I had to choose between forfeiting and being crippled, I pick forfeiting every time. No wonder he's not here. A murmur came over the crowd as rumors started to spread. Up on the stage, an elder knitted his brows and commented, "This sword slave truly has no respect for anyone. Let's just announce the result and get this over with." This man was Zhou Yun's father, so his bias came as no surprise. But, despite most disagreeing with the sentiment, those around him remained silent. There's no need to be in such a hurry, Elder Zhou. You should be more tolerant towards the younger generations. If he does not appear in 10 minutes, then we'll go according to the rules, Sect Master by Tianming said with a comforting smile. The incense joss had burned dangerously low when suddenly hooves echoed from outside the stage, followed closely by a surge of violent aura. Clop, clop, clop. Demonic beast. A demonic beast. Inside the gates, the outer disciples could not believe what they were feeling. Even the elders and inner disciples on the stage were all baffled by this sudden turn of event. The true surprise came when they saw the origin of the aura. Lin Yun's intimidating figure cast a shadow over the road as the dragon-blooded horse galloped through the streets. The outer disciples began to clear a path the moment they caught sight of the horrific steed. Even Zhou Yun, who was standing on the stage, nervously checked to make sure he had an escape route. His demeanor changed when he saw that the incense joss was about to burn out, and a sneer rose on his lips. It seemed that he had won this battle. Lin Yun rode the dragon-blooded horse with unyielding determination. Just as the smile was crawling across Zhou Yun's face, Lin Yun yanked on the reins. The dragon-blooded horse let out a snort as it leapt into the air. Whoosh! The horse was terrifyingly casual as it cleared the entire crowd of outer disciples and landed on stage. With a swing of the reins, the horse reared onto its hind legs and let out a whinny. As the horse stood with two of its forelegs in the air and Lin Yun's hair fluttered under the sunlight, the outer disciples stood in awe as time seemed to freeze. Lin Yun leapt from the horse and looked at the judge. Just barely made it. I'm ready to start. What? The judge stammered. After a moment he replied, "But the horse." "Get down, Lil Red. Go on, off the stage," Lin Yun said as he patted the neck of the dragon blood horse lovingly. Lin Yun had no idea what name the Yun clan had given the steed, but he was confident his was better. He was proud of himself for coming up with it on the spot, especially in front of such a large crowd. The dragon-blooded horse did not seem nearly as impressed with its new name, but the still followed Lin Yun's instructions and stood among the crowd. The outer disciples slowly started to crowd around the horse, unable to resist their curiosity any longer. Lil Red quickly grew annoyed by the violation of his personal space and let out the full force of his killing aura. The outer disciples scattered, and the horse let out a playful nicker in response, very clearly satisfied with itself. One outer disciple began approaching Lil Red while screaming obscenities at the horse. The pleased look vanished from the dragon-blooded horse's long face. He waited patiently until the man was in range and kicked him squarely in the chest. The man's limp body landed several rows back. An uneasy peace was found only after the crowd put several meters between itself and Lil Red. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on stage was just as tense. Zhou Yun had already been angry when Lin Yun arrived late, but his anger turned to rage when Lin Yun stole his limelight by bringing his horse on stage. People were supposed to be here to watch Lin Yun get slaughtered, not ride in like some hero from folklore. Before the battle even began, a roar sounded out beneath the stage. It was Zhou Yun's henchman, Chun Xiao. "Senior brother Zhou, remind this sword slave of his place. Put him in the ground." The bloodlust was clear on Chun Xiao's face. Not only had he been humiliated when Lin Yun took him out with one punch, The injuries he sustained had caused him to miss the mid-year test. A moment later, all of Zhou Yun's henchmen to echo along. Even the crowd began to turn against him. This is the elimination round, so please try your best. Anyone who loses will be eliminated. The judge looked at the two of them before he announced the beginning of the match and left the stage. This battle was one of the main attractions, and people looked on with bated breath. Under countless eyes, Zhou Yun gently smiled. You arrived just in time. How nice. As Zhou Yun said the last two words, he gnashed his teeth and his face became terrifyingly grim. Kneel! Barked Zhou Yun suddenly. A loud thunderclap rang out as his aura swept out like a violent storm. The full force of an aura at the pinnacle of the 7th stage of the martial path came crashing down on Lin Yun, enveloping him entirely. Violent gusts of wind began churning on stage. What a powerful aura! Zhou Yun has been hiding his true strength this whole time. When did he get so close to the 8th stage? It seems he intends to humiliate the sword slave. Lin Yun grimaced. He could feel himself being restrained under the weight of Zhou Yun's aura. Only now did he realize how terrifying Zhou Yun truly was. There was a difference of almost 2 stages between them, a gulf that seemingly couldn't be crossed. Damn it! When Lin Yun tried to circulate his internal energy, he noticed that it was restrained as well. A trace of fear came into his eyes. If he couldn't circulate his internal energy, he wouldn't be able to execute the Dragon Tiger might. Putting on a brave face? Let's see how long you can keep up this facade. Zhou Yun barked when he saw Lin Yun had not fallen to his knees. As he approached, the pressure that Lin Yun felt rose in kind. His body began to scream under the weight. Back off. In the end, Lin Yun could only bear it and take a strained step back whenever Zhou Yun took a step forward. Even before they fought, the differences between their cultivation had already been made apparent. As expected, even if that sword slave had a magical encounter, he would still be a sword slave. There's no escaping your position when you belong there. In the end, the sword slave's foundation is still weak. He's not even close to the same level as the seniors among the outer disciples. Haha. Look at him struggle to get off stage. This is karmic retribution. Am I really going to lose in this manner? But I have still not given her the heavenly origin pellet. I have still not obtained the qualification to stand before her. I still have many dreams waiting for me to be fulfilled. No, I can't lose. Under the enormous pressure, Lin Yun's unwillingness to be defeated rippled in his heart and his blood began to boil. He recalled the time he was faced the herd of golden brute bulls and he began to smile slightly. He had not given up even when he was facing death. Why would he give up now? He started circulating the pure yang art. An explosion of spiritual energy eased the pressure of Zhou Yun's aura. Rustle. His internal energy began to flow throughout his body, surging endlessly. You still want to struggle? Did you ask for my permission? Zhou Yun wore a mocking smile on his lips when he sensed the changes to the internal energy within Lin Yun's body. He took 2 quick steps forward and threw a punch out. His movements were as swift as a venomous snake, but they would be of no help. The stage became overwhelmed by the sensation of both a raging dragon and a ferocious tiger. The wind roared as dark clouds rolled in overhead. It was a scene where the dragon soared out of the ocean, and the tiger roaring through the skies. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger. As they gathered, the dragon tiger might was unleashed. Lin Yun took a step forward as winds and clouds spiraled violently overhead, shattering the aura that had acted as his shackles. His fist blazed with crimson radiance as he threw out a punch of his own. He released all the pent-up rage he held towards Zhou Yun with a wild, primal scream. Boom! The 2 fists met in a violent explosion and, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Yun's body crumpled under the force. The senior outer disciple was sent careening across the stage. Lin Yun's blow had sent Zhou Yun clear across the stage. By keeping an eye on the ground as he flew, Zhou Yun managed to right himself just in time and landed on his feet. The momentum of the blow pushed him backwards even after landing, and he was forced to use a hand to stabilize himself. The taste of iron coated his mouth and a thin, Red streak ran down from the corner of his lips. The smug expression he had been wearing a moment earlier was replaced by a sickened grimace. Lin Yun had no intention of letting him recover freely and began executing the wild goose art the moment he sent his opponent flying. It took a single, graceful stride for him to cover the length of the stage. By the time Zhou Yun raised his head to scowl at Lin Yun, the latter was already bearing down on him with his ferocious tiger fist. If the fight had been against the likes of Ma Kuei or Chen Xiao, it would have ended here, but Zhou Yun was no amateur. He was a martial practitioner in the 7th stage of the martial path, after all, and was well seasoned in combat. "You're courting death," Zhou Yun roared when he saw Lin Yun's fist barreling towards him. Golden serpent fist. Boom! Zhou Yun's body began to sway, mimicking perfectly the mesmerizing undulation of a deadly viper. A chilling aura rolled off him as he danced. In the blink of an eye, his arm whipped out and collided with the ferocious tiger fist. A deafening clap rang out as the attacks met, but neither man faltered. Boom, 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 boom. The crowd watched in awe as the two exchanged over a dozen blows in a matter of seconds. They had come into this fight expecting a bloodbath, but by some miracle Lin Yun was matching Zhou Yun's strength. "Look! Lin Yun's fist is glowing red. There's no way. That's the sign someone has reached the pinnacle of the pure yang art. So that's how he's made up for his low cultivation. Complete mastery in the ferocious tiger fist and the pure yang art at its peak. This sword slave is something else." On the stage, the furious exchange ended with both men executing their strongest moves. One was like a descending tiger, permeating the aura that belonged to the king of beasts, and the other was like a dancing serpent, permeating a cold, poisonous aura. Golden serpent dance. 100 beast wave. Boom! The attacks countered each other with explosive results. A visible shockwave spread in all directions, ripping the looser boards from the stage and sending them into the crowd. Lin Yun and Zhou Yun both stumbled back 5 paces before drawing their swords in perfect unison. SHRNK. Convergent streams, flowing winds, howling thunder, flashing serpent. Lin Yun executed the flowing wind sword, becoming akin to a roaring swell of waves as his body oscillated along with each swing of his blade. His movements were as smooth as the wind that gently blew on the stage. No one had managed to learn the flowing wind sword for the past century, and the profundity lay in how smoothly he could control his sword. Zhou Yun scowled as he executed the thunderous serpent sword, an advanced martial technique of the sect. The movements of his wrist and the tip of his blade seemed dissonant and awkward. To the untrained eye, it might almost seem as if he had only picked up training a few days prior. This was by design. While uncoordinated on the surface, his movements followed a chaotic rhythm. Through a masterful mix of feints, subversive angles, and syncopated timing, he could confound even a seasoned swordsman. It was clear he had reached greater mastery in the thunderous serpent sword. His strikes were cunning and agile while still being backed by an explosive power. But before the flowing wind sword, Zhou Yun's sword was completely suppressed. The crowd erupted. They could not believe what they were seeing. The fight had been dead even a moment before, when the two men were still unarmed. But now, with swords drawn, Lin Yun dominated the stage. Lin Yun has achieved lesser mastery of the flowing wind sword. He's even managed to exert over 60% of the swordplay's full potential. And here I thought Zhou Yun's Thunder Serpent sword was amazing. It's nothing compared to the flowing wind sword. Before today, I never would have thought that a sword slave could execute the flowing wind sword. While cries of awe and admiration came from the crowd as they watched Lin Yun perform, on stage Zhou Yun roared as he poured the entirety of his cultivation into his next strike. He drew his blade parallel with his right temple as he pulled his upper body backwards. In an instant, he released the spring-like tension in his muscles and lunged his sword at Lin Yun's heart. Thunder Serpent's rage. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed off the surrounding structures as Zhou Yun released the entirety of his aura. No longer contained, the suffocating weight Lin Yun had experienced earlier swept over the crowd. Cries came from the rows closest to the stage as weaker outer disciples collapsed under the pressure. Lin Yun, however, stood strong. He had made sure to maintain the dragon tiger might while he brandished his sword, and he remained unaffected thanks to its shroud of protection. Torrential winds swirled around Lin Yun as he stared down Zhou Yun's attack. In his hand, flower burial began rotating at incredible speeds. Just as Zhou Yun's sword was about to connect, Lin Yun swung his sword upwards and executed wind assembling, deflecting the incoming blade as flower burial's momentum carried him skyward. Clang! The force of the parry swatted Zhou Yun aside as if he were nothing. He was launched clear across the stage, bouncing several times before lazily skidding to a halt close to where the elders were seated. He stared up at the sky in a daze as he absent-mindedly checked for feeling in his sword arm. Just as he was coming to, Lin Yun descended from the heavens. After parrying Thunder Serpent's rage, Lin Yun had used the remaining momentum of wind assembling to stay on the offensive. He had no intentions of letting Zhou Yun recover and readied an attack as the distance between them closed rapidly. Lin Yun's landing shook the entire stage. When the dust settled, Lin Yun towered over Zhou Yun, stopping his attack a millimeter from Zhou Yun's chest. "You've lost," Lin Yun said calmly as he looked down at Zhou Yun. "I lost, huh? Why don't you stab me?" Zhou Yun sneered. "Sure thing." Cries came from the crowd as Lin Yun grabbed flower burial with both hands and plunged it into his opponent's chest. Clang! The crisp sound of metal scraping against metal rang out as Lin Yun's strike slid to the side. Had torn open Zhou Yun's clothes to reveal a set of glistening armor underneath. "Profound artifact," called out several members of the crowd. An agitated murmur swept over the audience and some outer disciples shook their heads in disapproval. Wearing armor in a fight against someone with weaker cultivation. How shameless could Zhou Yun be? "Die!" Zhou Yun roared with laughter as he grabbed for Lin Yun's ankles. The profound artifact made him practically invincible. Victory had been his from the start. Lin Yun grimaced slightly when he saw the armor, but he did not panic. Empowering himself with the wild goose art, Lin Yun brought his flowing wind sword into greater mastery and executed reflective shadow. Swish! Zhou Yun grabbed for Lin Yun but caught only air. When he looked around, he found himself lost in a sea of blades. The cyclone of swords whipped all around him. Swords began darting back and forth above his head, leaving after images as they traveled. He could no longer see outside the vortex and had no way of knowing which swords were real. SSSHRR TSSSCH. Lin Yun burst from the deadly typhoon and landed in a graceful slide, sheathing his sword before he came to a complete stop. The satisfying click of flower burial locking into place signaled the vortex to dissipate. Dazzling flecks of reflected light danced playfully on stage as each sword shattered before drifting away like petals in the wind. At the same time, a crimson mist burst from Zhou Yun's extremities as hundreds of wounds opened simultaneously. The haunting beauty of the scene faded as Zhou Yun struggled to his feet. "I'll kill you," he roared as he rushed Lin Yun. Each step brought excruciating pain. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep until he had forgotten this day ever happened, but giving in now would mean accepting defeat. When Zhou Yun came into range, Lin Yun spun around and kicked him in the chest. His limp body was like a sandbag as he bounced across the stage. "Son!" cried Zhou Yun's father as he jumped from the upper platform to catch his son. His look of concern slowly transitioned into rage as he surveyed the damage to his child's body. Bloodlust poured from him as he raised his eyes to Lin Yun. "You pathetic little sword slave! How dare you be so ruthless? I'll slaughter you!" barked Zhou Yun's father. The elder became completely enraged, forgetting his position as he charged Lin Yun in front of the crowd of outer disciples. The sudden aggression startled Lin Yun and he stumbled over his feet as he instinctively backed away. Of all the things that could have happened, he had never thought an elder would be shameless enough to attack him. He was completely unprepared. But just as started losing his balance, a whinny came from below the stage and the dragon-blooded horse leapt to his side. Boom. "Perfect timing, bud." Lin Yun laughed as Lil Red's thick body stopped his fall. Without missing a beat, Lin Yun unsheathed flower burial and joined Lil Red as he charged Zhou Yun's father. With the combined force of Lil, Red's demonic aura and Lin Yun's dragon tiger might bearing down on him, Elder Zhou realized he had no way to deal with the pair while his son was still in his arms. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Zhou chose to back off rather than risk injuring his boy further. Humiliated, Elder Zhou hung his head as he slowly made his way back to the upper platform. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lin Yun and his horse had just forced a sect elder to back down. Zhou Yun's father had an ashen expression. An elder of the sect had just been scared off by a sword slave and his demonic beast. What could be more humiliating? The crowd was hysterical. To make matters worse, the horse seemed to be laughing at him. Blinded by rage, Zhou Yun's father placed Zhou Yun down before he went up on the stage once more. Ridiculous! A roar exploded from the higher platform at this moment. It was Sect Master by Tianming. Russell. His words were as the judgment of heavens at this moment as his massive aura enveloped the entirety of the stage. The crowd went silent and even the complexion of Zhou Yun's father had changed. Bai Tianming's cold voice bellowed, "Elder Zhou, you dare violate the rules that have governed this sect for centuries? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, a chilling bloodlust drilled to the very core of every elder, inner disciple, and outer disciple present. "Get down!" With cowardly yelp, Zhou Yun's father grabbed his son's limp body and scurried away. When Elder Zhou was gone, the rage on Bai Tianming's face faded and he turned to Lin Yun. "To think, you were a sword slave only a few months ago. You've done well." He turned to the crowd before continuing. "I hope everyone has been watching closely. You could all stand to learn a thing or two from Lin Yun. If everyone were as driven, I wouldn't have to fret over the future of our beloved Azure Sky sect anymore. Thank you, Sect Master. You give me more praise than I deserve." Lin Yun said, cupped his hands together. "And do not worry about what just happened. The rules determine what is right or wrong in a competition, and you are well within them. If anyone gives you trouble, they will face my wrath. Now go find a seat. We have a tournament to continue," said Bai Tianming jovially. His words were reassuring. Lin Yun would not have to fear retaliation from the Zhou family with the sect master watching over him. The crowd's excitement remained elevated long after the battle concluded, with conversations mostly centered around Lin Yun's sudden reversal. The mood was a mix of awe and confusion. Those further back had not been able to make out Reflective Shadow clearly and were confused as to how Zhou Yun became so injured so quickly. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Zhang Han, a senior among the outer disciples, sighed. "You guys can stop speculating. We just witnessed the ultimate move only available to those with greater mastery of the flowing wind sword, Reflective Shadow. That's impossible. Even Zhou Yun had only just reached greater mastery in his thunderous serpent sword. Yeah, Zhang Han, are you sure about that? It's tough enough getting a standard sword technique to greater mastery. But the flowing wind sword? Don't you think you're giving him too much credit?" In response, Zhang Han gave a polite smile and waved his hand dismissively, choosing to let it go. Regardless of what his peers said, he knew what he saw, and he was feeling too melancholic to get to argue over something so pointless. It was clear, now, that Lin Yun had forfeited their match because he didn't want to reveal his trump card before the elimination round. "I'm an idiot." Zhang Han laughed quietly to himself, his face burning as he remembered how arrogant he had been. The tournament continued once the stage was clear. Lin Yun rode Lil, Red, to the quietest corner he could find while still keeping the stage in sight. He shifted so that he sat cross-legged on the horse's back and began to reflect on his battle. Prior to the fight, Lin Yun had suspected that he was close to making a breakthrough, but now he could feel it. Zhou Yun was easily the toughest opponent he had ever faced, and something about their battle had nudged him in the right direction. Now it was simply a matter of zeroing in on whatever that was. As time ticked, the first round of the elimination had finally come to an end. With only 40 contestants remaining, the competition was about to become even more intense. The sixth match of the second round, Zhang Han versus Lin Yun, announced the judge in a booming voice. The blood drained from Zhang Han's face when he heard the announcement. His nightmare had come true. He had just watched the man he openly insulted during the first stage of Cut Zhou Yun. someone Zhang Han had never been able to defeat, to ribbons, and now he had to fight him. Zhang Han grit his teeth and walked on stage. He had to at least give it a shot. His cultivation was a whole stage above Lin Yun's, so there was a chance he still could pull this one out. "Lin Yun, please report to the stage," the judge called out when he saw that Lin Yun still wasn't here. "Coming," came a robust voice from behind the crowd. The crowd turned to see Lin Yun was still sitting cross-legged on top of his horse. Despite answering the call for his match, he had not moved or opened his eyes. Suddenly, the air around him began to quiver. Boom! Lin Yun's eyes shot open, and with them came an explosion of aura. But something was odd. His aura felt drastically different than it had during his match with Zhou Yun. He had made a breakthrough. He was cultivating? This must be a joke. It's the middle of the tournament. Who does that? He must have felt it in his bones. After such a fierce battle, bones reveal all. I don't know if he's brave or stupid. If he had failed, he'd be too injured to compete. They would have made him forfeit. Lin Yun was living his life on the edge, and the crowd's adrenaline was pumping vicariously. Whoosh! 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 Lin Yun made his way on stage using the wild goose art, finding it much easier now that he was in the 7th stage of the martial path. Zhang Han greeted Lin Yun with an embarrassed smile. "Do you ever take a break?" "Ever? I don't know. Take some time to relax or have some fun." Lin Yun's forfeit had led Zhang Han to believe that Lin Yun was weak. That presumption was shattered when he watched Lin Yun's fight against Zhou Yun. Even so, Zhang Han thought he might have a chance thanks to his higher level of cultivation. That was until Lin Yun closed that gap between matches. In just a matter of hours, any hope Zhang Han had of winning had been obliterated. "Sorry. I thought of something during my last fight and thought, what the hell?" Lin Yun smiled. "You really are something else," Zhang Han chuckled. He flourished his sleeves dramatically as he turned to the judge and announced, "I surrender. Lin Yun wins this round," the judge announced to a flabbergasted crowd. Lin Yun's eyes lingered on Zhang Han as he left the stage. He was disappointed they wouldn't get a chance to fight, but he was also surprised to see a humbler side to Zhang Han. Lin Yun would just have to wait for the 3rd round to test out his new strength. Lin Yun had not made it far before he heard the crowd erupt. Looking back to see what the commotion was about, he saw Hu Zifeng making his way on stage. Hu Zifeng. This man was a legend among the outer disciples. He sat on an unshakable throne as the strongest outer disciple in the Azure Sky sect. His cultivation was in the 8th stage of the martial path, and there were few within even the inner disciples who could defeat him in solo combat. Senior brother Hu, IW won't give up so easily. Hu Zifeng's opponent spoke nervously. "That's nice," Hu Zifeng said plainly as he threw a lazy punch. Boom! His opponent went flying off stage. Hu Zifeng hadn't even moved his feet. "What power?" Lin Yun gasped. Was this the power of a martial practitioner in the 8th stage of the martial path? Hu Zifeng! Hu Zifeng! The crowd cheered. By the time the rays of the setting sun shone down on the tournament stage, the elimination round had finally come to an end. To no one's surprise, Lin Yun defeated his 3rd opponent and made it into the top 10. With that, he had done what most had thought impossible. He had climbed all the way from sword slave to inner disciple. As their achievements were announced, the 10 victors were permitted to stand on the same platform as the inner disciples and elders for the first time in their lives. Congratulations, all of you. You've all grown into excellent disciples. There is a reward waiting in the administration hall for each of you to celebrate your achievement. But first, you all have a chance to challenge an inner disciple, Bai Tianming announced with a smile. It was well known that inner disciples were deeply competitive, and for good reason. Each inner disciple was given a rank that determined how many resources they would be given each month. If one wanted to increase their rank, they needed to defeat the inner disciple who held the rank they were looking to achieve. If the challenger won, the two would swap ranks. Bai Tianming was offering the new additions an opportunity to climb the ranks only minutes after allowing them in. However, the 10 remained calm. Many of the inner disciples had formed factions, and challenging one meant risking the ire of the rest. Most inner disciples chose to take a challenge to mean the challenger looked down on them. If the challenger won, there would be no problem. But if they lost, they risked being the target of revenge. After the sect master had finished his announcement, Hu Zifeng raised his head to look at an inner disciple. As untalented as I am, I would like Senior Brother Feng to enlighten me. Senior Brother Feng let out an exacerbated sigh. You know I have nothing to enlighten you with. I lost to you last month. I admit my defeat. Admitting defeat, while it was surprising to hear an inner disciple admit defeat, his challenger was Hu Zifeng. It was hard to blame Senior Brother Feng in such a situation. Who else would like to give it a try? Is Hu Zifeng the only one brave enough? Bai Tianming taunted playfully. Most of the new inner disciples stayed quiet while some lowered their heads. It might be normal for Hu Zifeng to challenge an inner disciple right off the bat, but he was in the 8th stage of the martial path already and had been challenging inner disciples for months now. It would have been more surprising if he hadn't. Just as everyone got ready to move on, a voice came from the end of the line. As untalented as I am, I would like to give it a try. Lin Yun stepped forward with his hand raised, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lin Yun's words echoed throughout the tournament grounds. Russell, the 9 other victors, Hu Zifeng included, looked at him in disbelief. Has this sword slave lost his mind? After what seemed like an eternity of silence, cheers erupted from the crowd. Despite everything the other disciples had seen from Lin Yun, he continued to defy expectations. There was no predicting him. Whatever internal logic or common sense guides the decisions of the average person seemed to have been taken from him at birth. Lin Yun had brought new life into the Azure Sky sect, and he shone brighter than anyone around him. Regardless if Lin Yun won or lost in his challenge, he had made a different decision compared to everyone else. Everyone had chosen to lay low for now and not offend any inner disciples. However, Lin Yun had acted differently and stood out. On the upper platform, Bai Yufan couldn't stop himself from smiling. Lin Yun had managed to surprise him, something the other inner disciples hadn't been able to do for some time. This freshly appointed inner disciples exuded an unwavering spirit that Bai Yufan admired greatly. The other inner disciples were not nearly as happy as their young sect master. They had just been entered into a lottery no one wanted to win. There was nothing to gain. Whoever was chosen would be expected to win. If they did, they would gain neither recognition nor reward. But if they lost, they would be humiliated and drop to the bottom of the rankings, losing their monthly allowance in the process. Excellent. Your courage is admirable and deserves to be rewarded. Win or lose, I will give you 1 heart-nourishing pellet. Now, who would you like to challenge? Said Bai Tianming jovially. A heart-nourishing pellet. The other victors looked at Lin Yun with a mix of jealousy and regret in their eyes. Thank you, sect master. Let me see. Lin Yun said as he calmly surveyed his options. While everyone else was stunned by his decision, the reality was that the thought that he might offend an inner disciple by challenging them had not even crossed Lin Yun's mind. This was the perfect opportunity to test how much stronger reaching the 7th stage of the martial path had made him, and it would give him an idea of what his competition would be like going forward. Furthermore, he had just become an inner disciple, so a loss here would do nothing to his rank. But if by some miracle he won, he would gain a huge boost to his rank. As Lin Yun looked for a suitable opponent, his gaze inevitably landed on Su Ziao. Something deep in his heart fluttered, and he realized this was the first time they looked at each other as equals. For a moment, he considered choosing her just to see if it would bring a change to the characteristic, emotionless expression she was wearing. Lin Yun chuckled to himself at the thought and turned his attention further down the line. Senior brother at the end, I would like to seek guidance from you. It's Senior Brother Ma Tianyi. Someone in the crowd roared. Lin Yun picked Senior Brother Ma Tianyi. His cultivation is in the 8th stage of the martial path, and he's achieved greater mastery of the Violet Storm Sword. Of all the inner disciples, why did the sword slave have to pick me? Does he think I'm weak? Ma Tianyi thought to himself as his eye began to twitch. Forcing himself to remain calm in front of the sect master, Ma Tianyi replied, Please! Swish! With that, The two combatants leapt from the upper platform and landed on stage. Ma Tianyi's voice was cold as he glared at Lin Yun and said, "I have no idea why you chose me, but I'm sure as hell going to make you regret it. If that's your goal, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. I try not to make decisions I'll regret. You can start us off," Lin Yun replied calmly. "As you wish." When Ma Tianyi pulled out his sword, the entirety of his 8th stage aura was released. Along with it, an overwhelming sword aura came crashing down on the stage. Dragon Tiger Might. Lin Yun's aura surged as he propelled himself forward. Even with his cultivation in the 7th stage of the martial path and the Dragon Tiger Might empowering him, his momentum could barely match Ma Tianyi. He was at a clear disadvantage, but the difference wasn't so great that he couldn't put up a fight. As he approached, Ma Tianyi roared, enveloping himself in a torrent of wind, and lunged with his blade. Fast. Empowered by his cultivation, the violent storm sword was truly terrifying. Lin Yun began performing the flowing wind sword on reaction. In a vacuum, the flowing wind sword was on an entirely different level the violent storm sword. But Ma Tianyi's cultivation more than made up for what it lacked. The gap between them was glaringly apparent. Zhou Yun had barely been able to keep up with Lin Yun's flowing wind sword, but against Ma Tianyi he barely had a chance to perform it. It took everything Lin Yun had just to defend against the onslaught. He felt like a rowboat lost at sea during a hurricane, desperately trying to stay afloat. The two were holding nothing back, and the sheer lethality of their exchange kept those watching at the edge of their seats. Hu Zifeng wore a wry smile as he watched Ma Tianyi back Lin Yun into a corner. If Lin Yun failed the challenge, it would cement his reputation as the strongest outer disciple into legend. Bai Yufan sighed inwardly. Lin Yun couldn't even retaliate against Ma Tianyi. He had high hopes for Lin Yun's future, but the difference between them at present was too great. At this moment, Wang Ning sneered, "I don't know why Ma Tianyi is going easy on the sword slave. If it were me out there, I'd have crippled the rat in 3 moves. Just as I thought, all those victories went to his head. Did he really think that he was on par with Hu Zifeng?" On the stage, Lin Yun's unyielding determination was clear in his expression. Excitement blazed in his eyes. He had chosen the perfect opponent. Ma Tianyi's expertise was exploiting weaknesses Lin Yun didn't even know he had. Lin Yun could sense his comprehension of the flowing wind sword progressing rapidly. In the end, he had to be courageous enough to fight in order to make improvements. If he did not fight with Ma Tianyi, how would he get a grasp on how powerful the 8th stage of the martial path was? Half an hour later, Lin Yun was covered in wounds. Although they were all superficial, it still made him look horrifying. His clothes were dyed in his own blood as Lin Yun barely held on while he gritted his teeth. When Ma Tianyi saw the unyielding expression on Lin Yun's face, his rage slowly exploded. This sword slave wasn't giving up. Despite knowing that he had no chance, this sword slave was still holding on. Was he trying to embarrass him? Every single sword he threw out, Ma Tianyi could sense the mockery in the eyes of the other inner disciples growing. As time ticked, the two of them had already exchanged over 100 moves. Up on the platform, the ridicule in the eyes of the inner disciples slowly changed into shock. As for the outer disciples, they were beyond shocked. Wasn't Lin Yun a little too strong? Although Lin Yun was in the disadvantageous position from the beginning, he had held on for over 100 moves. "You're the one who forced me." Ma Tianyi had a trace of rage in his eyes when he saw that Lin Yun wasn't going down after so long. Rustle. In a split second, the sword aura permeating from Ma Tianyi grew as he flipped his wrist. In the next moment, he stabbed out a total of 81 swords as violent gales blew from all directions and enveloped Lin Yun. There wasn't any blind spot in his attack, and it was the offensive move of the violent storm sword, omnidirectional wind. Reflective shadow. Lin Yun retaliated with an offensive move of the flowing wind sword with a solemn expression. Clang, clang, clang. For a moment, the stage was buried in the afterimages of swords. After the swords clashed, the result was immediately revealed. As Lin Yun threw out blood from his mouth, He was staggering to keep his footing after he came back onto the ground. Up on the stage, Bai Tianming knitted his brows as he could sense a terrifying killing intent in that brief moment. However, that killing intent had quickly vanished, so no one else had sensed it aside from him. Ma Tianyi still stood without any expression on his face as blood dripped down from the hand that he held his sword with. Drip! Drip! The surroundings were all silent, with only the sounds of blood dripping onto the ground echoing by everyone's ears. It was the first time Ma Tianyi was hurt in his battle against Lin Yun. But anyone could tell who was more injured among the two. "You've lost." Ma Tianyi spoke out gently as he looked at Lin Yun, who was struggling to keep himself standing. Lin Yun didn't even have the time to wipe the blood by his lips as he supported himself with his sword and squeezed out a heartbreaking smile. "Why are you so certain that I've lost? After all, I'm still holding onto my sword. But I don't think that you have any odds of defeating me." Ma Tianyi wore a mocking smile. Lin Yun couldn't even stand firmly on the ground, so how could he keep on fighting? "Indeed, I might seem rude to challenge you with my previous identity as a sword slave, but nothing is for certain, and who can predict the future? There are many unpredictable futures in life, and I still have a single move in me. Please, grant me your guidance." As a breeze blew on Lin Yun's hair, his face that was drained of blood still appeared unyielding. A moment ago, Lin Yun was still barely on his feet, and in the next moment, the stunning might of a tiger exploded from his body. It was like a tiger roaring towards the sky, and at this moment, Lin Yun's sword moved. His aura was that of a ferocious tiger, but it was gradually guided by his flower burial sword, and the two contrasting auras began to fuse under his attack. When Ma Tianyi saw this scene, he had a smear of shock through his disdainful expression when he suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from Lin Yun. The aura represented unsatisfiable ambition and torrential rage. At this moment, Lin Yun was like a demon who had come from hell, but when he moved, all he saw was a flower, a rose on the tip of Lin Yun's sword. In the next moment, boundless sword aura suddenly exploded from the tip of Lin Yun's sword. Where do the flowers bloom? Embody the tiger, smell the rose. While Ma Tianyi wanted to stop the rose from blooming, he was too late. Along with unparalleled sword aura, the rose stabbed towards Ma Tianyi's chest in the next moment. Boom! A loud buzz was heard as the rose exploded into hundreds of petals under the sword aura, and every single one of the petals contained a shocking amount of internal energy that instantly struck Ma Tianyi's body. Ma Tianyi coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away. When he fell onto the ground, his body was covered in blood. It was a horrifying scene as Ma Tianyi's body swayed. "Why you?" Ma Tianyi had disbelief in his eyes as he couldn't figure out where that sword came from. He wanted to speak, but he had lost his consciousness before he could. Rustle. Silence swept as everyone looked at Lin Yun with shock in their eyes. Lin Yun had actually managed to defeat Ma Tianyi in his condition? After all, no one was optimistic that Lin Yun could defeat Ma Tianyi, a senior among the inner disciples. Furthermore, no one could recognize that technique Lin Yun had just used. Xianxia art? The elders began to discuss among themselves as they were greatly shocked by this outer disciple. As for Bai Tianming, he was briefly stunned before he smiled. "It's actually a Xianxia art. It looks like he had comprehended something from the reward I gave him previously." He thought that this Xianxia art from Lin Yun was what he had comprehended from the fragmented Xianxia art, which made him feel gratified. Up on the stage, Lin Yun squeezed out a smile. Perseverance will be paid off. Gradually, he began to feel dizzy as it felt like his entire world was spinning. Bai Tianming stood up from his seat emotionally with excitement on his face as he wanted to speak. But Lin Yun couldn't hear anything, and even Bai Tianming's figure in his eyes began to blur. As Lin Yun looked around, he could see that all the outer disciples were cheering, but he couldn't see their faces clearly. Plop! Lin Yun staggered as he collapsed onto the ground and lost his consciousness. The situation immediately became chaotic as several figures leapt onto the stage. "Healers! Quick!" When Lin Yun regained consciousness, many days had already passed. Opening his eyes as Lin Yun looked around, It was a familiar scene as it was his wooden shack. Ugh! It hurts. Lin Yun felt his head splitting apart when he wanted to get up. As he held onto his head with both his hands, Lin Yun closed his eyes as he rested for a long time before he felt better. As he removed his quilt, he noticed that he was covered in bandages that permeated with herbal scent. What's wrong with me? Lin Yun was baffled when he looked at his body. It took him a long time for him to gradually recall what had happened. Back when he was fighting Ma Tianyi, he had executed the rose sword art in desperate straits. But after that, he lost his consciousness. Hey, you're awake? The door was pushed apart as someone came in. When Lin Yun looked over, he was baffled when he saw Zhang Han. Zhang Han, what are you doing here? Do you think I want to be here? You're the favorite of the sect right now, and the young sect master personally asked me to check on you. Zhang Han waved his hand as he rolled his eyes. Thank you. Lin Yun got up from his bed. However, Zhang Han responded with a chuckle as he did not continue speaking. He only looked at Lin Yun with a weird gaze, filled with a hint of playfulness and curiosity. It was as if he wanted to read something out of Lin Yun. I really couldn't tell. Lin Yun, how did you do that? Zhang Han suddenly asked a question. What do you mean? Lin Yun was baffled. Stop pretending to be a fool. Heh, fine if you're not going to tell me. You're quite something to comprehend in Xiantian art by yourself, but you're also a madman for executing it in that condition. Zhang Han chuckled. What Xiantian art? Don't tell me that the attack you used the other day isn't in Xiantian art? Do you think that I'll make such a simple mistake? Your comprehension is truly shocking. The young sect master took 2 to 3 years before he managed to comprehend one single move of a Xiantian art. But you actually accomplished it in half a month. Listening to Zhang Han's words, Lin Yun finally figured out what was going on. So the entire sect had thought that the rose sword art was something that he had comprehended himself. Then again, it would save him the trouble of explaining. This is the pellet for your injuries given by the young sect master. Looking at your complexion now, I don't think that it will take long for you to recover. I'll be going back now. Zhang Han placed 2 bottles on the table before he left. Wait up, Lin Yun called out. What's the matter? Thank the young sect master for me, and how long I was unconscious? All right, and not long. You have only been unconscious for 7 days. 7 days? He was actually unconscious for so long? Then who took care of him while he was unconscious? Half an incense's time later, Lin Yun tried standing up when he felt better and started removing his bandages. What's the medicine used on the bandages? My injuries actually healed to the point that no scars were left behind. Lin Yun was surprised when he looked at his own body. After he removed all the bandages, he changed into the sect's uniform and came out. As the bright rays of sun shone down on his body, Lin Yun felt warm basking in the sunlight. It was something that Lin Yun had never felt before. After some simple stretches, Lin Yun began to perform the ferocious tiger fist. Whoosh! As Lin Yun threw his fist out, there was a faint tiger aura that permeated from him as his internal energy circulated within his body. It has been some time since he moved, and at this moment he felt great with his moves filled with power. When he was done performing the ferocious tiger fist, he felt energetic and his aura even exceeded from what it was before. Furthermore, there was also a hint of sharpness emitting between his brows. His injuries hadn't just recovered, but he had also made some progress in his cultivation as well. Weird. I had just reached the 7th stage of the martial path 1 week ago, so why did my cultivation advance so much by just sleeping? Lin Yun found it weird that his cultivation had reached the late phase in the 7th stage of the martial path. It seems like his battle with Ma Tianyi had successfully allowed him to comprehend the rose sword art. Let's leave that aside for now. There's something more important on hand. He was now an inner disciple, something that was beyond his imagination in the past. At the same time, he could not fulfill the promise that he had once made to himself. Scouring through his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun retrieved a porcelain bottle. This bottle contained the dream of many people in the Aquasky nation, even the elders of the various sects, the heavenly origin pellet. It was something that increased the changes of martial practitioners in the 9th stage of the martial path, making a breakthrough into the 10th stage of the martial path by 30%, helping them to condense their Xiantian seed. In terms of worth, it was more valuable than Lin Yun had imagined. As he held the bottle tightly in his hand, a gorgeous face gradually appeared in Lin Yun's mind. Don't be a fool for love if there's an afterlife. Lin Yun sighed inwardly as he walked. After he asked about it in the sect, Lin Yun headed for the mechanism hall without any hesitation. The mechanism hall was separated into 2 sections, inner and outer. In the past, stepping into the inner section was something beyond Lin Yun's imagination. But now, he had the qualification to step into it. The moment he came into the mechanism hall, his arrival had attracted the attention of many, as all of them looked at him with reverence in their eyes. Many people even bowed towards him, greeting him by Senior Brother Lin. Even if they were unwilling, it was the rule that outer disciples had to show respect for inner disciples. As Lin Yun swept his glance towards the inner section, he finally found the one he was looking for. She was fighting with a puppet as her figure moved with agility and her sword moved like the wind. She had an indescribable grace that outshined the entire inner section. After Lin Yun pondered for a long time, he slowly walked over when she sheathed her sword. He was still feeling uneasy and nervous, but when he saw Su Xiao's aloof and remote expression as usual, his heart gradually calmed down. Hey, isn't this the sword slave, our new inner disciple? I meant Junior Brother Lin. I guess I should be calling you that now. Right at this moment, Wang Ning gathered over with the other inner disciples. Evidently, Wang Ning had long noticed Lin Yun's presence and came over to mock him. Although Wang Ning was mocking him, Lin Yun wasn't infuriated as his gaze was solely on Su Xiao. Su Xiao had just finished her battle with the puppet, and she was starting to leave. But she had a hint of surprise through her eyes when she saw Lin Yun walking over. Senior Sister Su. Lin Yun felt complicated as he had never looked at Su Xiao so closely before. In the past, he had only taken a glimpse at her. Standing at such a close distance, Su Xiao's delicate face shook his heart. But under her cold temperament, he could still sense a distance between them, no matter the distance between them. Is there anything? Su Xiao asked as she looked at Lin Yun. I. Lin Yun got his tongue twisted as he had no idea how he should start with it. Ever since he knew about the infatuation of the previous Lin Yun, he had been making preparations. But now that the time came, he had his tongue twisted. Look, Lin Yun is going to confess to Su Xiao. Are you serious? My heavens! He actually has the courage. Lin Yun's awkward expressions were immediately deciphered by others that he was going to confess to Su Xiao. In a split moment, the mechanism hall went into an uproar. All the disciples in the inner section gathered over, and even the outer disciples were emotional when they heard about it. You sword slave, what do you want? Xiao isn't so free to stand here all day long. Wang Ning's expression changed as rage brewed in his chest. But Lin Yun paid no attention to him as he looked at Su Xiao. I would like to thank Senior Sister Su for taking care of me for the past 2 years, and I have ingrained your every reward deep in my heart. However, Su Xiao was still looking at Lin Yun calmly without any response. How should he continue? When Lin Yun saw that Su Xiao had no changes on her face, he felt somewhat bitter in his heart. Perhaps to Su Xiao, this was just something insignificant to her. It might be something that the previous Lin Yun ingrained into his heart, even in death, but it might be insignificant to Su Xiao. Even when he was now standing before her as an inner disciple, it couldn't change anything. Forget it. I'll leave after giving her the heavenly origin pellet. But all these years of being pushed aside by those who did menial labor like him, how he was chased out of the dormitory in the storm, and the pain he suffered having the sword slave mark imprinted on his forehead, that won't do. Lin Yun's expression became firm as the hesitation in his eyes disappeared. I have kept all your grace in my heart, and I have never forgotten about it. On June 18th, it was the first time Senior Sister came for me for sword maintenance. That day, Senior Sister wore a purple dress, and when I saw how hurried you were, I maintained your sword for the first time and returned it to you. For that, you gave me 5 body nourishing pellets. There wasn't a need for him to recall as long as it was something about Su Xiao. In a split second, all the related memories flooded out of his mind. It felt as if the previous Lin Yun was standing behind him, reciting everything related to Su Xiao with a smile. On August 26th, senior sister seemed to have forgotten to bring an umbrella when it was raining and you were drenched. At that time, I mustered my courage and took an umbrella for you from my room, but you had already left. On October 6th, the weather was cold, and it felt like it was freezing. But when I saw you, the chill I felt disappeared. 3 days later, you gave me 200 taels of gold when you came to retrieve your sword. You told me to go down the mountain and buy myself some clothes, and that was the first time you talked so much to me. On November 15th, it was snowing, and perhaps because it was snowing, you had a faint smile on your face. Although it was vague, I was certain that you smiled. Ever since that day, I hoped that it would snow daily so that I could see your smile. As the previous Lin Yun continued reciting, he seemed happy. On the contrary, Lin Yun's eyes had turned watery without him noticing. One of them was smiling, while the other was tearing up as Lin Yun spoke about all the past. The previous Lin Yun even remembered Su Xiao's every reward, and what she wore on that day along with her expression. In the mechanism hall, all the mockeries directed at Lin Yun had gradually faded, and only Lin Yun's voice could be heard. All of them perked their ears as they listened to Lin Yun talking about Su Xiao. In July this year you came again, but you were no longer the same. There weren't any changes to your face, but you seemed bothered. There were many times that I wanted to ask you. All of a sudden, Su Xiao, who had been keeping silent, suddenly spoke out to disrupt Lin Yun. Enough! At the same time, Su Xiao's face had changed as she seemed to have something in her heart, and even her face had turned paler than before. What are you trying to say? Su Xiao asked in a solemn voice. Being disrupted by Su Xiao, Lin Yun suddenly woke up as he noticed that there was some anger on Su Xiao's face. With a bitter smile, Lin Yun replied, I only wanted to say that I have remembered all the things you gave me, and I'm here today to repay you. I paid 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones for this heavenly origin pellet, so please accept it. With that, I have repaid you for the kindness you showed me in the past, and we're cleared. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the temperature within the mechanism hall dropped and a chill swept out. The chill drilled deep into the bones as many people began trembling from the cold. Cleared. Su Xiao revealed a faint smile on her pale complexion, but it was a smile that seemed so heartbreaking without the slightest warmth. With her outstanding beauty, the smile on her pale face seemed so heartbreaking. As she took the heavenly origin pellet, the smile on her face resided, replaced with a frightening chill. At the same time, her aloof temperament returned to her face. Her emotions seemed unstable, and her face was frighteningly pale as she looked at Lin Yun. I don't usually give things out to others, but no one has ever dared to return anything I've given out. No one. But you, Lin Yun. You're the first. Crack. In the next moment, the heavenly origin pellet, the dream of many people in the Aquasky Nation that cost 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones, were reduced to ashes in Su Xiao's hand, and the ear-prickling sound of the bottle shattering along with her aloof expression looked terrifying. You filthy sword slave. How dare you anger Xiao when you've just become an inner disciple? Are you tired of living? Wang Ning immediately flared up when he saw Su Xiao's fury. In that moment, he vented out all the rage he had pent up. In a split second, he had made his move against Lin Yun. Whoosh! But the moment when he touched the hilt of his sword, a cold light flashed and left a trace of blood on his neck. However, the one who had acted had gone lenient on him. If that person had wanted him dead, that person only had to exert a little more strength. The precision control in strength had shown how terrifying that person was. Clang! Su Xiao sheathed her sword as she spoke out coldly while immense killing aura permeated from her. Did I permit you to touch him? Trash! In the next moment, Wang Ning's face was drained of blood from fear as he thought that Su Xiao would kill him. However, Su Xiao's emotions seemed unstable. After Su Xiao finished her speech, she gave a deep look at Lin Yun before she left. Lin Yun, who was baffled by this scene, wanted to chase her, only to realize that Su Ziao had already left. "You bastard! I have been putting up with you for a long time now." Wang Ning's fear was immediately replaced by rage when he saw that Su Ziao had left. Without any warning, Wang Ning pulled out his sword as he charged at Lin Yun. Looking at Wang Ning, Lin Yun's heart sank as his face turned cold. Wind assembling. In his hand, the flower burial sword began to rotate as he poured his internal energy into the sword, attracting a violent gale around the sword. At the same time, Lin Yun was emitting a terrifying sword aura as he stabbed his sword out the moment he turned around. Clang! In a split second, the flower burial sword's scabbard struck Wang Ning's chest. As Wang Ning's ribs broke with his internal organs injured, Wang Ning's face was twisted in pain as blood spurted from his mouth. He was blown out by Lin Yun's attack, and his state was unsightly to behold. "Senior Brother Wang." Those who had a good relationship with Wang Ning all exclaimed out in shock. "You filthy sword slave! You're simply too arrogant." The 6 inner disciples all made their moves at the same time as they pounced towards Lin Yun. Reflective shadow. Lin Yun's face turned cold as his scabbard flew out, revealing his gorgeous sword. Relying on the lingering momentum from wind assembling, Lin Yun soared into the sky along with his sword and left 8 afterimages in the air. When he regained his footing, he stabbed out with his sword and returned it to the sheath that was in the air. Plop! All 6 inner disciples howled as they were covered in injuries and blood. When Wang Ning saw this scene from afar, he immediately ran with his tail between his legs. Letting out a cold snort, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Wang Ning as he left the mechanism hall. When he came out of the mechanism hall, he noticed a patch of blood on the steps. As he squatted down and touched it, the blood was still fresh as it contained a slight chill. It was as if someone had spurted blood just a moment ago while holding onto the door. Su Ziao. A figure came up in his mind as Lin Yun's heart throbbed with a complicated expression on his face. Did I forget something? Looking at the blood on the ground that felt cold, anyone would immediately link it up with Su Ziao. Lin Yun was baffled as Su Ziao's attitude made him doubtful. She had always been aloof, an icy beauty who wouldn't take a glance at the previous Lin Yun. But why did she become angry? So much so that she even attacked Wang Ning for him. At the same time, Lin Yun was also baffled by what she said earlier on. Did I permit you to touch him? Trash. Was he misunderstanding something here? When they met for the first time, Su Ziao took out a handkerchief to wipe her sword, which left a bad impression in him, and this was also the reason why he held grudges. As he shut his eyes, he began to recall everything related to Su Ziao. As the scenes replayed in his mind, he couldn't find any clue. Whenever Su Ziao came to retrieve her sword, she would leave after giving him his rewards, and she would never reveal any emotions for him to guess. Think, Lin Yun. Think. I must have forgotten something important. Lin Yun held onto his head as he tried his best to recall. But he was only greeted with a splitting headache. Swish! All of a sudden, Su Ziao's face appeared in his mind. It was a scene of Su Ziao smiling. It came from the bottom of her heart, and it wasn't like her usual sneer. In that scene, she was holding onto the previous Lin Yun's face as she cried tears of joy. Although the surroundings were blurred, it seemed like the sword cleaning chamber. But that scene only lasted for a moment in his mind, and he couldn't recall them no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't figure out why Su Ziao cried tears of joy. However, that scene was deeply ingrained in his heart as he never imagined that Su Ziao would be so beautiful when she smiled. What have I forgotten? Lin Yun was in despair as he opened his eyes. Aside from that smile, he couldn't recall anything else. But all of it made him feel weird. It seems as if the previous Lin Yun had his memories sealed. However, he had a feeling that the answer lies in his sealed memories. Damn it! Lin Yun threw a fist at the wall. Boom! If everything was true, then it would mean that Su Ziao had never looked down on Lin Yun. Or at the very least, the previous Lin Yun existed in Su Ziao's heart. Why hadn't he figured it out sooner? After all, Su Ziao had never given anyone pellets in the Azure Sky sect, and she only gave it to him. But if she had feelings for him, why hadn't she shown it before? What was the difficulty that she had? No, I must find out the truth. At this moment, Lin Yun was filled with guilt as he sped up. When he thought of the blood outside the mechanism hall and Su Xiao's unstable emotions, he immediately became worried. As he scoured throughout the Azure Sky sect, he couldn't find Su Xiao anywhere. When day changed to night, he was exhausted with his lips dry. He couldn't find her anywhere. Then again, with Su Xiao's strength, it was easy for her to hide from someone. Returning to his wooden shack after his futile search, Lin Yun was exhausted as he locked himself in his house, which lasted for 3 days. In the 3 days, he did not drink or eat anything, nor did he speak with anyone. But for some reason, his cultivation seemed to have grown despite the fact that he did not cultivate for the 3 days. Boom! The door to his wooden shack was suddenly opened as Lin Yun finally saw the first person in 3 days. As his brows twitched, Lin Yun saw Zhang Han running in. When Zhang Han saw Lin Yun, he smiled. Heh! I heard that you confessed to Su Xiao and chased her away? However, Lin Yun remained silent as he did not want to talk to Zhang Han. But when he suddenly thought of something, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Han. 3 days ago, the way that you looked at me was weird, but I didn't think much about it. What happened when I was unconscious? You have no idea what happened? Zhang Han was shocked with disbelief on his face as he looked at Lin Yun. What really happened? Lin Yun asked. Letting out a sigh, Zhang Han replied, I have no idea where you get your fortune from. Back then, your life was hanging on the edge after you executed a Xiantian art while heavily injured, and if you fell down on your head with that state at that time, you would have probably died from it. You have no idea how chaotic the scene was, scaring the sect master and elders as all of them charged out. However, they were all one step too late. Do you know who saved you? Who? As Zhang Han recalled the scene on that day, he explained, It was Su Xiao. No one had expected that the first person to save you would be Su Xiao. At that time, she caught on to you right in time. You have no idea how the entire sect, with the elders and sect master included, were shocked when they saw how she fed you pellets while you laid on her knees. Lin Yun's mind immediately exploded upon hearing that as it was Su Xiao who saved him. I had a clear view of how she placed you on her knees, and the concern on her face wasn't fake. What's more, the gaze when she looked at Ma Tianyi back then? The smile on Zhang Han's face disappeared as he continued. I have never seen that sort of gaze on a woman in my lifetime. It was aloof and overbearing, but most importantly, it was the killing aura on her. If she had no concern back then, I believe that Ma Tianyi would have been killed by her. In the end, she only threw an unwilling gaze at Ma Tianyi before she left with you. I believe that anyone who was there to witness that scene wouldn't be able to forget about it in their lifetime. Lin Yun was completely dumbfounded, as he did not dare to believe in what Zhang Han had said. But Zhang Han had no reason to lie to him. Was she the one who tended to my wounds? Lin Yun asked. Zhang Han was startled as he immediately explained. Who else? Did you think that I was the one who bandaged you up? Please don't get that wrong. But a moment later, Zhang Han noticed that he had overreacted as he continued. It was her, and the young sect master even instructed me to pay you a visit numerous times out of concern for your injuries. But Su Xiao was always around, and your bandages have also been changed several times, so it should be her. I only came after ensuring that she had left to save me from being in an awkward situation. Rubbing his face, Zhang Han continued. You really can't compare people with people. So many people in the sect have a thing for Su Xiao, but why is it you? Do you have any news about her? Lin Yun immediately interrupted Zhang Han, seeing that he was going into his narcissistic mode again. Nope. Oh right. I nearly forgot about the actual business. The young sect master needs you to be in the main hall tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Zhang Han shook his head. What is it about? The young sect master of the Mad Blade sect came with the intention of having a friendly spar, and our young sect master would like you to be there to learn something, and you might have to fight if needed. As Lin Yun had a good impression for by Yufan, he replied, Help me thank the young sect master on my behalf. I will definitely be there. Then I'll get going first. After Zhang Han left, Lin Yun's expression gradually dropped. Zhang Han's words had practically verified his speculations. Lin Yun recalled back to what he did 3 days ago, thinking of how he tried to repay her with a heavenly origin pellet. He didn't think much of it at that time, but when he thought about it now, how hurtful Su Xiao must have felt back then. At this moment, he could understand why Su Xiao was furious to the point that her emotions became unsteady. Now, he could finally figure out why his cultivation was growing. There was a high possibility that it might be the pellet Su Xiao fed him on the stage. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. After 3 days without rest, Lin Yun was overwhelmed by the exhaustion as he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, the sky had already turned dark. As moonlight shone through the window, it lit the room white. As Lin Yun came out of his house, he stood beneath the bright moon and stars. Holding onto the flower burial sword as he stood beneath the moonlight, Lin Yun's figure seemed desolate. Swish! Right at this moment, a figure dressed in white appeared, seeming as if she had descended from the moonlight. That white-clothed woman had a veil covering her face as she suddenly stabbed out. Looking at the incoming attack, Lin Yun's brows raised as he had instantly recognized that technique. It was the flowing wind sword. Swish! With a sword coming his way, Lin Yun immediately pulled his sword out without any hesitation. But in that split second when he clashed swords with that woman, he was shocked. The other party did not just grasp the flowing wind sword, but she had achieved high attainments on it. She was even vaguely stronger than him. Who are you? Lin Yun couldn't verify her identity with a veil on. However, that woman did not reply as she kept swinging his sword to stop him from talking. Lake converging from streams and flowing like the wind. As moonlight scattered onto the land, it covered the two of them in a gentle halo. The two of them were using the flowing wind sword as their figures intertwined. The more they clashed, the more Lin Yun was shocked by the woman's attainments in the flowing wind sword. Lin Yun had to give his all and even challenge his own limit in order to fend off her sword. However, he was curious because the woman had no killing intent. It seemed as if she was trying to guide him. In just a moment, the two of them had already exchanged over 10 moves. Wind assembling. Wind assembling. The two of them executed the same move at the same time. As a violent gale rotated around the sword, it made the moonlight look like snow. Reflective shadow. Reflective shadow. As the two of them executed the same moves together, their aura had risen to a terrifying height. Clang. 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 The two of them left behind 10-odd afterimages as their swords clashed. Traceless wind. The woman did not stop as she executed the last move in the flowing wind sword. Facing that woman, everyone came in a flow as Lin Yun had executed traceless wind as well. Rustle. Under the moonlight, the two of them suddenly disappeared, leaving behind 2 swords passing each other. When the swords clashed, a dazzling burst exploded that shone even brighter than the moon, lighting up the nightscape. Shortly after, the two of them who had initially disappeared appeared among the radiance. Lin Yun only felt unrestrained and satisfied as the terrifying sword intent lingered on him. In just that moment, he made a breakthrough in his flowing wind sword, reaching complete mastery. When he turned around, the veil on the woman was blown away from the wind earlier, revealing a familiar face as Lin Yun exclaimed out, "Senior sister!" She had a face that made the moon lose its luster. So who else could it be aside from Su Xiao? But just when Lin Yun went up immediately, Su Xiao stepped in the air as she looked back at Lin Yun before she disappeared. She came with the moonlight and she had also left with the moonlight. There was no one in the surrounding, as if she had never been here. On this night, only the moon had witnessed her arrival and departure. Lin Yun wore an helpless expression as he stood in the moonlight. There was nothing he could do if Su Xiao wanted to leave. He had doubts in his heart, but there was no way he could get an answer if she wasn't willing to talk. So, Lin Yun could only wonder about what happened between them. But when he saw Su Xiao's complexion earlier, she seemed fine. As he cast his glance to the side, he suddenly noticed a few words left on the ground. "Be careful of Wang Ning, and I'm sure we will meet again someday." Looking at those words, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. These must be left behind by Su Xiao, and it was written with her sword aura. As for her strength, it has always been a mystery to him. Be careful of Wang Ning? Why did he have to be careful of Wang Ning? He was only a bum beetle around Su Ziao, and Lin Yun had never truly paid any concern to Wang Ning. But seeing that Su Ziao said they would meet again someday, Lin Yun's heart trembled. Was she leaving? For some reason, Lin Yun wasn't too surprised when he saw those words. Perhaps in the bottom of his heart, Su Ziao did not belong to a place like this, and she was just returning to where she belonged. But would they really meet again in the future? The Azure Sky Sect, the sword cleaning chamber. As a figure slowly descended under the nightscape, Senior Hong slowly came out from the chamber. Senior Hong, who gifted Lin Yun the painting previously, wasn't too surprised by this newcomer's arrival as he spoke out. After today, the cold poison in your body will be finally removed, and it's time for you to leave. The newcomer turned out to be Su Ziao, who had just sparred with Lin Yun. Nodding her head, Su Ziao did not speak as she entered the sword-cleaning chamber. Those who cultivate the Empress Heart Sutra can't afford to fall in love, or they will suffer a setback from the cultivation manual. The deeper they fell, the more heavier their injuries would be. It looks like the rumor was true. Senior Hong looked at Su Ziao's silhouette. All of a sudden, Su Ziao stopped her feet as she spoke out. Secrets can't stay hidden forever. You stole from the Imperial Palace, so don't think that you can hide here for the rest of your life. Leave while you still can. Haha. An old man like me has already seen through death, so you don't have to be worried about me. Senior Hong smiled despite a slight change in his expression. Flutter. In that moment when the doors of the sword-cleaning chamber was closed, Su Ziao's clothes dropped onto the ground as she stepped into the icy pool. Without any clothes on, Su Ziao's impressive figure could be vaguely seen in the pool. She had her eyes closed as she circulated the Empress Heart Sutra. Swish! High in the 9 heavens, among the boundless starry skies, right above the sword-cleaning chamber, a crimson star was being guided by an unknown force. A faintly discernible starlight shot into the chamber as it fused into Su Ziao. Sizzle! Sizzle! As coldness permeated from the icy pool, it swiftly spread throughout the surface of the pool, and this was how the cold aura that Lin Yun was curious about came to be. Outside the sword-cleaning chamber, looking at the starry skies, Senior Hong smiled bitterly. The descendant of the great empress actually fell for a puny sword slave. Love is truly inexplicable. However, that silly lad still has no idea what awaited him. I wonder if it's good fortune or disaster. Late at night, Su Ziao left the sword-cleaning chamber and stood outside Lin Yun's wooden shack. Through the window, she looked at Lin Yun, who was deep asleep. As she plucked a strand of hair from her head, she flicked her finger as the hair glowed and flew into the room before wrapping around Lin Yun's pinky. Swish! After Su Ziao was done with that, she left the Azure Sky Sect late at night by herself. The next morning, when the waking sunshine shone through the window, Lin Yun opened his eyes. He was completely energized after sleeping. After his battle with Su Ziao last night, not only did he reach complete mastery in the flowing wind sword, but his comprehension for swords had also risen to a whole new level. When Lin Yun woke up, the first thing he noticed was the hair that tied around his pinky. Was this left by her? Lin Yun gently sighed as it seems that she had really left the Azure Sky Sect. For some reason, his heart felt at a loss. A short moment later, Lin Yun shook his head as he no longer dwelled in it. Recalling what Zhang Han told him last night, Lin Yun headed for the main hall. The Aqua Sky Nation has a total of 4 powers: the Mad Blade Sect, Azure Sky Sect, Violet Ember Sect, and the Profound Sky Sect. The 4 great sects governed the Aqua Sky Nation, and their strength were evenly matched. But recently, the younger generations of the Azure Sky Sect stood out slightly. However, the Violet Ember Sect was chasing right behind their tail, and the foundation of the Mad Blade Sect was powerful. Out of the 4, only the Profound Sun Sect was more low-profile. Lin Yun was also curious about the strength of the Mad Blade Sect. Since the young sect master of the Mad Blade Sect came today, those he brought with him must be elites among their inner disciples, and it was a good opportunity for him to observe them. By the time Lin Yun arrived at the main hall, all the inner disciples had already gathered. But surprisingly, Hu Zifeng and Wang Ning were nowhere seen. Stepping up, Lin Yun greeted, "Greetings, young sect master. You're already an inner disciple, so there's no need for such courtesy." Bai Yufan smiled. After Lin Yun paid his greetings, he stood among the inner disciples behind Bai Yufan. When all the inner disciples saw Lin Yun, they gave a few more looks at him. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was also observing the inner disciples and was inwardly shocked. Everyone here were seniors among inner disciples. Aside from him, all of them had been in the inner sect for 2 to 3 years. All of them had strong cultivation, and they were almost all in the 8th stage of the martial path. But due to the fact that they had contained their aura within, Lin Yun couldn't gauge their strength. It looks like the young sect master is treating the Mad Blade sect's visit with great importance. Lin Yun commented inwardly. Otherwise, Bai Yufan wouldn't have prepared such a grand formation. Aside from Hu Zifeng, almost all the top 10 outer disciples were present. A short while later, Lin Yun saw a group of people coming over under the lead of an elder. The one leading the team seemed extraordinary with an imposing aura. He wore a smile, as he strode forth with a blade aura permeating from him. This had to be the young sect master of the Mad Blade sect. Luo Xing getting up on his feet. Bai Yufan went over. "Brother Luo, it must be tiring to travel all the way here." "It's fine." Luo Xing smiled as he swept a glance at all the inner disciples standing behind Bai Yufan. "Please have a seat." After Luo Xing sat down, a servant came with tea served. As Luo Xing took a sip of the tea, he placed the cup down and spoke out. "Bai Yufan, I'm sure you're well aware of the motive regarding my visit." "I am," Bai Yufan replied calmly. "Then I won't beat around the bush. The 4 Sects tournament will start in half a month in Clearwater City, and I'm wondering if your Azure Sky sect can still retain the title of being the strongest in the Aqua Sky Nation." Luo Xing replied solemnly. "Then you can feel free to give it a try." Bai Yufan smiled. At this moment, Lin Yun finally figured out what was going on. So it turned out that the young sect master of the Mad Blade sect came to probe the Azure Sky sect's strength. After Bai Yufan finished his speech, a person walked out and cupped his hands together. "I'm Zhang Yi of the Mad Blade sect. I have been hearing about the genius of your sect, Hu Zifeng, and I would like to exchange a few moves with him." Zhang Yi? That name sounded familiar as Lin Yun began to recall. When he was doing the spiritual stone missions, he seemed to have heard the martial practitioners in Clearwater cities in mentioning this name. Zhang Yi was a rising talent in the Mad Blade sect, and in the process of his rising, many bandits fell in his hands. It was no wonder that he wanted to challenge Hu Zifeng. Hu Zifeng and him both rose to fame in the Aqua Sky Nation, and the two of them were strong enough to challenge the 4 great elites of the Aqua Sky Nation. But when Bai Yufan heard Zhang Ye's request, he replied, "I'm sorry, but junior brother who has been focusing on his cultivation for the past few days, so I'm afraid that he's not around." However, Zhang Yi wasn't too concerned with the rejection as he looked at Bai Yufan. "That's fine. Why don't you take his place instead? I heard that you lost to Lu Yunfei within 10 moves 2 months ago, and I'm wondering if you still deserve to be one of the 4 great elites of the Aqua Sky Nation." Russell. His words immediately caused an uproar as all the inner disciples of the Azure Sky sect had rage on their faces. Zhang Yi was actually so arrogant to the point that he had completely looked down on Bai Yufan. As for the young sect master of the Mad Blade sect, he wore a playful expression as he turned a blind eye to Zhang Yi, provoking the Azure Sky sect. Truth be told, he was also curious about Bai Yufan's current strength. But if Bai Yufan had truly declined, then it was a piece of great news to the Mad Blade sect. "How arrogant! You want to fight with our young sect master? You're still not qualified." An inner disciple of the Azure Sky sect stood out. Lin Yun looked at the inner disciple who stood up. His name was Feng Daoyu. This person was a senior within the inner disciples, and he was ranked 8th among all the inner disciples. He was one of the heavily nurtured disciples in the Azure Sky sect, and his Vajra Fist was impressive. The Vajra Fist was an advanced martial technique of the Azure Sky sect, and it was much stronger than the ferocious Tiger Fist. It was rumored that Feng Daoyu had already reached greater mastery in it a long time ago. However, Lin Yun had only heard rumors about Feng Daoyu, and he had never seen him. Senior brother Feng, teach him a lesson. Senior brother Feng, teach this arrogant brat a lesson with your Vajra fist. Seeing Feng Daoyu stepping forth, the inner disciples of the Azure Sky sect all cheered for him. Among the crowd, Lin Yun clearly felt his blood boiling, from the honor of the sect. As the young sect master of the Mad Blade sect rubbed his chin, he looked at Bai Yufan and smiled. Brother Bai, this is the main hall of the Azure Sky sect, and it wouldn't be good for us to use weapons. How about this, we'll go with unarmed fights and we'll stop at 10 moves. Let's not let this matter harm the harmony between us. Bai Yufan was stunned. After all, Feng Daoyu was proficient in fist techniques, while Zhang Yi was famed for his blade techniques. If they were going to fight without using weapons, it would be unfavorable to Zhang Yi. For a moment, Bai Yufan had no idea what Luoxing was planning. Are you sure? Bai Yufan doubted. The young sect master is right. I don't need my blade to face someone like him. Zhang Yi replied instead of Luoxing. Those words made Bai Yufan feel humiliated as he replied with an unsightly expression. Let's begin then. Feng Daoyu immediately felt greatly pressured. After all, it would be humiliating if he lost in this manner. Although the main hall wasn't comparable to a stage, it was still pretty spacious. And if they're only fighting unarmed, this much was more than enough. As the two of them took 10-odd steps out, they looked at each other as they began to circulate their cultivation technique. 10-odd seconds later, the aura that Feng Daoyu had accumulated started leaking out. Looking at Feng Daoyu, his face had actually become bronze, seeming like a statue filled with explosive power. Feng Daoyu had practiced the Vajra fist. It was a technique that belonged to the Buddhism family, and it was ferocious and overbearing. It was somewhat similar to Lin Yun's ferocious tiger fist, but the path of those two techniques weren't the same. The Vajra fist focused on the fury of the Vajra, while the ferocious tiger fist focused on the tiger's prestige. Judging from the intent alone, the ferocious tiger fist was much more lacking in comparison. However, Lin Yun's ferocious tiger fist was baptized by the tiger painting, and it also contained the intent of swords. Strictly speaking, Lin Yun's ferocious tiger fist had already exceeded the realm of a foundation fist technique. Just from the aura leaking from Feng Daoyu, anyone could tell that he was furious. On the contrary, Zhang Yi had remained composed as he stood calmly. Judging by looks alone, Zhang Yi seemed to have been suppressed by Feng Daoyu. Vajra's rage. Seeing that he was gradually losing control over the power accumulated within his body, Feng Daoyu let out a roar as he threw a punch. As Feng Daoyu charged over, he was permeating a golden halo from his body, which vaguely seemed like the prestige of a Buddha. It was a sign that his Vajra fist was reaching greater mastery. When he arrived beside Zhang He, his right fist was shrouded in a yellow glow that seemed like a fireball. However, Zhang Yi didn't even budge as he used his right hand as a blade, forming into a chop across his chest to face Feng Daoyu's attack. Clang! A metallic collision rang out when Feng Daoyu's punch made contact with Zhang Ye's arm. Looking at Zhang Yi, he was like a statue as it didn't even make him budge. Is that all you got? Zhang Yi sneered. In the next moment, his aura exploded from his body as Feng Daoyu was caught by surprise and thrown flying out. Kill! The smile on Feng Daoyu's face disappeared as he knitted his brows and started gathering his aura together. As he did, gave off the aura of a blade's sharp edge between his brows. Using his palm as his blade, Feng Daoyu's palm sliced through the air, seeming even more honed than a blade's edge. Whoosh! 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 Along with that, Zhang Yi began to unleash his chops in all directions towards Feng Daoyu. In a blink of an eye, Feng Daoyu was placed in a difficult position fending all the attacks coming from Zhang Yi, which he could only bring the Vajra fist to the limit. Feng Daoyu's surroundings were filled with afterimages of a blade as he made great efforts to dodge. However, he still failed to dodge all of it as his clothes were torn apart, revealing cuts that seemed no different from wounds caused by a blade. As blood splattered, Feng Daoyu's complexion grew increasingly pale as he made his best effort to defend his vitals. When the inner disciples of the Azure Sky sect saw this scene, all of them were shocked. At this moment, they finally knew why Zhang Yi didn't need a blade. So it turned out that having a blade made no difference to him. Demon hunting Vajra. Feng Daoyu made his last effort to struggle as he was completely suppressed by Zhang Yi. Malefic storm slash. Zhang Yi sneered as he slashed out with his arm as he beat Feng Daoyu to it and threw out his move first. When his arm made contact with Feng Daoyu's chest, the sounds of Feng Daoyu's bones breaking could be heard. As Feng Daoyu spewed blood from his mouth with a pale face, he was thrown out. If I was using my blade, you would be dead by now. Zhang Yi mocked as he looked at Feng Daoyu lying on the ground. When Feng Daoyu heard those words, he was furious. But there was no way he could refute those words as Zhang Yi was merely stating the truth. After all, Zhang Ye's previous attack was too fast for his eyes. As for Feng Daoyu's demon-hunting Vajra, he was defeated before he could even execute it. Senior Brother Feng. Two inner disciples stepped forth and checked on Feng Daoyu's injuries with astonishment on their faces. Young Sect Master. Senior Brother Feng's internal organs were injured. One with the surname Zhang. Aren't you a little too ruthless? It was just a spar. But Zhang Yi actually suffered such heavy injuries. Based on his current injury, it was impossible for him to recover without 3 months of rest. When Bai Yufan saw this scene, his lip twitched as it had gone too far. Brother Bai, fists are blind, and it's inevitable for there to be injuries in a fight. I believe Zhang Yi wasn't doing this on purpose, so please don't be angry about that. And as an apology, I'm willing to take out a blood-refining pellet. Luo Xing showed a pretentious smile. No need. Bai Yufan could feel his face burning from the humiliation. Haha, Brother Bai is truly magnanimous. May I ask what ranking does this brother have? Luo Xing smiled. Although Junior Brother Feng's talent and cultivation weren't bad, his ranking was towards the rear. Bai Yufan replied. Despite the fluctuation in his heart, he did not show it on his face. Haha, the Azure Sky Sect is truly the strongest sect in the Aquasky Nation. Someone in the 8th stage of the martial path with greater mastery in the Vajra Fist is only ranked towards the rear. Luo Xing sneered. Ranked towards the rear? Then may I ask if there's any senior brother willing to spar with me? Zhang Yi was immediately unhappy upon hearing Bai Yufan's words as he looked at the inner disciples with provocation in their eyes. When those inner disciples were being looked at, all of them kept their silence as they began to hesitate. Although Bai Yufan said that Feng Daoyu was ranked towards the rear, they knew the truth. Feng Daoyu was ranked 8th among all the inner disciples, and there weren't many people who were stronger than him. So if the Azure Sky Sect wants to defeat Zhang Yi, they would need someone from the top 3. But since Zhang Yi wasn't using any weapons, anyone who fought with him also couldn't use weapons. With that additional clause, no one was confident of winning. Standing among the inner disciples, Lin Yun realized what the young sect master of the Mad Blade sect was trying to do. The reason why he requested for no weapons involved was to cripple half of Azure Sky Sect's strength. After all the inner disciples had witnessed Zhang Ye's terrifying strength along with his merciless means, no one would dare to fight with him. So, is there really no one else? Then young sect master Bai, do you think I'm qualified to fight with you now? Zhang Yi mocked as he saw that no one was willing to stand out. However, Bai Yufan had kept his silence, but everyone knew that he wasn't afraid of Zhang Yi. He was the young sect master of the Azure Sky Sect, so how could he possibly lower himself to fight with a disciple from the Mad Blade sect? If news of this got out, it would be a great blow to the sect's reputation. Meanwhile, Lin Yun began to ponder his odds of winning if he had to fight Zhang Yi unarmed, and he wasn't too confident. But now that their young sect master was being forced into this desperate straits, how could he not stand out as an inner disciple of the Azure Sky Sect? But just when Lin Yun was about to stand out, the door suddenly opened. Who says that there's no one in my Azure Sky Sect? Hu Zifeng walked in. With the sun shining down on his back, his figure looked massive in everyone's eyes.